Yep. So let's see how.
Where did Faith go? Oh, she don't like to be live.
Try to articles supporting my. I've got I think 2 or 3 so far, and working on a third or fourth.
How do those QR codes work?
If you have a smartphone, you can get a scanner app that will, if you scan the QR codes, it will automatically pop up the link.
Oh, I don't think I got a smart. I don't think I got a smartphone. I'm really late on technology.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
I wanted to see how they work because I need to get a couple of those. Oh, but this hangout is supposed to be about the
business, religion, and transsexual thing. For
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Video. Is that little thesis here? So, Franklin Graham says, "Gay Boy Scouts are putting young, innocent boys at risk." Well, I dare say conservative Christians are putting young, innocent boys at risk. For instance, well, let's start with the homeless gay teens getting cast out by religious families. In other words, conservative Christians. Um, well, guess who voted for the or women, infants, and children? Oh, Republican. There we go. And last but not least, well, you know the boys you sent off to war? Well, he voted against 7 bills to help veterans. H.R. 466, the Wounded Veteran Job Security Act, which became H.R. 875. H.R. 1178, the Veterans Retraining Act. H.R. 1171, Inspiration Program Authorization. H.R. 1172, requiring a list on VA website of organizations providing scholarships for veterans. H.R. 1293, Disabled Veterans Home Improvement and Structural Alteration Grant Increase Act of 2009. Veterans Business Center Act. H.R. 2352, the Job Creation Through Entrepreneurship Act, which appears to establish a Veterans Business Center program. So, conservative Christians, also known as Republicans, did all those things and thereby put young, innocent boys at risk.
all right. So Franklin Graham, gay boy scout, put young innocent boys at risk by Tim Friday by 9 a.m. on his Facebook page. Today, Franklin Graham criticized Boy Scouts of America President Robert Gates for circling that the group, which had recently lifted its ban on gay youth, reaching the provision gay troop leaders. Okay. Robert Gates, shame on you not having the moral courage to do what's right. Governor Bremen said, calling it a vows to threaten to lead the Boy Scouts if they go ahead and LGBT activist groups and put young innocent boys at risk. Okay. So someone does not want a gay boy on the Boy Scouts. That's what you're saying?
Yes. But in the meantime,
Okay.
yes.
I mean, hey, we're all human beings. Everyone should go to the Boy Scouts. Why not? What's the problem? There's no problem. I don't see a problem.
Okay.
Apparently, the Duggars, known for their recent anti-trans activism in Arkansas, have Josh Duggar, which I think accused of molesting some child or other. Okay, there go your conservative Christians putting more young innocent boys at risk. And welcome, Blasey and Gus. Good to have you on.
Thanks, Nadia.
Hey, Gus.
Hello, William.
Yeah, we've got some crap now. Now we have this one person does not want gay people in the Boy Scouts, and they want to ban put a ban on it.
I'm really curious about the Boy Scouts, but the accusation that well, essentially gays are pedophiles, which is pretty serious. And in fact, Brian Fisher made that statement or accusation in much more explicit terms shortly after Franklin Graham. You'll recall Brian Fisher was a Internet Affairs at that for the American Family Association, recently dismissed over anti-Semitic allegations he made surrounding his usual gays being Nazis and such, and but he's still hosting a radio show regularly on the American Family Association's, I guess, Christian television network. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. So Fisher said that
what?
Fisher compared gays to Nazis?
Wait. You got me fucked shit.
Oh yeah, that's how we got to. Rich explains about the Holocaust.
Really? That's what he said.
Well, Nazis did look a bit camp in their uniforms.
It says, I'm spy. Considering the Luftwaffe was well known as a how shall I put this, a place where homosexual combat pilots were more than welcome. I find that statement to be rather interesting.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's not like their uniforms were pink and they marched under the rainbow flag or anything, but there was a bit of a brotherhood, shall we say, in the Luftwaffe that didn't quite exist in the RAF.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a stretch to say that gays are Nazi stormtroopers.
Hey, Faith.
Yeah.
Hey Scott, looked like you did something today. Like, were you working out? Did you get any stuff done? I managed to be lazy, but I did. I did like 10 of everything, 10 sit-ups, 10 jumping jacks. I played like there's hopscotch, joint and chalk down the street. So, just kind of like I think skipping rope. Is that the quickest way to kind of like? I just feel like jumping is the easiest way to get rid of extra energy.
Oh, I mean, anything that gets your heart rate up is fine. I haven't done anything specific to work out today, but I've worked out most days this week, so.
I move my finger up and down and click my mouse.
I'm pinned down on 3 limbs, so I'm probably not wear. Well, not probably. I wear without equipment. I'm not really too interested in. I don't know, whatever kind of silliness. Yes, access to equipment.
Yeah, but I just ate like a small pizza sandwich, which is probably like 5 million calories. I should have had something else.
No.
I decided to eat a pizza sandwich.
You know what? Okay. So, in reality, cheese has protein, which is good for you. And I mean, what it boils down to is, as long as you're eating to match your physical activity for the day, you're fine.
Right.
Well, depending. If you're trying to lose body mass, you're wanting your consumption to be less.
Right. I didn't necessarily mean that you want to have like a dead balance, but I mean, if you were physically active today, beating yourself up over eating one unhealthy thing isn't constructive. Faith, are you saying that you weigh 141? I have 100 pounds on you. You're muted, so I can't hear you.
I thought you guys were getting used to my charades. I only do charades. I'm trying to show you. I feel huge. Like my chest, like, see, we're live. I don't want to talk. I'm just saying I'm too large for my body, like where I feel like I am not myself. Like I should be like 130, not 141. That's how.
That's way more than that.
Well,
good.
Weight as a number is a weird thing, because at 2 points in my life I've hit 250 pounds. The first time I hit 250 pounds, I had my parents saying like, "You put on a lot of weight." And I'll tell you, when you got your parents harping on you about your weight, and this is not like I'm living at home, I'm like, you know, out on my own, and they're like, "You put on a lot of weight, looking pretty chubby." Second time around, I hit 250, and I had the doctor that I was talking to look at me and say, "You must be really strong."
Right. It's a matter of perception.
It's a matter of what the composition of that weight.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would like to. I'm not 250 at the moment, and I certainly would like to come down a bit. But I would say that for my build, about 220 is probably about as low as I'm gonna get. The trick to I have found is to avoid the like crash mentality of like, now I'm just gonna cut what I eat in half and just like go to town. That's not sustainable. If you want to lose weight, you've got to make adjustments to your lifestyle that are sustainable.
Right.
Anyone can starve themselves for a week, and then the next week you're gonna
lifestyle changes. Yeah.
right. You've got to be able to make a change that you can keep up with, and that's the hard part.
Well, I used to be 275 pounds, and I found that the only reason why I was that big is because I was depressed. I wasn't feeling fulfilled in life, and once I started pursuing and being productive as far as not just having a job, but doing something that I feel is purposeful and fulfilling, then it was like I didn't have to go on a diet. I just, didn't crave the fulfillment of food anymore. I also,
but Scott, like, you're not that much younger than me, but you are. But a lot of feedback I get, like, from my friends and stuff, it'll be like, because it's Friday night last night and it's Saturday today and stuff. Like, I am so much more connected to. Sorry, Nadia, I can stop. I'm so much more connected to, like, my frequencies on the wires than I am in real life. And most people just say things like, just get laid. And I just think, what is that going to fix? Like, it's just going to get me a really bad reputation. I'm sure.
Well, yeah, okay. So I mean, if you want a very literal answer, the act of having sex releases several hormones in the body that can certainly have psychological and physiological benefits.
Am I not the master of my domain? Am I not the one that's best at that job, or should I go and look for someone?
Self-service, I have routinely been told that self-service is not the same. You will not get the same results.
And self-service burns less calories as well.
Okay.
Generally.
Unless you are having some very athletic sex doesn't actually burn that much in the way of calories.
Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Yeah.
It's the equivalent of going up and down 2 flights of stairs.
Well, you're doing it wrong then.
So I said, unless you're doing a very athletic version of sex, it is not. It doesn't burn that many calories.
2 flights of stairs. My God.
There's Scott running up and down the stairs with his wang in his hand, trying to burn some calories. Up and down the stairs.
Scientists have proved that.
On Saturday night, everybody in Scott's building knows not to go on the left side stairwell because Mark is running up and down the stairs, trying to burn some
First of all, I did not say that is how sex is done. I'm saying it's the physical equivalent, Gus. Secondly, I don't have a building. I have a house.
Kind of uncomfortable. Also very entertaining. Sex on stairs isn't bad.
The cops pick him up running around in circles outside his backyard. With his ding-ding in his hand, trying to...
What even the fuck?
And a calorie counter in the other going, nope, gotta do it some more.
So 2 flights of stairs sounds like about 5 minutes. Is that about right, Scott? 5?
Okay. It's not a... Alright, so it's not a duration thing. This is as explained by a medical professional. Okay, so, to explain where that comes from, I have a friend who does rehab for patients, and a big question that a lot of patients have is, can I still have sex? So the litmus test for can they push their body enough to actually have sex, the test is it's either 2 or 3 flights of stairs up and down. If you can do that, it's the equivalent amount of stress on the body. It's not a duration thing. It's not a technique thing.
He is really explaining this.
We seriously have like a guilt disorder tonight. Like, if we're going to be a negative room, we're going to have to change it up.
When I get too much flab, I need sexual rehab. Sexual rehab. Going down the stairs.
Oh, save me.
Yeah, earlier today, like, Gus, I want to tell you this. Earlier today, like, I don't know, it was in the middle of the afternoon, so in Russia, it's a different time, right? So, yeah, I messed with Art really bad today, where Art is such a nice man. He cares about me so much, so it was really fun, but he's also a very fun man to play around with. Like, he's very affectionate kind of man. He's a nice person. So I had fun, but that's the first time I've been privately side with Art. He just wanted to check on my alcohol and really appreciate that. But he also expressed some things about himself about, like, I don't know, like, I know this is recorded, so Art's not going to kill me. Just about I have a problem with dating, and he was talking about, like, we were just having a conversation about why I have trouble dating, and I had a lot of fun. So it's interesting getting to know everybody differently. You know, Gus, I never mean to come at you. I don't know why I do. It's a male-female thing, I think. But no, I don't mean it personal, though, at all. Like, we're Canadian, so I never mean it personal.
15 Enclave models.
Whoa.
Jeez.
Was that me?
Someone just came through very, very loud. I can't say who it was specifically.
Nadia?
Yes?
Nadia, you over there doing the most. What you doing?
Okay. I can't see what
We got off topic, Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia's cooking stuff.
no one ever stays on it very long, even.
Conservative.
Apparently the propane is changing.
Inbox me some chips.
Hello? I said apparently the propane tank is changing. And I can't see what it's doing. Excuse me.
Nobody's
I said
talking.
the propane tank needs changing. Excuse me.
Nobody's talking.
I can't see doing to change propane. Excuse me. I can't see what I'm doing to change the propane tank.
To change the propane.
Nadia, no one's been talking while you were explaining that.
Yeah, there's a propane tank outside. Bob last time came and checked it, but yeah, it probably just ran out, Nadia. Propane usually takes a long time, but I don't know. I'm sure you double checked it already, and yeah, you don't. If it's too dark to go outside and check it, plus it's dangerous to try to do anything in the dark. So that sucks. But maybe the tank, it could be just a glitch of like something. Maybe try again. Like, you know, if you haven't already.
Ran out. It just ran out.
Yeah, that happens.
Today is World Turtle Day.
Huh.
World
I didn't know that.
Yep,
Never
World
heard of
Turtle
it.
Day.
I didn't know there was a World Turtle Day.
Well, it is, and it's
Me
today.
too.
What the fuck is World Turtle Day?
It's to increase awareness of turtles.
Wow. Are people forgetting about turtles?
I don't know. I
Most
don't
people
make
don't
these
realize
things
that
up.
things are freaking immortal.
That's Buddha, not a turtle.
Turtles live a long ass time, man.
Yeah, they do.
She's got all these Buddha stuff. She's like, is this a turtle? No, that's a Buddha.
That's a funky hat, Nadia. I'm digging that.
Yeah, it's good. No, yeah, we love the hat. But like, isn't the Buddha everything? So isn't that still a turtle?
Right.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think Buddha is just Buddha.
I'm every turtle. It's all in me.
Yeah, I heard some about Buddha actually. Yeah, I heard some on the History Channel. Yeah, they was showing something on the History Channel.
They got a song to everything. Which one of y'all is that?
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Who is that? Clockwork don't never say nothing. Who was that?
Oh,
Scott?
I love that.
What?
I gotta get a sound gift for that. Clockwork don't never say nothing. I gotta get a gift for that. I gotta get a recording of that. Put that on a soundboard.
Yeah, actually, that would be funny because Clockwork does speak, but like he sounds like he's way older than he really is. So yeah, I like Clockwork talk. That's fun.
Because of the grace.
And who is this rock down here?
I don't know, but he's funny already because sex on the stairs is not his thing.
I could see that getting uncomfortable.
When the stairs come a rocking, don't bother knocking.
You can always hold on. You can always hold on to the rail.
You go to run downstairs and there's a shoop, doop, shoop. Oh man, we're not going down
You
there.
already just wrote the lyrics. You can hold on to the rail. I can already hear the song. You can always hold on to the rail. This is so funny. It has so many metaphors to it. People would be thinking drugs. Like, what do you mean rail?
Shoop, doop, shoop, doop, 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 doop.
You don't say what the hell?
We're
total
talking
loss
about the Boy Scouts of America.
Yeah, we need a topic thrown out, like the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, like something normal.
We're supposed to talk about it. We're talking about. I have no idea what we're talking about now.
Conservatism is evil, innately harmful, and so on.
Conservatism is doing what?
Shooping in the stairwell.
And innately harmful.
Okay, William is going to kick all of our asses if we don't get serious about a subject, like in the next 5 minutes.
He is, huh?
Well, no, because like a lot of people come here for serious issues and serious things. So I've been having fun all day. Thanks so much, guys. I really feel good. But William, is there something you wanted to talk about, like about the Boy Scout, Girl Scout thing? Because, like, I used to be a Girl Scout. I was up to Pathfinders. Like, I'm a Canadian Girl Scout. Like, I have all my badges. But I never really looked like my brother's a Boy Scout, but like I also thought my brother and I were the same person. Most of the times that we went camp and things like that, the Boy Scouts were right beside the Girl Scouts, so it really was kind of co-ed in Canada. I can put on my uniform and show you guys. I have every badge to the point where they made up blank badges for me.
I need you to not put on your uniform.
Yeah, you would laugh.
I need you to not do that.
I don't still fit in it because I wasn't.
You couldn't still be able to fit that uniform.
But I have the sash and everything. Everything's Canadian. Canadian Girl Guides is a big thing. Canadian Boy Scouts, huge thing here. Like, we're famous. I can show you a box of cookies.
Let me read this one. Why is it those designated male at birth that is considered the right wing? I mean, yeah, they don't have, in their sites. Designated people at birth, right? And they don't have lesbians in their sites either. They aren't decrying the,
what kind of cookies is
young girls that lesbian Girl Scout troop leaders represent, right?
Oh, that's definitely gonna put some pounds on you, them Girl Scout cookies. I need a whole box of them damn things.
I love Girl Scout cookies. I love them. They're really good.
Especially if they got weed in them.
Can
Y'all
anyone hear?
Oh, that weekend? That's
Oh,
pretty
Nadia,
bad.
we can hear you.
Oh.
Or I can hear you, Nadia. I can't account for everyone else.
Nadia, I've made your room crazy. It looks like I better walk home to meet Mary Jean. Because if not, I'm going to eat all these cookies, and then that's going to take off, like, only put on the 10 pounds that I tried so hard to work off. What am I doing?
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
See
It's
you on
so
again
sunny
soon.
out, so I'm just gonna try to be quiet for 10 minutes.
Oh, it's daylight there? Okay, Nadia,
Has
so
anyone else noticed that at the hello? Has anyone else noticed anti-LGBT animus is directed largely against those designated male at birth?
Really?
Are we sure about that? We got numbers on that?
Fuck. Not really.
Does sound plausible, though. I can imagine that would be the case.
what was the issue? What happened? Nadia must have two different things going on.
Yeah, I had a
One,
phone call. I don't see anyone responding to my designated male at birth question.
What
I mean,
happened?
it's in some respects sort of policing of the gender expression and sexualities of the those designated male at birth. You know, kind of like maybe a bit of or more viciously, I guess, aggressive about policing their own than maybe acting against others. Go ahead. Because it is a misogynistic male establishment, is it not?
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Do you mean? Oh.
I may have the wrong panel in the room for this discussion.
I unfortunately don't think that I know enough about the topic to really weigh in.
Maybe you can elaborate.
Yeah, maybe you can egg shit up.
Give an example, maybe.
Yeah, please
Trouble
elaborate.
Yeah.
Well, basically, concrete examples are easy to get lost in, like the conservative Christian anti-LGBT people will largely go against trans women, those designated male at birth who transition to female, and homosexual men. Right?
Do you have any idea why that is? What's your opinion?
Well, that was originally my question.
Oh.
Yeah, why is that?
Why is that? Oh, right. Well, because it's. Well, let me think about that.
Oh, you saying that people's born gay?
Well, as true as it is, that's not really under discussion.
Huh?
As true as that is, it's not quite the discussion.
Oh.
I mean, one aspect of it is, why do they decry gay men so much and not lesbians? Right?
Oh, okay. Oh.
Something to do with the Bible, perhaps?
Yes, because the Bible spoke of the male gender and spoke of it very adamantly, and it didn't discuss the female aspect of it at all, because back in the day when the Bibles were written, there was a lot of homosexuality going on in the I would say the governmental offices, and by those offices originally being held by religious leaders, that was of course considered an offense to God. But the thing is that what people don't realize, that in the Bible it spoke more of men, because the women were, to put it very bluntly, were treated like they were nobodies. So
they were treated like property for the most part.
Right. So why would they even speak of women when women weren't even allowed to speak? So it's not that problem didn't exist during that time. It's just that the people didn't speak of it.
Also, perhaps there's something to do with, like, two guys lying together is perhaps generally considered a little bit icky by those who are not homosexual men, whereas two women lying together, that could be quite a... I've seen some good movies about that, you know. It's not... it can be quite a turn-on, so it's not considered icky so much, is it?
Right. It was more more acceptable for the female, because it was a pleasure that was accepted by both male and female. So they wouldn't speak of it of something that that was a pleasure that was considered a pleasure to the general population, I would guess. Also, in the Bible, it was said that Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because the men tried to sleep with the angels or something. And so, even though people...
Yeah, I heard about it. I heard about what happened to Sodom and Goliath. Yeah, I heard about it. You're right. Yeah, the man was trying to sleep with the angels, so got pissed off and destroyed it.
Yeah.
They weren't going to sleep with them. They're going to rape them.
Yeah, they were trying to rape them.
Okay.
Angel rape. That sounds plausible.
But the whole thing of the matter was not the fact that they were consensual, but the fact that it was rape. We were speaking about that in the other hangout, about not having... The big issue is not so much of consensual sexual activity, but it's more so the violation, sexual violation, where there isn't consent. And many times, because men are more, their sex drive is more stronger than women, they tend to violate more. Not all. I'm just saying that's the connotation that goes with it, because I actually was abused by females as well. So I am very familiar with female violators and aware that they exist. However, the truth of the matter is that men's sex drive, men have less control over their sexual desires than women do. I mean, did I say that backwards? Women have more control over their sexual desires than men do. So you find that.
That's interesting.
What's interesting?
It's interesting what you said. So females have more sex drive than men.
No,
the
I
opposite-
think they
opposite.
have more control over their sex drive. They have more control.
Yeah, we don't.
Huh?
I know we don't.
Right. Men tend to now women have just as much of a drive as men. I mean, women has just as much of a drive, but we have more control over it than most of men do.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
So people tend to assume that we don't actually have the drive because we don't act on it as much as the men do.
Well,
And well, it's that within relation to acting on it with someone else, because it's said that women masturbate more than men.
Really?
Can you send me a link to that?
You got to be silly. Yes, send a link to us. We want to see it. Yeah.
Yes, women masturbate more than men do.
What do you think is the average number of times a woman, say in her 30s, masturbates?
Well, women don't masturbate, don't have to masturbate that much because once women get the fulfillment, they're done. But men, when they get fulfillment, they want more, and I mean, they don't ever get fulfilled. They want
what?
No, they turn over and sleep usually. I do anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is, you may turn over and sleep, but a man can, say for example, a woman, if she's, feeling the desire or whatever, she may masturbate that morning and she's done for the day. Well, men masturbate like 3-4 times a day on average.
Really?
4 times a day? Holy shit!
When I was a teenager, maybe. Yeah.
See what I'm
Hold on, man.
Whereas with the young teenage female, they don't masturbate at all.
What?
Hold on for a minute.
What?
A lot of females don't.
Hey, wait a minute. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. There's a video where some females go, their sex drive goes on and on and on. They have to masturbate a lot. That's 100% the truth.
That's a medical condition, thoh.
Yes.
That's beyond the scope of what I'm discussing. That's not a. That's a rarity. That's not a general occurrence. It's not general at all. But most women don't even experience or experiment with masturbation until later years. Many times it's in their adult years. Whereas, yes. Well, with men, they start out like at 9, 10, and even younger toddlers start out, and they start out by accident, and they're like, oh, wow, what the hell happened? Oh, that felt good, and they, So,
all right, Candy. All right. How do you know this? How do you know?
Well, how I know about it is because by me being molested so many times as a child, I had to get therapy, and pretty much learned a lot about my body and what I was experiencing in my body, and just in general about people that thrive.
Christ, William.
And along with that came from me learning about people that, and this is even back on the subject that we were talking about the men that were abusing the young boys. And many times abusers have been abused. And people,
when this happened,
huh?
When this happened about the men abusing boys, I mean.
Well, Nadia posted that that's what this chat hangout was about.
I know.
Scouts were being abused by the scout leaders.
Really?
Huh?
You talk about the Boy Scouts.
Say what?
No. No. There was a false accusation that the gay Boy Scout leaders would do so. There isn't actually instances of abuse happening or anything to back up their claims.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there was a false accusation.
I'll be right back.
Yes.
How do you know it was false?
It's essentially a claim of a tendency or a desire. And it's been statistically shown that gay men are acted likely to be child molested or sexual.
Huh? What did you say, Nadia? I know you're making me hungry eating them chips.
I said the claim was not specific.
Faith over there flirting with Scott. Yeah, Scott is a cutie pie.
Oh, thank you.
The claim was not specific. It was from Brian Fisher regarding, I guess, what...
Oh, he blushing. My bad. I ain't mean to make you blush.
That is that is my natural complexion.
Am I coming through? Hello? Yeah, so made multiple accusations that were non-specific.
Oh, okay.
For instance, Boy Scouts would put young innocent boys at risk by committing gay scout leaders. And Brian Fisher, of course.
Oh, so basically they was just saying that they're at risk because the leaders were gay? That automatically they would be pedophile?
Yes.
That's ignorance.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of as a matter of fact, a lot of the abuse that I have seen and experienced personally was by so-called straight genders.
Straight men, yes.
I mean, yeah. Men and women. Mm-hmm.
Straight or cisgendered?
What's
both.
that?
Straight and cisgendered.
Right. I mean, yeah. That's cisgendered is someone who identifies by their own their gender and sex are not are the same. They self-identify as whatever gender they were born as.
Oh.
It's the opposite of a transgender, basically.
Oh, okay. But the thing that I don't get about the gay and lesbian issue is the fact that what would these anti-gay so-called activists, what would they don't, none of them have an answer for the question that what do you do with a person that's born with both genders? Are they gay are they gay if they're with a female, or are they gay with the, how do you decipher that? Like, so what they do is they push that question aside and say, well, we're only speaking of the people that has a specific gender, then they're considered gay. Well, so people that are both born with both genders get a pass?
I've argued this before. They dismiss and deny it. The dismissal comes about from it being a rare and exceptional case, and therefore unimportant to the rule. The denial comes about from there's some primary gender, irrespective of there being some kind of form of. Go ahead. So, I mean, still this begs the question, right? Whatever these innate things are, and I would probably dispute some of the specifics of the claims here. Why is it significant? Why is it deemed, well, in such a, it's deemed inappropriate in such an imbalanced way, or deemed immoral in such an imbalanced way, right? The definite gender skew against, well, I guess what you might call transgression of masculine gender standards.
Well, when all the shit hit the fan is when they make a big fuss about the gay men being scouts, and then it turns out that the people they thought or were assumed to be straight men was the ones that's abusing the children.
Well, there might be something to that, but it was kind of a different. I was trying to pursue a different question.
Oh. Oh, was the question about the religious aspect of it?
No, it's the double standard aspect for it. Why it's different for the male and the female cases.
Oh, why is it different? Well, I thought we discussed that, but
well, I would maintain that it's something of an artifact of patriarchy.
What is that?
Essentially, male-dominated society.
Do you mean that they label you gay when you are with a man, Nadia? Is that what you mean?
What is that?
Do you mean that? Am I coming through?
Yes.
You are, but I have no.
You're breaking up. I don't know if my mic is working.
Your mic is working, Palm, though you are breaking up a bit too.
Oh, I'll refresh.
Yeah, Nadia, I'll admit, at best I can speculate at the double standards with things like that. It's not something that I've ever really
Is it
understood.
working?
Yeah, we can hear you, Pub. It sounds like just like your connection's kind of shaky. Less to do with like Hangout glitching out.
Oh, Nadia, I was. Oh, sorry. I was saying for Nadia. Do you say that maybe if you go with a man, that they label you gay? Is that what you mean, Nadia?
Well, that is something that happens, but it's not really what I'm discussing. I guess I'm discussing something more
Can you
abstract.
maybe
And
Can you maybe put that in a forum that's more digestible, an example for people to understand?
I may have to call upon a translator. Who can, I guess, present these kinds of abstract ideas to lay audiences better?
So you basically you're saying, why does society frown upon male to male gender in with more of basically, bringing the axe down when it's male on male, and kind of giving the female, they don't call them gay, they they basically are more accepting of that of the idea of two females. So they when they speak of gay, they're mostly talking about the male genders.
Well,
Nadia, I'm just going to try. How about, like, why is society so focused on like this side or that side, and nobody understands that we're all individuals? Like, why are we still trying to filter into where we think we belong instead of just accepting kind of who we are? Although who I believe you are is a woman just like me. I'm just wondering, why can't we be the individuals we are and that you want to be? Why do you have to struggle so much with that? When I know that you're my female friend, that's how I look at it, and I'll always look at it like that because that's your choice in expressing yourself. So I'll always respect you for that. I don't know how to better word it than, why aren't we individuals rather than trying to be in? Why are we being forced into a transgender or into, like, even the way I behave, people will say I'm not very ladylike, and it's beyond tomboyish, where it does seem like I'm in the wrong body, and a lot of men don't like that, and I understand that, but I'm not going to change myself, and I don't always feel comfortable based on the gender. I'm comfortable with the person on the inside, so I'm attracted to you because you represent the inside of you, and that's all I see. It's not that I don't care about your shell, but to me it's not all you are. You're so much more than the shell of your body, just like I am. Good.
So I think I can kind of frame. I think Faith, you bring up a good point of sort of decrying the fact that people don't live up to a rather ideal perspective.
This is why my family tells me to be quiet.
No, not at all. I think I can weigh in on at least a basic explanation of sort of the other side of things. Part of the problem is that at the very least, American society, the only one I will speak of, is often inherently misogynistic. So girls being homosexual isn't viewed as poorly because that has because it's two women being with women, and the only thing that people will be critical of is when a woman tries to act like a man because they're not a man. But it's still not looked on as harshly as men who are perceived to act effeminate. This is viewed as inherently bad. A girl can wear jeans, but a guy can't wear a dress. And it's this underlying perception that women are
Now that
inferior.
we've all had time to help me decide how I'm going to say about a palm, I don't say a boot. And I don't even know why people said that about Canadians. Even I heard Gus kind of once. I was teasing him, but Gus knows that too. I don't know. Canadian people say it about Canadians all the time. I'm not sure. I guess I hear it on the East Coast more. Like if I was going to hear it, it'd be East Coast.
I have an idea about why this could be. Perhaps it's just inherent in the way that we've evolved. You know, like if men are gay, then they're perhaps going to be not so good warriors. You know, we need men to be men for most of our history, to be strong hunters and all this. And women being two women being feminine together, no problem, right? There's no perhaps no disadvantage for that. So.
Actually, evolution.
When two women are together, one is very masculine.
That is not always the case.
Yeah, not always.
That can be the case. That is not always the case.
Perhaps generally.
Primarily, that is the case.
Right.
Well.
Yeah.
It's like I've seen two what they call bottoms, the males that act feminine. I've seen and known and been friends with two bottoms that were together. So, but that is not that is a.
That's something different. No, it is. Okay, so what I was trying to say is that there's this, and again, it has nothing to do with whether or not one woman is masculine or not.
Let's, if you want to restart the whole hangout, if you want to reboot, whatever you want to do, just try to signal so we don't worry that we offended you. I don't know, it's my energy too, I'm sure.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, well maybe that's better. Hey, Jackie. Can you hear me, Jackie?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, I just want to hear your feedback. And are you having any difficulties, or is this the first hangout you're in right now?
What?
We're having difficulties just on frequency, so I'm asking because you just came in.
I think it's Nadia has bandwidth issues.
I can hear you clearly, no glitches, nothing. Would you just come out of a hangout or just coming in now? Like, have you seen any?
No, I haven't been in a hangout at all today.
Okay, cool. Nice to see you then.
Faith.
Welcome to Nadia's Nightmare. I've been kind of, trying to stay sober, doing slightly okay, but like I've just been. We were off air earlier. Now we're recorded, but yeah, I've been here for a while. So I really appreciate you being here because maybe you can take some of my energy and like deal with that. And then Candy is here too, and I just loved meeting Candy today. So I don't know if you know Candy, but. Candy is really awesome. This is Jackie. Jackie's really awesome, so welcome.
I've met Candy before, like way back months ago. We were in a hangout once together.
Hey, Faith, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I got you, Scott. It's Nadia that's having audio.
Oh, I know, but I don't think you were hearing me before.
No, I don't think I did at all, Scott. Especially if you're like talking.
I was going on a rather long ramble, and then you kept jumping in, and it's like.
No, so, yeah. I couldn't hear you. I'd never cut you off. I didn't do that on purpose. Excuse me.
I didn't think you did. That's why I restarted my hangout session, and now I seem to be coming through just fine.
Disable this person.
Yeah, Nadia's going to reload, but that seems like that's the answer, Scott. I guess if we suddenly realize we're not being heard, I guess we've got to go in and back, in and out.
Yeah, Nadia's situation is a little different. She's having some bandwidth issues. So it could be. I know that she's on like a cell service, so I mean it could be just some interference that's messing with it. Hopefully it clears up.
Tech question then. Does it matter if we turn down our bandwidth while we're in the Hangouts? Like, does that matter? Does that affect the streamer?
Does not affect her. The only thing that could so like she changed her bandwidth to not show our video to try to get just our audio to come through. But your bandwidth adjustment would only affect your experience. It wouldn't affect how others experience you. Other than if you switch it to audio only, they're not going to see your video.
All right, well that makes complete sense. Sorry, like, and even my mouse turns my mic on, and I didn't do that, so I don't know what's going on. Weird.
Okay, we need to make sure Nadia gets back in.
I got kicked.
Welcome back.
Oh, you tethering, Nadia?
What's that?
You tethering?
Yeah, and echoing too. Load again. Yeah, this unfortunately might be a bit abstract for the panel. Unfortunately, most of my ideas are that way. But this.
No, I was.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I thought I was like presenting sort of my take on it. I don't know if you were able to hear me though, Nadia, because you were having the bandwidth issues.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about sort of, correct me if I'm wrong, Nadia, but I think the topic was sort of the double standard of perceive the double standard of homosexuality between men versus homosexuality in women, and how society handles the two of those very differently. Is that correct, Nadia?
Based up gender transition, the trans men versus trans women.
Yeah, trans men are much more accepted because we already have a cultural figure, the tomboy. So it's like tomboys are a lot more accepted than effeminate men.
And what I was
that makes it a lot easier for trans men to yeah.
Oh, but the question is why? Why is
right.
that?
And what I was putting forward is that Jackie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I was having issues earlier with some people not hearing me. What I put forward is that and speaking only for the United States, there's sort of an inherent misogyny that says that being male is better.
Mhm.
I think that's everywhere in the world, though.
I think that it's I think it has varying degrees of prevalency, and actually, to your point, Blasi, about it being evolutionary. There's actually some the effeminate man actually had an evolutionary. In some ways, it had some evolutionary utility.
Yes.
Back in the day, the less physically capable men, by being effeminate, would not be threatening to the very dominant males. So they would not get the shit kicked out of them on a regular basis, and would be allowed to stay back with the women when the men were out hunting and things like that in like ye olde days.
Right. So perhaps the question is whether it's due to evolutionary forces, or due to just how we misunderstanding and simple-mindedness and.
I think it has more to do with cultural evolution.
Maybe. I would think perhaps not, but maybe.
I think it's cultural because it seems like I don't know how it is elsewhere, but at least in Western modern society, we tend to value male traits, and there have been societies that have valued female traits, that have placed importance on the female, like tribes who value Mother Nature. It really, and you know, I think it depends on what traits people value, and that leads to if they value masculine traits or feminine traits more. If a society values nurturing, naturing, comfort, you know, emotions, then they tend to value feminine traits more. There are still micro societies out there, you know, more in not in Western society, but there are still people who value femininity more.
So perhaps because the world's been at war for so long, you know, countries have been at war with each other for so long, that masculine traits have been valued more. Perhaps that's
yeah, that was kind of where I was going with. Thank you.
I would claim that the three, you know, the biological, cultural, cultural evolution, and those, I guess, simple-mindedness affairs, are not actually distinct. They're all intertwined, essentially all part of the same larger phenomenon.
Well, yeah, so it's
complicated. I really don't think it's biological, because we recognize that there are traits in women that also have an extreme value. You know, women are the child bearers. They're the ones who do the most work in producing life, and I think that was way more valued like farther back in history than maybe it is now. I think the point about war is it can't be overlooked. I really think that war has made it so that male traits, you know, are superior, because that's how you protect your people.
Right. But I think the problem or what the reason that men are looked upon more harsher as far as being gay is because you got to realize that Christianity is a dominant religion, even though it's in different forms or different denominations. If you look at the totality of the statistical breakdown of who's the predominant religion, it's Christianity. Whether you call it Roman Catholic or you call it holiness Christian or what do you call those? The Jehovah's Witness. Whatever denomination you are, it's still all of those types of Christians all agree that they are on a one accord on one doctrine, and that is that men should not lay with men or women should not lay with women. But the main reason why they look upon the male and the male more so is because of the Bible. The Bible not only is Christianity the largest religion. It is also, the Bible has been a #1 seller for centuries. Okay, so when you have that going on, and out of all the books being sold, out of all the religious material being propagated, the Bible still outsells them all. The Bible still,
and that's a good point about religion, is that, I mean, and perceived as the father. And I think that's a huge reason male traits have been more valuable. I mean, if the God figure was mother, like a mother, like Mother Nature, like a nurturing mother figure, then I'm sure that there would be a lot of more people who would value womanly traits. Scott, you are. Oh, I think he's talking to someone else. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm talking to my wife.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you weren't talking to us and we couldn't hear you. But yeah, I think though. Hello?
Yeah, you broke out.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Your audio is like cutting in and out, Jackie. It's very inconsistent.
Hello?
No, Jackie?
I hear you.
We hear you.
I can't hear any.
Oh, there she goes.
I should come back, don't worry. What was that?
Dog.
Beautiful Crick. That man, G-Man, thinks I'm stupid because a lot of my knowledge comes from National Geographic and environment.
G-Man is the stupidest.
No, G-Man, it's just because I guess I haven't read the same things, but I try to get my hands on everything. Right now, I'm going through a National Geographic set just on, so I understand the basics of where people are going, and then I'll go find the other books. Like, I have a ton of Bibles. My grandfather was a custodian of the Catholic Church in Medicine Hat, so I was raised Roman Catholic, but I have like so many Bibles, priest Bibles, this Bible, that Bible. Anything after the coma, I studied Tibetan Book of the Dead. I studied Buddhism, but not just Buddhism. I studied only Mahayana Buddhism, the fast vehicle to get to enlightenment. So I jumped levels in Buddhism really quick because I didn't want to deal with stuff. So I only study Mahayana Buddhism is the only thing.
Oh.
The greater vehicle.
Yeah, it's just the fastest one. So that's just what I researched in my life after the coma. There's many people just I don't know, and then I got into metaphysics and quantum physics at the university here, but I live in the Western world. I don't live in the Eastern world.
If G-Man calls you an idiot or stupid, that's a compliment. If he thinks you're intelligent, that's when you got to worry.
Well, it's Saturday, not Tuesday.
Yeah, okay.
Please, yeah, or I'll bring G-Man in here.
Yay!
that isn't really a threat, stop back-talking G-Man and I'm going to invite him into this room, or no one really is on the side.
You bring the cabaret, I don't mind.
It's like talking about a circus and be like, oh, if you keep talking about it, I'm going to bring you here. It's like, oh, that'd be
Jackie saying that somebody took her spot.
There's 2 or 3 open spots in the room.
No, there isn't.
No, we're full. I'll undock for Jackie. If that's okay. I don't mind. I'm first to go. I've been here all day anyway, guys. I've done my time.
Oh, there isn't. My bad.
Ireland, and wow, I just love meeting Candy today. So sorry, I've hit the jackpot today. I'm good to go. Oh, someone dropped. Satanic Unicorn.
Good.
Me. Well, that's nice. Nice. Thank you.
Let's
All right.
We have a.
Welcome back, Jackie.
Hi, yeah, my spot literally got taken seconds after I hit refresh.
That may have been me.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
I just hit it. I didn't even count who was in the room. I was just like, let me try and see if I can get in. Hit it. The room is full. Hit it again. Oh, I got in.
Yeah.
How many people do they allow in the room?
10.
10.
10, 20. 10, 10, 20.
10, 20. Oh, not 20.
10, 10, 20's on here.
Oh, wait a minute. You got something.
Here we go. Here's an article for you about the, I guess,
Scott, is that
the right wing and,
like a bacon kebab?
Well, think about the transgenderism, right? It's the same tendency we noted with sexuality, right? The it doesn't get a male at birth, you know, really gets piled on. Well, I guess does it a female at birth gets erased, which is, yeah, or otherwise exoticized, eroticized, fetishized, and so on. So this pattern extends to other aspects of what one might call gender transgression. You know, breaking the rules of the gender, and not necessarily one you will decide it for themselves. I hope you can all bring up that article.
Wait.
On a mobile device.
Wait a minute. Be a girl, blah blah blah. Option, be a girl, blah blah blah. Back to Elizabeth, cuz back on recent Fox and Friends. Listen to this. Focus issues now, accepting boys if the consider decides to be a girl, making the transitive daybreak rate now rate to be 1.0 there. So in other words, they're gonna put a bunch of boys in the Girl Scouts. Are you kidding me?
What classes are
Okay. I can't bring up my external text chat. Anyway.
I do not know how to get to the external chat.
I'll go
What do you mean?
I don't know how to get on it, and someone tried to explain it to me. I still don't understand it. So.
Nadia, does that mean can I put it on the YouTube links on the front page, or that's not what you mean? Because I can do that.
I'm trying to access the external text chat, and there is some kind of glitch on my end making it difficult.
Nadia, I just linked the article that you linked into the external chat. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that's she wants to talk about.
Yeah, Star. Did you see the link that I posted in the chat?
No.
Because that's the external chat.
Okay, well I saw nothing pop up for me.
Did they say ugly Girl Scout? What this got to do with Fox and Friends, ugly Girl Scout, freak out? Why the right?
I want to change where we're talking right now. I want to call that inner chat, and then there's side chat, and then there's YouTube comments. So I look at this side thing as like our inner chat. Only we can see it. So I don't know what the side chat is. I can't see it. That's weird.
Wait a minute. I can go to the side chat right now. I can go to the chat, not this chat, the other chat.
It's chats all the way down.
Chats. I want my chats.
Yeah.
Oh, the chit chats.
Yeah, that might become a new could be a new disorder. We've got chat issues. People's doing it on purpose. It's a new disease.
Chat disorder, when you can't tell one chat from the other chat.
Yeah,
it's like bipolar disorder.
Yeah, Google just did that to us. Split our mind into 3. Did nobody else notice that?
So what's this article, Nadia? I mean, what's the What's the big deal? Why are they saying the ugly Girl Scout and they got a pretty lady on there? Is that a man?
No, that's that girl from The View or whatever. She's just representing the ugly girl. Never mind her face.
What the fuck?
The adjective ugly applies to the freak out.
Oh.
So, anyway.
Like an ugly attitude. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, that's
the freak
Elizabeth
out.
Hasselbeck. She's representing it.
The freak out was what was ugly, or what they're saying is ugly.
She has an ugly, dumb personality, doesn't she? All round.
It's also a poo-poo head.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what she's representing isn't. So I'm curious why they have her representing such a serious issue, because she's kind of like the last person that should be representing that. So never mind Elizabeth Hasselbeck. Look at it like David Hasselbeck or Kit Car guy. She's just a figurehead. It doesn't matter what she thinks. That's not what the subject is. You think it would be Barbara Walters, but it's not.
Barbara Streisand.
I thought she was dead.
Barbara Streisand?
No, she's still alive.
No, Barbara Walters.
Yeah, Barbara Walters is still alive. She just did a thing for David Letterman. Joan Rivers is dead, and that's who.
Oh, yeah, that's Joan Rivers. My bad.
Barbara Streisand?
I always get them mixed up.
All white women look alike, don't they?
That's certainly not true.
All the white women. All the white women.
I love your hair, Candy.
I love Scott's
Thank
balls.
you, darling.
Your hair's nice too, but I also like Scott's balls.
Yeah, Jackie just changed her hair. So, Jackie, your hair, like, to be honest, have you ever considered going like gray, white like that? Like, I've seen all these hair dyes and stuff around. Why don't you do exactly like
No,
Candy?
mine's not gray. Do it look gray?
Well, it looks like
It's
white.
white.
You're black and white. So I'm just saying, like, whatever. I think Jackie would look awesome in blonde hair, like bleach blonde, like white, like, not to bring up Courtney Love because I don't like her, but that.
Yeah, no, I literally just got Wella T18 toner like today, so I'm gonna use that to get almost white, and then I'm gonna go pink. So.
Okay, I like pink. Are you gonna shave anything? I want to get the sides of mine shaved and just use your front.
I'm not shaving anything, at least not for now. Maybe I'll get what is it, an undercut or something like that at some point, but I want to lose a little weight first before I do that.
Lose weight? Y'all need to stop it. I'm over here carrying triple D's.
Stop it!
Woo! It's like a battery size.
Damn near E's.
Jackie, we need your meal plan. I will follow it to the T. If you can lose weight, please tell me how.
Your hair looks good. You just dyed it?
I was red a few weeks back, but now I'm blonde. But it's been a process because removing red is hard. So all I need to do now is tone it, and when I tone it, it will turn white. And then after I tone and I get to my boyfriend's house in a couple weeks, we're gonna dye it pink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you highlight it pink?
I want all pink.
Oh, you want the whole thing pink? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. But like a pastel pink, not like a bright, like neon pink. I don't like.
It probably look good on you.
Hey, William, where's these comments? Are these from the outside chat?
Yes.
Yeah, keep it coming. I like that. I
Yes.
appreciate that. Good for you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. There is nothing else. That's it. That's it.
No,
So,
you think just like I do. It's exactly what I would do in your position.
You know what's weird is that my mom actually believes like the opposite about gays and transgenders. Like she thinks that only men can be gay. That women who are lesbian are just seeking attention. And she also thinks that male to female transition is more legitimate than female to male. I don't know why. It's really weird. Like I don't get her line of thinking.
Jackie, like I've just like in my life, just the way you just expressed that, like there is nobody in my life. Like I live in a small town in Canada. There's nobody in my life that does not think I'm right crazy since I've been 13, 12 years old. Like right when I started to grow, like as a woman. I just know I'm, like, I wanted to make the Olympics. I wanted to be Ben Johnson. Like, not just goals I set, but I feel I'm in the wrong body. Me trying to explain that to a psychologist or to a doctor or to anybody, they just tell me I'm looking for attention. And I swear that's not true.
You have a shitty doctor.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Would you like?
Why would anyone believe a woman wants to be a man? How many women have changed into male? Like other than Katie Lang?
Lots. I think many.
Well, Katie Lang went to school in Red Deer, an hour away from me, and she doesn't have a penis. It's not like I'm looking to have a penis, but why can't represent myself as a maybe less than a female, like a non-female? Why can't I be an individual? Why is individualism not an option on the checklist, male, female, or individual? Why is individual not an option?
Well, actually, there are some checklists now to give you an other option.
Yeah, it's really nice. Like Facebook and Google have both implemented ways to express your gender more accurately. I mean, gender is a spectrum. On one extreme opposite end is girl, and the other extreme opposite end is boy. And sometimes people don't even fall on the spectrum. Sometimes people only fall on both ends of the spectrum and nowhere in between. But they fall on both ends at the same time. Sometimes they're a totally different gender than we were used to.
Is that where society just becomes comfortable with the word freak?
Right.
Yeah, that's where society comes in and kicks you in the balls and says you're a freak. But yeah, even I don't go around saying, "Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm a girl." It's like the fact that I'm a girl did not define me in any ways. I'm just a person who happens to have been born with female parts. Whatever.
I don't have any studies to back this up, but I do agree with your observation. It does seem like male homosexuals and bisexuals tend to be more looked down upon, where women being lesbian or bisexual seems to be more of either commoditized, whatever word that would be, as lesbian, commodified. Yeah, whatever that.
With the yeah.
Commoditized.
There we go. Whatever those words are. And I don't know if it's maybe because.
Letter F, not a G.
Oh, sorry. I feel like I do have a little bit leniency on my end, lag-wise, but I don't know if it has to do with maybe we are biased towards masculine features, and therefore when a guy becomes from the stereotypical view of gay men are therefore more feminine, it's worse off than a woman seeking more masculine features. Which it isn't true either way, that you have to be more feminine to be gay or you have to be more masculine to be gay, but that's the societal view, I feel.
I think another thing.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. You trying to tell me you have to be more a male has to be more female and more muscly to be gay?
No, societally, from what I see, lesbians tend to be looked at as being more masculine, while gay men or bisexual men tend to be looked at as more feminine.
Another thing is that it's like lesbianism is more normalized because, like how men openly express how hot two girls kissing is.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
that's so hot. And then but women don't really express their desire for two men to be kissed. It's.
Gotta be kidding me.
It's a need.
What's up, Nadia?
Nadia?
Desert messaging you from outside on Skype. Nadia just saying he's here, so I can undock, and Desert can take my spot when you're ready, or we're not sure what's going on for you. But Desert's right outside, just messaged me, saying you're in my spot.
Oh, Candy left.
Maybe we've lost Nadia.
No, Nadia, come back.
No, Nadia's still in here.
I know.
There's been glitches that, like, I'm sure Candy will come right back. If not, Desert's just saying how he's making fun of me from the outside. He always says to me, "You're gonna trip. You're gonna trip." It's like an inside joke between us, like, "You're gonna trip." It's like silly. I don't know why we do it.
Faith, can I ask you a question? So,
Sure, Star. You know my name is Starbright on Facebook. I like, and every time people call you Star, I go to answer, but it.
I was gonna ask you. Would you like you say you're more of a tomboy and all that? Would you prefer to be like a? Would you prefer to have male genitalia or female genitalia, or it doesn't matter? Would you like a cock?
I think aggressively, I probably might have more fun if I had a tool. All I have is like an inverted tool, which I enjoy, so I don't think I'd change it. But I'd like to be able to have both, so yeah, I'd be a girl to put on a strap-on or something like that.
Okay, thanks.
Like, I don't know, in case that attracts anyone.
In case I was looking for a fun weekend.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. You just called me out, recorded live. Thank you.
You know what? I won't let Faith be the only one here. I mean, I can play. I don't care about whether I play the female role in bed or not. It doesn't matter to me. Like, my genitalia are not, like, which one I have is not the least bit important to me at all. So I can relate to Faith in that aspect.
I surprisingly can't find anything except for opinion data that says that gay men, I don't know, are less accepted than lesbians. Surprisingly, I would have thought that there would be at least like a Pew Research poll.
What it is.
What it do?
I think when people think of lesbians, though, they think about something erotic, whereas in reality, it's a bull dyke, right?
It's a bunch of boys, is what it is.
Well, yes. There have been interviews. Most lesbians concur that lesbian porn that you will find online was made for men, not lesbians.
Right. Yes. But women do seem to be more bisexual, right?
That's actually a fair question. I don't know if part of that. You see, you start to get a little muddy, because are they more commonly bisexual? Or is it simply a case of because it's more acceptable, more reporting? What is that? A reporting bias?
Right. Well, I mean, like for example, there are many guys I know. They wouldn't want to watch gay porn, and I'm pretty sure they've got no interest in watching gay porn. But women can watch see women kissing and enjoy their bodies and they get turned on, I think. My experience, a little.
Okay, here's an example. You can actually have a custom gender in Google Plus, and I made mine custom. I stuck trans ahead of female as a qualifier.
Nice.
Just to be a little bit more out, so to speak.
I found research. So it appears from what this says. So Pew Research did a study. The gay people who were polled by Pew said they think lesbians are more welcome than gay men are. 1 in 4 said there is a lot of acceptance of lesbians, who now have to go and check to see if this is actually coming from homosexual people. But 1 in 4 said there is a lot of acceptance of lesbians, so 25%. Just 15% characterized it that way for gay men. A third said bisexual women are accepted a lot, compared to just 8% of bisexual men. And only 3% of those polled said transgender adults are accepted. The median age at which gay men said that they had their first inkling was 10 years old.
Well, I mean, I guess that does make some sense. 10 years old is probably on the younger side of when puberty and hormones start to happen.
Mm-hmm. It's also when those damn liberals keep teaching them, gay sex ed. So that might also be it. Thanks, Obama.
True.
It's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. They don't accept younger than 10 at the gay conversion camps. I think FEMA runs those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the whole then premise that people feel that they're born in the wrong body? That's before at the age of 12 or 10.
Right. That's a different case.
Yeah. This is just.
Well, like for example, like not to be personal, I know we're recorded. My sister will probably hunt me down and kill me. That's okay, because I haven't talked to her in a year and a half, so I want to see her. So maybe this will get her attention. It's kind of like my sister and I, like we're extremely close. This is the first time we've ever been apart. We've been apart only like 200 and some days, or 300 and some, like a year and a half. So to me, it's like 2 years. So I'm not calculating right. But anyway, I don't believe she was born gay, because I was so close with her growing up and stuff. Like, we have our fetishes. Like, we love people like Bruce Lee. If she has a fetish of any sort, it's Oriental men like Bruce Lee. And it wasn't until she had one bad male relationship, which was her first. Of course, it's my fault also, because I introduced her to the man and thought it'd be good. And they owned a house together. They were together for 3 years, etc., etc. When it came to the point of confining my sister into marriage and having children and doing all that, she pulled the, oh, I can't because I'm gay. And then and that was okay, but I'm gay since birth. I'm like, no. You might have chosen your decision now at 24, but I don't buy that the whole time that's the way you thought, because I've been with you the whole time. So maybe I'm misunderstanding something.
Well, okay, so not everyone necessarily comes to the realization. Gay at birth is a tricky thing, because typically humans don't experience sexual attraction until much later, and it's not always the case that everyone realizes that they have attractions to the same sex.
Oh, Scott, we would be up late at night. My brother and I were, like, James is 3 years older than her, so we'd be up watching Porky's on the YouTube channel. Elizabeth was introduced to sex before she was 8 years old.
What's a Porky?
Porky is a sexual movie. It's like kind of a, high school kind of sex movie.
It's a classic.
But being introduced to the concept of sex at age 8 doesn't necessarily mean that you're experiencing sexual attraction. You get what I'm saying?
Well, in my world, how are we attracted to Bruce Lee from grade 7, 8, 9, 10, and then all of a sudden, no, I've always been attracted to women. Bruce Lee isn't a woman, is he?
My best friend from grade everything up to freshman year of college thought he was straight.
I really am not going to even pretend to argue what your sister does or does not believe she has experienced. I can't really speak to that in the slightest. I would just say that not everyone necessarily realizes that they are attracted, realizes what their sexuality is at the same time. Now, it seems a bit incongruous to me, but then again, I've met plenty of women who are straight up lesbian who still find the physical form, can still admire the male physical form.
Really?
But don't necessarily have a sexual attraction to it.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
I
can admire Bruce Lee's physique, but I'm not. That's.
But you don't want to bang it.
Right now, aren't they?
Unless you do want to bang it, that's perfectly fine.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Hold on.
Corpse either.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I can offer a couple other explanations. One is that sexuality is fluid. I do know people who, really thought they were straight at first, and then, it wasn't until their, 30s or 40s, they kind of, accepted themselves or deciding, hey, I'm going to try this. Oh, wait, I'm bisexual. It's probably the most common thing, So she could be bisexual and just didn't explore that side. And then we also have, she could have been openly, admiring Bruce Lee just to hide her sexuality. Could have been another option. So I don't know your sister, obviously, and only she can really offer any sort of explanation for that. But it's not up to us to say, and it's also not up to you to say, hey, I've been with you all this time. I know otherwise, because only she really knows.
I wonder if sexuality can change.
Oh, that was my point. That sexuality could change. We're not. I don't know about any biological hard evidence for that yet, but perhaps it could. I mean, I've seen people flip flop.
Quick before we move on, just so I don't screw the whole thing up. Jackie, question: are you the youngest or the oldest of siblings? Do you have siblings?
I'm the oldest of two, so I have a younger sister.
I do take your advice. Then I apologize for dominating my sister again, but she's like, I do. You're right. It's not my place, and if you weren't the oldest of your set, I would think you're full of shit, but I know you're not.
Damn.
So, fuck. Yeah, I just lost that argument, Jackie. Jeez. Man, I thought I was right. I'm so excited to see her, but I have no right to tell her what I think of her. I should get some duct tape. Holy shit, you're right. Yeah, I don't need to apologize because I only told you guys, right? It's not like I say that shit to my sister's face.
Well, text your sister. Have a good chat. You said you haven't talked to her in a while.
No, it's like my parents and other people in our family, like, oh, what the fuck's wrong with her? Like, she cracked out. She's a heroin addict. Lots of trouble. But to be honest, she wasn't like that until my coma. When I woke up from the coma is when she fell. And to be honest, I don't need her to tell me she couldn't handle it. I know she couldn't handle what happened to me, so she went and did that. So I don't need to discuss it. What I need to do is just like Jackie said, just listen or be there if she needs to talk. That's all I can do, because I'm lucky to have her still with me at all.
Yeah, I have a little sister, and you know, she wants to be a cop. She's in high school right now, and while I question that, it really isn't up to me to tell her that that's wrong. Like I want to support her through whatever she wants to do. You know, I'm just worried about the whole police brutality thing, what's been going on. I don't know what that career pathway will do to people. Yeah. So I'm nervous for her, but it's not up to me to tell her what she can and can't do or what she can and can't be. You know what I mean? If she is boy crazy, absolutely boy obsessed. But if she turned to me one day and said, "You know what? I'm actually a lesbian," I would give her a big hug and a kiss on the cheek and tell her how much I love her and how much she means to me.
I think it's kind of like the difference where, like, I say to my brother and sister, do you think I give two shits what you're doing when you close your bedroom door? Like, it's none of my business, just like I don't want them knowing what I'm doing when I close my bedroom door and stay out. Like, it's not like I don't care about people's diagnosis when you need to be labeled, but I've never wanted to be labeled homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual, gay. Like, I can't even think of enough words. To be honest, I think that since I woke up from the coma, I kind of wish I just woke up mute and just didn't talk. I always regret that I talked. Like, words and linguistics are what most of any of the disagreements are about, whether it's a book or whether it's how we speak, or judgments, and having to categorize shit. I don't label anything, and I try to talk as little as possible. I like being off air, but like today is a different day, and I really feel comfortable with everybody here, but there's got to be like 30 people watching this outside. So I might as well be drinking because it would make more sense if I was.
Yeah, I'm drinking right now, so.
I know, but like I really enjoyed the last time you did with me, Jackie, because you showed parts of your personality with Patrick. I'm not sure if you remember exactly, but I certainly never want to talk about it. But I know where you are, and you helped me realize that I need to slow down a bit. So it's all good. It's all good. Keep reflecting. I love it. Just love it.
Thank you.
I was a bit reserved myself. At the same time, I mean, the kinds of ways, you know, they say me, I myself would have been, I guess, demonstrably so, or not necessarily readily presented, right? I mean, had to do with aspects of my body that, yeah, not so much with, you know, the outward sign, like, say, clothing or professions of particular gender, right? And well, for sexuality, I don't have quite the struggle there, but the I mean, I would question that it would be so innately visible even to someone rather close.
I didn't catch what you said there, Nadia. Oh, a bit hard to follow.
Which part?
The whole thing.
God.
Okay, I'll cut my video.
No. You weren't breaking up. Oh, it's just.
Just what?
I don't know.
Did anyone else?
I heard you, Nadia.
I heard you, but I didn't quite understand what you were saying.
Okay. Shorter recap to try to, well, the risk of people to dumb it down.
Thank you.
The kind of early signs and such are not always necessarily innately visible. Even a close observer might not be able to know them.
Right.
Actually, even though there be signs of that, they might not necessarily be kinds of things that would, if you saw them, you would immediately conclude that. It's more that in retrospect you can see them as confirmation or
okay,
and so on.
Gotcha.
But that's actually a separate point, but still.
Oh, Faith. It's my email. Rather not. I get it's not an RSS feed, but it's essentially an RSS feed routed to just send me emails. Yeah, aggregated with just data from like Reddit or CNN or Huffington Post and whatever. Some of them do get editorials, so maybe there's an editorial or somebody saying that the drinking age should be lowered. No, I don't have private emails. And okay, not private emails as in with private
wait
parts.
a minute. No, the drinking limit? Hell no, no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No,
not sex with reptiles. Stuff like university related that like you have to have like passcodes for and go through an administration with because it's not public really. Plus, it has my actual email address. I don't want people spamming with the email. Sex with the biology department.
The whole anthropology department at once?
That's a hell of a thesis right there.
That's fucking right. The guy's sex is that you mentioned. God damn.
Hey, if that could be my sign me up for a doctorate.
For everyone who is listening and wondering what the hell is going on, I'm getting reports that are saying that, like, I guess a state's trying to pass a law, or it maybe is passing a law to reduce the drinking age, which is a bit ridiculous in my opinion.
So China's starting to lower the ban of the age for younger people to drink.
I think
that is a bad idea. Trust me, it's not going to do really good at all. We're going to have fights, accidents, the air's going to come, it's going to come, it's going to get worse.
Is anyone else? She's coming in a little bit silent.
Hold on, I disagree. I think the drinking age needs to be lowered to at least 18.
No.
Hey,
18, yeah.
You got to say your reasons, and now I get the floor. Thank you. I think that it's evident in European countries that if you grow up around alcohol, I mean, some European countries the drinking age is 16, which I think is ideal. But I'll compromise and say 18. But I think when you're young and you grow up around alcohol, you have parents there to help regulate it. It's more accepted. It destigmatizes it. A lot of people who, teenagers in the U.S., they go out and, they sneak out of their parents' house or they go partying and they hide the booze in their backpacks and they go to parties and, and there's a culture here, as soon as you turn 21, it's like, hell yeah, let's get drunk and stuff. It's a lot more dangerous. I think when we have the drinking age so high, we promote dangerous drinking habits. And if we have it lowered, then, you know, it's not, we destigmatize teenagers, you know, just wanting a beer when they get home from high school, you know. It's not like a big deal, because when you decriminalize it, it becomes less desirable. So yeah.
That's kind of the argument that, you know, we should allow 13-year-olds to get a gun license because it will allow it to be more regular. I mean, I feel like it's the fact that kids in Europe don't feel the same, you know, need to, you know, hide, which I'm not even sure how true that is really, but I would attribute to America just was more puritanical. You know, we were the city on the hill. We were founded by, you know, Quakers and Puritans, and so, you know, it's more of that than any age. I mean, Europe is, you know, there's a lot of differences between European countries and America, and I feel like the studies show that just on a statistical basis, the majority of car crashes already happen from, you know, the age range of 18 to 21. The people you see overdosing on alcohol are 18 to 21, and not 21 and above.
Well, let me say something. I do think that the drinking age should be 16, but the reason why I actually say 18 is because our nation is a driving nation. We do get behind cars, and we allow our teens to have driving permits at 16. The thing is, in Europe, not everyone, you know, drives. A lot of people ride their bike. They walk places. There's more walkable cities there. That is a concern, which is the only reason why I cater to, you know, at least 18 for here.
I am of the opinion that the drinking age should be at least 18, because if you're old enough to join the military and die for your country, you should be old enough to drink.
I agree with that, and that is the reason why I feel like this may be the most unpopular opinion, but that is why I feel like you should be able to get drafted, you should become a legal adult, you should be able to buy cigarettes and all that at the age of 21. And the age of adulthood should be bumped up to 21, and not the reverse.
I'm going to step out for a bit, guys.
Gotcha. And I do feel like that complicates one thing in particular, which is student loans. I have a huge problem with the idea that, you know, I have a friend who just turned 18, you know, a couple weeks ago, and he just finished his freshman year. So essentially, he entered into college at the age of 17, right? He was able to essentially sign himself into thousands of dollars of debt in private loans and federal loans before he was even adult.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. I kind of got set up in that trap too. I'm 22 now, and I totally regret going to an expensive college. I made a stupid decision when I was 18, and it's just not reversible. You know, you can't go back and...
Yeah.
I mean, even when I was 20, I was entering my junior year, I was like, well, you know, shit, I'm halfway through college, I'm already in all this debt, like, it's basically, I should probably finish my degree, because I've already done this.
And I guess the only solution to that problem is just make college public and socialize it. Yay.
Yeah, and forgive all student debt, because...
Well, I don't... Forgiving student debt I don't think would be feasible, but I do feel like a lot of propositions which are being put forth, especially by Bernie Sanders 2016, would solve the problem, you know, essentially subsidizing colleges, you know, publicizing them, and putting them into the system. You can have your private college, but you'll have to pay tuition on that. You won't have to pay tuition if it's public, which I don't know if that would mean for Penn State, because it's this weird public-private school, and there's only like 2 other examples of it in the nation, but, you know, I personally feel like we should already start transitioning to where community colleges are saying, look, we're going to offer free education to the people in the county. It will raise your taxes, but it will allow any of your kids to come here, even if they just want GEDs, gen eds, and then to just go off to whatever other college they want. And it would help kids a lot. It wouldn't really help my situation. We looked at the idea of like, oh, well, why don't you just take community college classes for your gen eds, and it'll be so much less expensive. And then we're like, oh, wait, because a lot of universities screw you over by just not accepting gen ed credits from other colleges.
Yeah, that was the problem I had. Sucked.
There's also a thing for that, which is essentially national curriculums. Say, this is the curriculum for what a freshman chemistry class is. If it happens anywhere around the nation, it doesn't matter, it must, transfer. And that's what I feel like the Department of Education should do. I don't think it needs to spend all this damn time making standardized tests, but I don't think that Rand Paul's solution of cutting it by a quarter really solves anything, because essentially what that means is buy Pell Grants, buy federal loans, anything which is going to help students, that's what's going to be cut first. Because apparently it's deemed non-essential to the Department of Education to help students get a fucking education.
Mm-hmm.
Well, which I guess adds to my thesis. The right wing is inherently evil.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your thesis of having sex with the whole entire anthropology department.
I got you.
I will say this. ISIS and the right wing would get along if they shared the same religion.
Yeah.
They already do.
True. I saw someone who was saying that whatever the ISIS leader is a better leader than Obama, and I'm like, that is literally treason. The right wing is incredibly good at saying, any opposition is evil and terrible and we should overthrow it. And then when they're in power, anyone who does the same thing is labeled unpatriotic and un-American and a terrorist.
Republican Party should be declared a terrorist organization.
I think we just need a third party in the mix. This whole two-party system is really fucking us over.
The only way to do that, though, would be change how we vote, and I feel like that's in the Constitution, or it might be outlined in some other extremely high legal document, and so it would take a lot of work.
Well, you know what?
It works for England.
The problem, hold on, the issue is that we have corporate lobbyists funding either the Democratic or the Republican side.
Yeah.
And the only reason why we have those two parties is because they get the most donation money. They're the wealthiest. They can advertise more. So I say make it a fair playing field. Don't let corporations be able to donate, because that stupid Supreme Court ruling where they ruled that corporations are like people, so they're allowed to donate to campaigns.
Yeah.
Get rid of that.
I agree to get rid of that.
That was the worst decision ever.
I agree to get rid of that, but I don't feel like it's the corporations, because the two-party system existed way before that. Essentially, what happens is, if you can only vote for one person, which is the problem, that you only vote for one person, people don't end up voting for the person they actually want. They vote for the person who they want, but can also be elected. And so therefore, after the first election, when, it's maybe like this party gets 40% of the vote, this party gets 30%, and then, there's a trickling of... let's do it like this, right? Party that wins gets 50%, the runner-up gets 40%, or no, the runner gets 30%, and then the next party gets 20. All the people who voted for that party only got 20%. Now wants to go, well, I might as well vote for the top person or the second to top person because there's not enough people in this party. And so they all flock to those two. The solution is give people multiple fucking votes. Do it first by the post. Do it anything other than you get one vote, pick who you want.
I would highly recommend Tideman's ranked pairs, or otherwise Schulze's Cotter stage for sequential dropping in lieu of first past post. But for multi-seat, single transferable vote or a mixed member proportional would be most appropriate.
Single transferable I'd be okay with. The only complication with this is getting them to change the constitutional amendment and finding something which Americans would be okay at. Because if there's anything which history tells you is Americans will fight progress every single fucking step of the way as long as the opposition has anywhere near a majority.
Shoot. Do you think that we should follow Australia and require citizens to vote?
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I agree, because, like, I feel like not enough people who at least are my age are voting, because when I talk to people my age, they're like, oh, I don't trust any politician, so I'm not going to vote. And that really hurts the true majority. Which I think the actual majority of the United States is left-leaning, is Democratic-leaning. But a lot of those people, okay, well, a lot of those people are young.
They just don't fucking vote.
And they don't go out and vote because and their excuse is, well, I don't trust politicians, so I'm not going to vote. Or like they don't want to partake in a process to elect officials of government they can't trust.
That is essentially every time you think of any big people's rebellion against the government, that's essentially what happens, where you have this position where young people don't trust the government, they don't vote, and they don't have jobs. And so what they do? They riot and loot and rebel. Which is why a lot of the actual millennials' votes tend to go to radical people or third parties. And then they just usually end up dropping off because those people don't tend to win. Even the people who voted for Ron Paul last time don't even want to vote for Rand Paul, because a lot of them are just completely don't like the system anymore, and I honestly don't blame them.
Yeah.
I would be okay with single transferable vote, though. I'm okay with that. Yeah, well, people, fucking, the way you could completely get this country to actually reflect the views of its people is, make any voting day, whether it's local, whether it's state, whether it's national, or municipal instead of local, and say it is a holiday. I don't care if it's you will get paid or just it's a business holiday. Nothing is going to be open except emergency service, whatever, and say this is a holiday. It's voting day, whatever. You must vote. And don't even do it where if you don't vote and you don't have a legitimate cause, you get fined. Say you lose, actually do it where they get paid, right? You get paid the regular salary, whatever you'd be scheduled for. Except you lose whatever pay for that day. And so if you're, unemployed and you don't vote, fine, you don't lose anything. But, if you make thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, and you don't go in to vote for that day, you lose all of it. It will come in as tax money.
Well, then that just encourages more wealthy people to vote, and discourages the less wealthy people to vote.
It doesn't discourage the less.
Well, it doesn't discourage them, but doesn't really. I don't know. I don't really know about that.
The problem is if you give, let's say, a $500 fine, people who are in poverty can't pay for that. Which is why I feel like there needs to be adjustment, because we have this weird system where, you know, you can fine rich people all you want. They're going to get, you know, they can keep doing it. It just comes as, you know, oh, well, this is not the price I pay for running red lights. This is not the price I pay for speeding. What do you do? It's, you know, not even a percentage on my paycheck. And then to compensate for that, we have to push it up. And then regular people, if they get stuck with any kind of fine, it's, you know, weeks of salary.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that is a better solution than like a $500 fine. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I get it now.
I mean, if you make it a holiday, it shouldn't even matter. You know, people should be able to go out and vote. A lot of the problem is, you know, you have these people who they work the whole entire time that voting booths are open, and you have 1 day of voting, and you can't get I'm forgetting the word for it, but when you essentially send in a letter with your vote, you can't do that unless you have a reason, like you're out of state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Get rid of voting entirely, and use election by lottery from the general population.
Oh God, no.
Just like jury duty.
No.
Why not?
So wait, did you hold on.
Well, wait, jury duty isn't actually really random lottery.
It's, well, apart from the selection process.
Yeah, which makes it very not lottery.
You're randomly chosen for jury duty, and then whether you get to be on a trial or not is a selection process.
Yeah.
Wait. I have one question for Star. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say we need to get rid of mail-in ballots?
No. The problem with the mail-in ballots is that right now, people who work the whole entire day when ballots are open, when voting booths are open, can't use the ballot system where you send it in via mail because they don't accept the reason that you're just working, which is ridiculous. And I feel like the whole entire purpose of it is you're trying to disenfranchise people who are in the working class. Are we switching Hangouts, Nadia?
No, that was a error, and the link to this Hangout is anyway.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, as long as you're still mailing ballots for people who are like out of state or something, because I had to rely on mail-in ballots for the past couple of elections.
Mail-in ballots are perfectly fine. I feel like the local and state can, determine the whole entire whether independents can vote in primaries or not. I feel like the whole entire idea is a little bit stupid, but I understand the reason behind it. I think it's valid. The only part I don't like, why the fuck do judges run on a party? Right? So, like, if you look at your municipal or your local, most of them run on Democratic Republican tickets, like both of them, but judges shouldn't be on a fucking party.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous. Another concern I have are the number of states that are requiring, like, they're taking away mail-in ballots, and they're, laws that are similar to voter IDs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of states who are trying to get rid of the poverty vote, or the student vote, or the vote that tends to lean Democratic.
Yeah.
And I just think that's horribly disgusting. And I don't know how any of those laws have been passed.
Nadia, go ahead.
That just makes me want to throw up.
Nadia?
What's wrong?
We'll let Nadia real quick because she has a hand up.
Yeah.
These incentivization measures. Is there punitive, number one, and number two, put the onus on the actual voter, right? It's like, for the census, people feel it's fine and have outreach, but somehow for votes, well, it's all up to the actual voter. I mean, at that point, you have something of an issue, and particularly when, let's say, you put that, what is it, impossible dilemma of, well, take the cut in pay for however many weeks versus lose your job altogether, right?
So, I want to know what's wrong with the election by lottery method.
Because people, first off, certain people do not want to be president. Second off, why should I have to be? I didn't choose that representative. Pure and simple.
Oh, so you want to get? So you do everything you can to get out of jury duty when you're summoned?
No, jury duty is different because jury duty, the whole entire point of it is that you're being judged by your peers. And so the best way to do that, unless there are certain procedures which kind of do a scientific stratification of it, but most of the time it is, you're being judged by your peers, so you randomly select from your peers to get rid of any biases. But taxation without representation isn't taxation, without peer representation. It's being represented. You're not being represented by a jury. Your peers are being represented.
Your argument doesn't seem to make any sense to me. I don't understand why it should be a bad thing that, all right, 2 years out of your life, you have to take a $174,000 a year job and you're forced to serve in Congress. Or 6 years out of your life, you're taking an even higher paid job and you have to serve in the Senate.
What purpose?
4 years is $400,000 a year you're forced to be President of the United States, or what have you. I mean, what is the problem behind that? I mean, it cuts money out of the equation. It cuts out the political action committees.
Well, no, because everyone would be invested in that capitalistically. Everyone would go, right, this person has absolutely no reason to, represent their constituency because it's just a lottery. They don't have any hopes of rerunning. They weren't elected in the first place from their constituency. So let's just throw money at them and see, who has the highest bid for, to get this or that passed, right? The problem is you're not being represented by your people.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to take bribes for votes. I mean...
Right. They're just called super PACs right now.
So the way it would work is you're now in office. You vote however the hell you like on bills. You propose
that's wrong,
etc. According to whatever your position is. You've got a legal staff that can walk you through the ropes.
Who gets to decide who's on the legal staff?
Well,
are they also randomly selected?
That's a good question. I haven't actually got a good answer for that one, though.
The pure and simple is you're not being represented.
Well, the thing is, you would be represented because you would be taking a slice of the population by random sampling, and they would be the ones put into office.
So
they would be your peers, your representatives.
What purpose does this randomly selected person have for representing my idea for how the state should be run?
Well, they represent their idea, and it could be that you're one of the people that's picked, in which case you get to represent your idea.
So in other words, it's not you're being represented. You're not being represented. It's just when you're in power, you're allowed to be represented, but then no one else is.
Well, how the hell is that different from what it is now? I mean, what it is now is the people with the money are the ones that get into office. The people who have strong, backing from corporations and plutocrats. Whereas if you just use a lottery process, then you get a statistical sample of the population put in place, and they would be, representative of the population.
Because it's not that every time someone has the most money they win. It's not that simple. It's not like, just putting your name in more places makes you win an election. I do think there is a correlation. I do think there are problems with, people backing with, PACs and super PACs. I do feel like that's a problem. I don't think your problem really gets rid of that at all. But nonetheless, if my senator wants to be reelected, if he wants that job again, if he wants to continue doing good, whatever that good he thinks is, covering every base, whether he just wants the money or not, whether he's actually doing it for a good reason, regardless of any of that, they need my vote. They need my neighbor's vote. And therefore, if they do things that we don't like, they're not getting reelected. And they have that incentive, therefore, to actually not piss off the whole entire state by doing just what they want.
Well, they don't listen to you anyway.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm from Pennsylvania. The last governor got fucking kicked out of office because he kept screwing over schools.
Oh, and you were singularly responsible for that?
Yeah, I actually was singularly responsible for that because I singularly voted. But everyone who voted for the other guy and kicked out the it's something. I think he was actually it was like the first time in like a couple like decades that the incumbent was actually kicked out. But yeah, no, he was not actually representing the majority of the people in the state, and so the majority of the people in the state kicked him out.
Yeah. Well, I would do a trial case first, test it at the federal level, see if it works there, and then maybe the states can go to election by lottery.
So, like, what if, the president's just randomly selected and he's, a cokehead?
You mean like George Bush?
I don't think George Bush was actually as bad as just someone who is literally addicted to cocaine.
Oh, like Jeb Bush.
Jeb Bush is not literally... Right. George Bush admitted doing cocaine. He was not a cokehead when he was in office. Right. I think George Bush was a terrible president. I think he was not at all suitable to run a country, let alone run a state, let alone run a freaking city. However, he wasn't a cokehead. He was not literally unable to run a country.
Okay, so would you be willing to have like a pre-selection process where you
get
a group of people together, make sure they are competent to serve, and then do a lottery system?
Yeah, and that's what we have now. We have a pre-trial process where everyone can run for presidency, can run for governor, can run for senator, can run for House of Representatives. Everyone can run for them. It's just the pre-trial selection is a majority vote.
Well, basically, I'm just working on a way to get the monetary influences out of the system entirely.
Take away Citizens United v. whatever, and pass more laws that prevent it. Break up banks, break up corporations. But the idea of we're just going to make it, I mean, I guess the best way you could do is let's just have a new president every single day, and therefore, by the time they cast a check, it doesn't even matter. But that would be ludicrous.
Well, I wasn't thinking of changing the term limits. Or the term lengths, sorry. Although I would be interested in term limits on senators and representatives. Say
I'm
terms
sure
for
of it.
senators and 6 terms for representatives.
I'm unsure of that. I feel like there should be something instead to defeat that where people running should be granted at least, a minimum amount from the state. As long as they maybe, I don't know, win a primary or, win some other thing so that, everyone who doesn't apply this immediately gets $5,000. But I don't think the solution to any of that, however, is I'm going to mute Nadia because she's getting feedback. I don't think the solution to any of that is let's just take away the whole entire idea of representative democracy.
Well, it would be representative. It would just be representative statistically rather than by a popularity contest.
Well, if anything, it would be less representative, right? Because if you're still electing one person from the whole entire pool. So you are getting a stratification. It's just one single part of that stratigraphy. Except in one case, you were just literally selecting anyone possible, who might have absolutely no experience with politics, might have absolutely no political theory, might have absolutely no idea of how law works, how, any of this works. And the other person, who I would argue is tending to be more too specialized, but I feel like that's because of things like Citizens United, but at least knows what the hell they're doing, and at least wants the position, and is trying to, actually represent people somewhat. It doesn't matter how much money you have. At the end of the day, your money does not buy a vote. And that's actually why I disagree, why I find libertarianism joke. Because libertarianism is an idea of your vote should account to how much money you have. And, because stupid people apparently don't have money, voting sucks because, they're on equal footing with you.
I'm not aware of that being a libertarian thing, but whatever.
I feel like it's what it boils down to, in most cases.
Statistically, the people who win are the ones that have the most financial backing.
Well, let's look that up.
Doesn't happen all the time, but I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying usually they do.
Let's go to Freakonomics.com. Let's see if they have a good study.
Just for example, how much money does Hillary Clinton have in her war chest for presidency?
A fucking lot, and that's why I'm not voting for her and I'm voting for Bernie Sanders. But if Bernie Sanders all of a sudden got so much money from individual payers, it's not money that corrupts. It's money from people who have an interest, which doesn't actually reflect the people. A campaign cannot represent people. It can only represent a corporation. And the Constitution didn't start we the corporations. It didn't start we the people in the corporations. I'm not finding much research right now.
Yeah, corporations are mere fronts for plutocrats.
Yeah,
corporations are mere fronts for plutocrats. Plutocrats are the root issue, and plutocracy, well, it's expressed in many ways. I mean, the direct democracy, and I suppose some kind of direct delegated system are generally more of the ways things go than these sorts of lotteries. Go ahead.
Yeah. Corporations don't actually vote. They just manage to provide a huge war chest by, having unlimited ability to finance a campaign now.
I mean, it could also be that corporations are funding these people, but they're also actually competent. I can't find research on it right now. I'm not coming up with anything that's actually I would find adequate research.
The question of competency is somewhat moot, though. I mean, the idea of meritocracy, well, that's a neologism. What was actually in the past was that ruled by the best. Those who had the most merit. Except there was a Greek word for best, aristos, and that led to our term we still use today, aristocracy.
I don't think that it's who's the most competent. I'm just saying that, is Hillary Clinton a more competent politician than I would be? Sure, because it doesn't matter whether I disagree with her actual, ideas. I don't understand how to run a campaign. I don't understand, law. I don't understand how actual politics works. I wouldn't be competent. Just like, a construction worker is more competent at building a house than I am. I don't think politics is this thing where, you know, oh, everyone should be able to be a politician. Well, okay, that can be taken out of freaking context. Everyone should and can be a politician, but you can't do so by simply wanting. You have to actually, you know, learn and, you know, have experience. Just like anything else. I would find that getting, you know, you would even the playing field by saying each individual person in a state can donate, you know, let's say $200 to a political campaign. And that wouldn't even be, you know, just to offset, you know, company money. It would be that you now have $200, you have to research into what person is going to get that $200, because most people aren't going to go, well, I'm just going to go log on to the, you know, this guy's and donate. You know, it would actually incentivize. It would actually be going, wow, I can actually, you know, help do something and, you know, be a part of the political process.
Well, you need an educated electorate.
That's why we have public education. Lots of other reasons why, but public education.
Yeah,
unless you live in Texas. Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that our public education has essentially, you know, been bleeding out, and then we continue to go, well, look at it. It's, you know, it's not performing well. Maybe if we kick it a bunch of times and, you know, take more money out of its pocket, maybe it'll do better. I don't think that means that no public education is a solution.
I never said no public education was a solution at all. I think public education does need more financing and such, because it is clearly lacking. And there's also inequities in public education, because areas where people are generally well-to-do and pay high property taxes, you have more money spent per student in those schools than lower income areas. And so there is an automatic inequity built in from childhood.
Property taxes
you could do statistically.
Property taxes are a really shitty way of funding schools, but in all honesty, I don't know what else you'd do if that would make, you know, eliminate bias. Not, you know, change the bias to one thing or another, but eliminate it.
Oh, the
federalized funding.
What?
Federalized funding.
Yeah.
And then use, of course, the general funds and so on to deal with it.
So would it essentially be like an income tax?
Well, it would be part of your income tax. Yes, you get rid of the property tax. That way, you're not throwing old people out of houses they've been living their whole lives in, because they can't keep up with the property tax on their once worth something pension. And you give every school a certain amount of money per student.
Okay. The problem with that would be how you decide which school gets what. But also, I do want to say I do find a little bit. I don't think old people are getting thrown out of any homes because the property tax is too high. I feel like it's because their Social Security has been cut or their pensions have been cut.
Dude, I got first-hand experience with this. Trust me, it does happen.
Oh no, it does happen, but you know, if I'm betting on I'm getting this pension of $100, right? And you know, my tax for the day is $1. That's really not that much. But then if all of a sudden my pension gets cut, I can't afford to pay that tax. But it's not because the tax is too high. It's because I didn't get the money I was working for.
Well, I think you're not seeing the whole picture there. The taxes go up much, much faster than the Social Security payments and whatever funding is in a retirement account.
Yeah, well, that is a problem with what is happening in a system, not necessarily the system.
Yeah, well, it's causing people to lose houses.
Yes, I agree that people
and everything.
I agree that people are losing houses from amounts of tax that they can't pay. It's just that I don't feel like it's because the taxes are too high. I feel like it's because we fucked them over.
Well, making the taxes too high is fucking them over.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I'm trying to think of it. Like,
where would you rather?
If I have a paper cut, if I have a paper cut,
or into keeping the house repaired,
huh?
Where would you? Let's assume you own a house outright. You've paid the mortgage over 30 years, and it's a decent house. It requires annual upkeep because of its age. And let's say the annual upkeep would be about $15,000 a year. However, the school tax is also $15,000 a year. And if you don't pay the school tax, the sheriff comes and sells your house to cover the tax.
But don't
if you
know
pay
anyone
the tax,
who's.
You don't have the money to make the repairs, so the house falls down.
I don't know anyone who's, the upkeep of utilities and all that is equivalent to the property tax for schools. I just simply don't.
Well, you do now.
Do you live in a small house?
I do now. I used to live in a big house.
Well, I can look up statistics, or try to look up statistics for my area. It might be selection bias. It could very well be. I'm going to, I'm not going to say that, I studied this, with nationwide studies.
Well, I'm a single data point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so what would happen is that essentially you have $15,000 to, keep up your house, but now instead of going, you have to pay $15,000, we're going, well, now we're going to chip out of your income. And granted, it takes out of retired people. They don't have to bear that burden. Although I would say there's a lot of communities where there's just old people.
Yeah, but the $15,000 that you could have put into keeping your house standing goes to the school district instead for the property tax.
Yeah.
Because you can't spend that dollar twice. It goes one way or the other. If you decide not to pay the property tax, the sheriff comes up to you and nails a notice on your door saying that your house will be, and there's also a notice at the courthouse that it'll be going up for sheriff's auction on such and such a date to pay off the tax.
But then if you do it by income tax, it's essentially, okay, you have to pay less, but you also have less money.
Well, there's more people chipping into the bill, and it's based on the ability to pay, not on some imaginary value of the property that you live in.
I would say it'd be very hard to, well, I guess, poverty line, okay, so.
So you're basing it on ability to pay, and the way you would apportion the money is X number of dollars per student enrolled in the school.
Across the board.
Along those lines.
Across the board?
Well, yeah.
I'm not sure I would agree with that.
So you want some students to be worth more than others?
I feel like we have a huge incentive to just not get schools, and I feel like schools would then go, we're going to cut, any program we have if, the numbers aren't helping. Right, so we'd have to be talking about physical numbers, right? But the problem is, okay, so you have, essentially what this would be driving is that all the rich people would just send their kids to private schools because they can take the income tax, but they would probably much rather get more from the kids.
Yeah, well,
they already do.
But
anyway, the main thing is that there's another rather important consideration, which is that the white flight was how property taxes came to fund schools. Essentially, it was so that a white man's tax dollar would never end up in a black child's pocket. All right. When black children are starting to go to those tax-funded schools, oh dear, you know, the white people better get their tax takes directed away from them.
Right,
that was the genesis of the local property tax-funded education system.
Right, but you know, we have a public technical school by us, and then we have a regular school district by us. Are you going to tell me that, you know, the kids who have to use, you know, hardware are going to be paid the same amount as people who just need, you know, books that, you know, are already old to the point where you're essentially not having to pay for them anymore? Are you going to say that, you know, you know, there are schoolhouses which they graduate, you know, classes of 5,000, and there are classes that graduate 500. And so I really don't think it's a thing of, you know, well, each kid is getting the same amount of money, so it's okay, because the school itself needs money for itself to expand, right? If you say each kid in this school district is going to get $20, immediately the school is going to go, why do we need a tech class? Well, why do we need to teach kids, you know, with computers? Computers are really expensive. Why do we need to teach them shop? Shop is really expensive.
That has very little to do with who is living in the area, how much they use the services, and how much they can pay. Right?
It doesn't, but I think treating everybody the same, I don't think, is a solution.
Oh?
The needs, well, okay, not treating everybody the same, treating all educations the same.
The problem is using a property tax based on millage or whatever, you know, some arbitrarily assigned value to the property to pay for the schools is an inherently unfair system, because the rich people cluster together, end up with very nice schools, and you know, so as people get older, because their houses are in highly valuable areas, and the taxes are going up and up and up because people are moving in to go to those school, you know, live in those school districts with the nice schools. Old people are getting forced out. Believe me, it's a mess.
Well, let's not
unfair, because you've
let's
also
not different here. It's the rich white people who cluster together, and it's the poor black people who get the shaft, right?
Well,
the poor black people, right? Don't even own their houses. So, hey, where's that property tax come from? Well, they don't own their houses. Who's paying it? Nobody.
Well, landlords would be paying it, but still, the point is it's really not a racial divide, although it works out that way because of holdovers from inequities from the 20th century. But
it was architected. It was architected deliberately. You can find policy statements, you know, advocating white flight, and specifically advocating the school system on the basis, or sorry, the funding system for schools on the basis that it would, you know, avoid white taxpayer dollars from ever funding black education.
I think that's a little bit fallacious. I mean, you can see articles from South Africa where people say that the minimum wage. Well, no, because
this is writing to the 50s. You want me to go digging up writings to the 50s? It might take a few hours.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're right from what I've read in the past. But the problem is that you're saying, well, look what these people supported, therefore it must be wrong. South Africa during apartheid said, you know, if we have a minimum wage, then, you know, we'll undercut all the, you know, the people who can't afford it. But I wouldn't say that therefore we shouldn't have a minimum wage, because it's just going to be a race to the bottom then.
Well, part of the bottom line is the property tax is not based on your ability to pay the tax. It's based on the alleged value of your home.
Yeah, but I mean that's also like saying, you know, just because I live in a, you know, $100 million mansion doesn't mean I'm necessarily able to, you know, pay for your school tax.
Well, yeah, you probably can't, because what will happen is you'll get taxed based on the $100 million value of the home, whereas you have virtually no income anymore. And when you originally purchased the home, it may have only been $1 million, but because of a fluke of a housing bubble, the value just spiked, and therefore your taxes spiked, but your income didn't follow suit. It stayed the same or went down.
How would you get out of, like, okay, let's say a recession hits then, right? Exactly like what had happened, and then, you know, there's a lot of people now who are unemployed and therefore would be unable to pay, you know, this income tax to help pay for schools. Essentially what happened is, okay, people get less education. Well, if there's any determinant of how, you know, an economy is going to do, how a society is going to do, is are they getting educated? And so it's in that case, it's just once you go down, it's really hard to get back up.
Oh, but they're somehow going to magically be able to afford to pay the property tax.
I'm not saying that the other way is perfect, but I'm saying this is a point that we should consider. I mean, at least with property taxes, what will happen is then your school gets shitty, and your property taxes then get lower.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the property values
Well,
don't
how else
go
do they
down.
pay for school?
Property values don't go down until, you know, market forces force them down.
Like being around a shitty school?
Well, not just being around a shitty school, but being a lot of homes being vacant because there are not enough buyers for sellers.
Yeah. So what happens is that, you know, eventually the school gets, you know, there's an influx of people, the school graduates all those people. Now there's older people who don't really have as much as a high income, and less kids going there, so you have to undercut those people. Some people end up having to leave those houses. The property values go down. People who are now startups, younger generation, move in, get those houses, then the property taxes can go up again. It's cyclical. I don't like that it's cyclical, but it's not. You know, I don't see a solution from going, well, if we're in a recession, then, you know, education goes down, and hopefully people will do better with the economy when they have less education.
So you think it's okay to kick someone out of a home that they've lived the greater part of their life in?
Is the alternative that, you know, a national security issue of if we get an economic downturn, we're just going to have an uneducated generation? Yeah.
We already have that.
Yeah.
The federal government has an infinite supply of money. They can ride out.
That is just totally not correct.
They can keep the schools going easily.
If they take money out of other services.
Well, let's see. Where is most of the money going right now?
It's going to defense, but I'm not one of those people who's going to tell you we should just cut defense by, you know, half, and then we'll be able to provide for everything.
We don't even have to cut it by half. 10% would cover most of everything else we need.
You cut 10%, and then NASA wants, you know, 1% more, and then health, you know, DOH wants more. You know, I'm not going to be here and just say, you know, we should cut 10% and then distribute evenly, and everyone's going to be okay with that then, and, you know, no one's going to have unfair payment. You know, the problem here is there's a whole entire party who believes that public services are just inherently wrong, and it's not even the libertarians at this point, it's the neoconservatives. And so I'd rather get them to agree maybe we should just do income tax instead of going, we should cut military spending because public services are good.
Well, I still think taxes should be based on the ability to pay, not
I do too.
the quantity of your assets.
I love I love tax brackets because you pay more, you get more out of the system. You should pay more into it. It's not even that. I don't even really find that true of an argument. It is literally the idea of that the majority of the people in society have voted. If you get more money, you will pay more taxes. I don't think there is this inherent thing of, it's right that if you get more of the system somehow, I don't know if they drive roads more or whatever, because, if I look at Bill Gates's, if I look at his salary, he isn't driving the roads hundreds of millions of times more than I am, because there isn't enough time in the day to do that. But I don't think, right, if you do income tax.
Yeah, income tax is based on your ability to pay. What is wrong with that?
Well, okay, so if I am, unemployed, then I'm not going to be paying for property tax either, assuming that I'm living with someone else.
Right.
Right? If I work in the place I do not live, what would it do under your situation?
You would be paying taxes on income, and some of that income would go to the schools.
Are you going to have kids in college and tell them, look, you're now going to actually have to start paying taxes, because for most college students who work, they get enough deductions that essentially they either don't pay anything in taxes or get money, or whatever they do pay comes right back to them. Are you going to tell them, now we're going to actually have to start taxing you? Or are you going to tell them, no, it'll just be another deduction and it'll go to adult working class? Because as a college student, I sure as hell wouldn't understand why, if I'm going through education, why I would have to pay for more education of everyone else when I can't afford my own.
If you are working, you are making an income, and you get taxed on it.
Yes, but the problem is that people who get taxed on income, for some people, that just goes right back to them. There's a difference between a tax rate and an effective tax rate.
Okay, so if they're directly if the money is circulating back to them, what's the problem?
Well, I know I'm asking you whether you'd want that, because then it just seems that, okay, you're not actually getting any really new income, because the people who aren't getting the money back are usually the property owners in the first place. So essentially what you're doing is, okay, the property owners are now going to have to change from paying property tax to paying this huge income tax. It would almost essentially be better to just get many part-time jobs.
Yeah, but then you'd have a whole bunch of different W-2s to file.
True.
The idea with the income tax is, you slice off a bit on the bottom. It's like anything below this is not taxed. And then you've got a tax on, the first 5,000 above that, and then the next 5,000 has a slightly higher tax, and so on and so forth. The famous graduated income tax.
Yeah.
That's a very fair system.
I think it's, well, I'm not sure. Regardless of whether it's fair or not, we've agreed to it and it's working. Although I do think we should have it more stratified. I don't understand why the cutoff is where it is, of where, everything past this point is now just this. When you have people in the 1-2% who are making, multiples of it, but let's look at this. What would be wrong with having it come in through a sales tax?
I have no problem. Well, the sales tax is not a huge issue to me, except that it is regressive in nature. A graduated income tax is fairer because the people who make more pay more.
The people who make more buy more.
Yeah, but there's a certain minimum amount of money you need to get by at all. Now, in Pennsylvania, part of that's taken care of by the fact that clothing is not taxed, and groceries are not taxed. You've probably noticed that there is that difference, although prepared foods like restaurants and stuff, that is taxed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is possible to make a sales tax fair as well.
So
and you've also got, like, for example, the gasoline tax. That's taxed on how much gasoline you use. It's a usage tax for the roads, essentially. Nothing wrong with that either.
Well,
my problem is a
with
tax
the introduction
based on a zero-income situation. That is, you have zero income, but you still owe taxes.
I do think the gas tax needs to be reevaluated for the pure reason of with renewable energy, where are we getting this money for roads now? But I don't know if that's a tangent.
Well, right now, almost all of the energy used to drive cars on roads is from gasoline or diesel fuel. It is not from renewable sources.
Yeah. But it's already still underfunded
enough.
enough.
There's 10% ethanol in your gas. If you go to Wawa or whatever, you see 10% ethanol. That's really just a cheap octane booster. It saves the oil companies money. That's all that really is.
But then you're using that, and then, I mean, infrastructure isn't doing that well, so it might be better with a gas tax and otherwise, but it doesn't. I guess it doesn't seem that's working anyways, right? It might be better off, but it's still not working.
Well, that gas tax is largely paying for the highways and such. That's where the money goes.
Yeah.
And also is, by the way, applies to tires and motor oil. But you most notice it at the pump.
Yeah, no one's really.
And of course, it's
getting
hidden
large
there.
amounts of tires.
It's hidden there because most pumps do not break out what the costs of the fuel are. It's just price per gallon, and that's it. They don't bother to tell you, all right, 25 cents of this is going to state tax, and 35 cents is federal tax. A nickel is the profit for the station selling you the fuel, and the rest of it covers what the oil company delivered, and who knows what their profit is.
Well, I mean, okay, so I guess, the school tax, right? The reason why it's not even that I like property tax. Something positive I see from the property tax is it isn't a bare minimum so that the schools can actually expand. Schools can afford to buy new buildings, can buy new supplies, etc., etc. The problem I feel with saying we're going to spend, this amount of thousands or millions of dollars on a student K through 12. First off would be, I guess, how they divvying it up from K through 12, but, let's say it's grade based then, and they come up with some metric where, each grade you get this amount allocated to you. To raise it up at all, you're going to get so much backfire than you would just any individual locality, municipality, local area, wanting to raise the property tax. And so I feel like politically it's going to reach this bare minimum of how little can we pay schools without people complaining. And schools can't make any expansion efforts if they're just getting, this is what you're getting for this grade. And, if your teacher wants to print more packets, it comes out of their pocket, which is what happens already. But I don't think it would get resolved. I mean, my school, I think like 100 pages a semester. If you've ever been in school, if you think of, they teach more than 100 kids, period. So that, they pay for their own supplies a lot of the time. They're bringing their own supplies from home into school. So already we don't have enough to expand, really.
So what difference does it make, ultimately, where the money comes from, if the school is bringing in sufficient money to maintain modern standards of education and so forth?
I guess what I'm pointing out is that it doesn't matter if one or the other is better if they both don't work. And I feel like that has to do with, we should be looking more into how do we untie this from politics. The military budget doesn't fluctuate all that much because it's considered, it's necessary, but I feel like there's a word in front of it or something else. When the government shuts down, NASA shuts down, except for the necessary people who had to take care of the huge hydrogen tanks or the huge liquid helium tanks. The military continues to get paid and works, but the Department of Education doesn't. I feel like there should be this thing of you set out a budget for the education across the board for every 10 years, and that way maybe there's a year transition, and that way if you're gonna fuck over all the homeowners, they can relocate or they have time to talk about it. But that way at least it's not every freaking year they these old people are just getting killed over their taxes. It would be okay, I can actually schedule out how much money I'm going to need and prepare for that.
Well, actually, yes, they are getting killed over those taxes.
Yeah, but at least it wouldn't be, why do my taxes continuously increase? It would be, okay, I'm paying this for the next, 4 years. I'm paying this for the next 9 years. If you're going to get fucked over, you might as well get fucked over in a way that you know it. I guess this way would be that the government, just like they can't legally default on their loans, they couldn't legally default on public education spending.
Well, I'm basically proposing a system where no one gets fucked over. I mean, that's really the goal.
I would rather fuck over rich people if it means that our education system actually works. I'm okay with that. I'd rather fuck over politicians if it means getting it to work.
Well, you'll be rich shortly. You'll be rich shortly, and that might not be good. That might not be good.
The people you're fucking over.
Well, if I get rich shortly and I get fucked over, what do I get back to? About where I am?
Well, yeah, but it's still good to be rich for you. I submit for your consideration. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you, it really, really, really sucks to have to get rid of your house. And it is a long, painful process. And you end up, believe me, it's a big fuck up the ass.
Would you rather just pile everything onto income tax then?
Yes.
Then, I don't agree that, people are just, we should care for, the CEOs who are making millions of dollars because they have to outsource their labor because their income taxes, now it's a little bit higher. I don't feel for that. But if you're going to say pack everything under this income tax, then NASA's going to want theirs on income tax. Then this one's going to want this on income tax. And essentially, I wouldn't work if I'm making 50% of what I'm, earning.
Are you suggesting that the fact that the source of revenue is different for the federal government, and by the way, the federal government doesn't get one dime from property tax. That is strictly local.
Yeah.
So you're just changing the source of income from the alleged value of a house, because you really don't know the value of a house until you sell it. And you're changing it from that to actual income. That includes the income of CEOs And the top 1%ers, they're making money. They got to pay the income tax as well.
Right. Well, let's think of it like this. Most people do not own houses. Correct?
I have no idea.
Well, let's think of it logically, right? You have, at most, two people usually sign for a house. Okay, so the average amount of kids on the own is 2. A little bit over 2. The average family size is about 4. And those kids obviously can't sign for a house.
Okay, so how about this then? When you no longer have children in school, you're no longer required to pay a school tax.
Absolutely not.
Oh, why not?
Because you are still benefiting completely from public education.
How so? You don't have any children in school anymore.
You're living in a society where people are educated.
So why shouldn't the cost come from income rather than from the property?
I don't know how that relates in the other one. My opinion is that...
what difference does it make to the school where they get their money from?
Because it's that people are now being there is a pressure now of why am I going to get a job if the income tax is going to be increased so much?
Well,
because right now I don't have to pay for a school. I don't have to pay property tax. I do not own a house. However, I really like it if there was a sales tax, so I can still support my house. Or support my school. It'd be really a little bit shitty because I don't work or go to school in my local municipality. But I don't like that I don't actually have to pay into it anymore. But on the same token, okay, so I'm going to work. You said, well, students don't really need to pay for other, so I'm still not paying for it. You're essentially adding on, if you work and you can afford for yourself, we're going to take more out of your income. And assuming it has to be proportionate.
And graduated income taxes have been used for as long as I've been alive, and longer than that even. So I don't understand what your argument is against a graduated income tax.
I wouldn't, at bare minimum, I don't think it would fly.
But that's the way it already is. The more you make, the more you pay.
And already, people, you have the whole entire libertarian side. You have a presidential candidate right now who thinks the whole entire income tax should be abolished from the Constitution.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Well, then don't vote Rand Paul.
Well, even if the president wanted that to happen, you have to get both houses of the legislature to give you a bill to do that.
Well, both of those right now controlled by Republicans, and Rand Paul's running Republican tickets, so...
Can I, let me ask one question. What are the general things that you benefit from in taxes? And any individual or business or what have you benefits from in taxes? What kinds of services do you get? Roads, schools? Let's just get a list going.
Locally, you get schools. You get there's small local projects which can be afforded for. Even if you get down to community. If you're in a community and they have a tennis court, your money is going to small local things are decided upon. State-wise, you're getting roads. Nationally, you're getting highway. You're getting defense.
And defense from evil-minded men who with good intentions.
So it's roads, schools, police, fire, military. What else we got? I guess we have healthcare, clean air, those types of things, right? Okay, so here's my question. Do people who make more money, do they use those services more than people who make less money?
I don't know, and I frankly don't care.
No,
I think society has every right to dictate who they're going to tax and how much. I don't think Bill Gates is, breathing right. So, let's look up how much Bill Gates makes right now.
Actually, I think I'm kind of on your side here. I guess what I'm saying is, why should somebody, like, what amount do people pay or use these services, military, road, schools, whatever, what have you, right? If they're truly using it more, maybe it makes sense for them to pay more. But if they're not, why should they have to pay more money to use the exact same services? I mean, like, that's almost like saying, like, if you go to a Walmart and there's a light bulb on sale, because there's light bulbs on my desk, it's like almost like saying, like, they should have the right to ask you how much you make, and based on how much you make, you should pay more for it.
Well, this isn't private. We're talking about the country. So
I know.
We have a right to decide, and they can afford that burden more.
Yeah. Well, based on the argument Farhan is giving, then the only people who should be paying into the school systems are the people with students in the schools. Basically, tuition.
Well, actually, so education benefits everybody. So if you go to school, it actually benefits me. It benefits the society as a whole. By the way, I kind of do believe in a graduated, but not up to a point, and I think like 30% of your income is just ridiculous. It's out of control.
Okay,
well, I agree that gets there's a point where it's too high, but you just cap it. There's a certain point where you say, okay, at this point we're not going to continue increasing the marginal tax rate.
Right. So Bill Gates earns $114 every second he is alive. The amount of money I earn in a second doesn't even round up to a penny. It's like 0.001, and I don't even think the number after that rounds it up to a 0.002. So I don't think the argument even matters, because I don't think Bill Gates, I did the math with it, I don't think he breathes 82,195 times as much clean air as I do. I don't think he drives 82,000 times more than I do. I frankly don't care how much he uses, because it would be a really weird system if we just tracked, oh, you have your water fountain on, or your water spout on right now. We're going to tax you for every single thing that you use, because then you're just going to incentivize people not using public commodities.
There are municipalities where you're required to use their water supply, and you do pay for the amount of water you use.
That's fine, but because obviously you don't want to have people using, like, literally just running the faucets and leaving them going for like weeks at a time. But I'm saying, like, doesn't it seem a little bit odd that we wouldn't go to like a Walmart, for example, and charge somebody more money for a light bulb, yet we would do that actually if the light bulb was supplied by the state or local municipality?
No, because there's a huge difference between public and private. You want to go up to a military and say everyone in here is now going to have to fund a private militia that Walmart's now running because private isn't public. Public isn't private.
Yeah. No, I guess what I'm saying is it just seems... Go ahead.
I saw something on YouTube. Atheists should be punched in the mouth, say it's Christian. It's just the YouTube video. Just found it.
It really doesn't sound all that oblong if you think of it like an auction, right? If you have an auction, where you have not that many people with a lot of money and then a lot of people with money, of course you're going to start with upcharging. It doesn't, you're not going to go, well, I have this antique and it's worth $1,000, but I don't really think the majority of people here can pay it, so I'm going to sell it for $200. Because then all the rich people are just going to get every single thing at a low price.
Well, that's why they have an auction to see what's the quote unquote true value of that thing, and make people pay for it.
I feel like.
So here's my
I understand that's what auctions are usually described as, but I feel like that's more a reflection of the people in that auction, particularly.
Well, that's how the stock market works, also. An initial public offering is done by an auction, supplied, and the underwriters do that. And then
but I don't pay in an IPO.
Yeah, and then the stocks are then traded on the secondary market, and the people who underwrited the IPO make money if the stock goes up, and they lose money if it goes down.
Funman, I am staggered by your depth of knowledge. I'm completely serious. Like, you seem to know everything, something about everything.
I know a little bit about some things, but yeah, the basic argument though has been that the property tax is not based on your ability to pay the tax. So you can basically be taxed out of your home, which I consider to be unjust.
I do think there is a difference. Like I would think it's unjust if you're going to tax a person who owns, I don't know, what the fuck's a regular salary? $100,000 a year? Is that a regular salary?
No, that's a very high salary.
Okay, 80,000.
I think that's still above average.
Okay, so 60,000. I don't know the incrementation here.
It depends on location, but I mean, I don't know the number, but 60,000 I'd be willing to take as a median salary.
Okay, so I wouldn't tax the income of someone who pays $60,000 and has to afford a family of 3 the same I would one person who has to pay for $60,000, or just pay for themselves. And so you have to get into this area where you're talking about deductions. And I feel like it would be easier to just have deductions with property tax than rewrite the whole system. Are you retired? Yes. You pay less property tax then.
May I say something tangentially related?
Sure.
I, despite my very libertarian leanings, well, not very, but mostly, I think the issue is with our government right now is when we cut spending, we cut social services, which is like ridiculous. We need to cut the military. We need to cut things that are truly don't benefit a soul. Whereas like our spending is just in the wrong place. And I think if anything, we need to up our social spending, and we need to significantly, like for things like schools or poverty, urban development, things like that, and cut our military. That's like the main thing I can't stop saying is cut the military.
I don't take it then. I don't know if the word now is social libertarian. I don't take it you're the libertarian then that thinks that taxation is slavery or stealing.
I've moderated over the years, but I kind of, I don't know. I kind of have mixed views on that. But overall, no, I would be okay. Like I pay my taxes. I'm okay with it.
That's better than the other guy who came in here and said that he basically works under the table and doesn't pay taxes.
I mean, okay, I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but okay, do your thing.
Well,
no,
I
mean libertarian, but like I sympathize very heavily with like the socialists. My favorite political thinkers are socialists.
See, at that point where I hear social libertarian, and then I think, well, the average person is essentially what you'd call a social libertarian, but it's also kind of what you'd call a progressive. But it's also kind of what you would call, a left-leaning liberal. Because, I mean, I think that there is a general agreement with the majority of the country that we don't need the amount of defense we have. I don't think in cutting it as in, let's take all the bases out of all these countries because, I think on some level having a base in Italy prevents Bosnian rebels from attacking again because we'll bomb the shit out of them for a second time.
You mean Serbian rebels?
Was it? I think it was Bosnian.
No, we bombed Serbia. We didn't bomb Bosnia.
I think we should be egalitarian and bomb them both.
So we actually, NATO disarmed the Bosnians, but the Serbs we bombed the Serbians because they were doing the genocide. I shouldn't say the Serbians. That's a terrible thing to say. I would say that it was the government of that time who happened to be largely ethnically Serb.
I am talking about a NATO intervention in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So
yeah.
we allied. We were on the side of the Bosnians there, or the Bosniaks. I don't know how you. I guess because it is an ethnic conflict.
We were doing something where we were running planes from Italy.
But I guess what I'm saying is, I would respectfully disagree with you that I think there's a pretty broad consensus that the military needs to be high in this country. Maybe tell me if I'm wrong. I could be mistaken, but I understand it as like people are really love the military and they're like, no, we need to have more, and this is the time to increase, and ISIS is on the move, and so on and so forth, and we need to be movers and shakers in the Middle East, and that's my general perception. I could be wrong though.
I think that Reddit and Twitter tend. I feel like Twitter is a good stratigraphy a lot of the times for moderate views. Facebook tends to be more conservative, and Reddit seems to be really liberal. And so from what I've seen, it's really hard to go from my experience. So then when you look at the data, yeah, most people are left-leaning. I feel like it's just that those people who are left-leaning don't actually care that much about the system, because a lot of those left-leaning people are millennials, and millennials essentially grew up with the whole entire government going to shit and having absolutely no input in it, and so they don't feel that they care enough for it.
I remember exactly where I was when our economy in 2008, when it was like on the news, like a big news story that our economy was basically just like tanking.
Yeah, I mean, most people heard that and go, why did we bail out the banks? Why are we giving money to these people?
Yeah.
And then,
why
we
did we bail out
lost.
the banks?
Why are my parents, getting laid off? Why are we losing a house? And then these bankers are just getting all the money they want, and the politicians aren't really doing shit. And so most millennials, I don't disagree with them. Just go, fuck it, I don't care about the system at all. I don't care to learn about any politics. I don't think it's the right route, but I don't freaking blame them for it.
Why did we bail out the banks? We should have bailed out, like, Main Street, as they say. Like, why we should have bailed out all these people who were, like, okay, fine, let the banks collapse, but save the individuals whose houses are underwater, as I think that's the expression, who can't pay off their mortgages and are going to lose their house, and bail out those people. Why are we bailing out this mega company? And one of the weird things I've noticed about libertarians is that a lot of them are they're not pro-business. They're like, they're not pro-liberty, they're pro-business, which is like a weird...
Yeah.
Like it's almost like, it's kind of like how, I don't know if you guys follow that whole thing with like the cake, by that gay couple that wanted to make the cake, right? So like in that particular case, I generally tend to, I don't like support, like I don't go in the streets and march, but I can see the reason why like gay marriage is a thing in this country, right? Like why it should be like, men can marry men, women can marry women legally, right? I can see that being the legal winning point, if you will. But I think a lot of people, they support gay marriage in any case, and they don't think about does it make sense in this case? So they support the gay side. So for example, in that particular case, I really think that the couple was wrong, because it's almost like saying, like, if you bake a cake, you must support patronize me, or I have the right to go to your shop. And I think libertarians it's kind of the same way. Like, a lot of them will be quote unquote pro-business, and then in any case they will be pro-business. Any case, even if it's like against their principles, and like that, I find that to be a big problem. They tend to do that a lot.
I do think that there are sides where they flat out, this is always right. I found a justification which I feel suitable, and that I haven't heard any arguments that really have faulted it. Which justify why you should be able to go and get a gay cake and they shouldn't be able to deny you. But it's not just because because I like I side with these people more than those people. And I would say that those libertarians you're talking about, the people like Rand Paul, I would even say Ron Paul, are just neoconservatives who are okay with smoking pot and gay people. No, it's essentially what it comes down to. I mean, because it's always described as, we're socially liberal but fiscally conservative. Okay, nowhere in being fiscally conservative do you think that, taxes are like slavery. Nowhere in that do you get this idea that government always does things worse than private business. Just because you think gays don't cause hurricanes doesn't mean that you're socially liberal. You would need to social liberalism. From going back to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, going back to the social contract, if you can't back up your idea of social progress, of social liberalism, with programs, with helping people, with creating parity, it's not liberalism then. It's just not being a fucking wacko.
I can see that. Let me say one thing about liberals that's a little critical. A lot of them don't really stand up for what they believe in.
How so? I feel like I can. I'm not saying that there isn't a position where they don't, but
So, for example, why don't they take Hillary Clinton to account for being like a war president or war type president, not president, candidate? Why don't they take, why don't they criticize the Democrats for accepting money from what are they called?
PACs.
Yeah, like super PACs.
Because all the ones that do are Bernie Sanders supporters.
I don't know much about that. I guess what I'm saying is, like, I've noticed this, that there's almost like kind of like an acceptable liberals view, and then there's like a unacceptable liberal view, and they.
I understand what you're saying. People,
take all these liberal, acceptable liberal views, and they don't. So, like, for example, like, and I'm going to be kind of blunt here. Would something like polygamy be? Would they support that? They probably wouldn't, but they would support something like gay marriage.
I don't think most of them can make an argument for that, but I could definitely make one. I'm agreeing with you that.
They wouldn't support it, though.
I'm agreeing with you that a lot of liberals are liberals because, it feels nice, I guess. But on the other side, I feel like a lot of conservatives are conservatives because it feels nice. I don't think most people make these logical arguments in their head because, once again, most people don't feel franchised from politics, so they don't care about it anymore. But I can make the simple assertion, right? So from studies that we do, when you have one person relationship and then two others, that one person feels an obligation statistically to forgo their own will and their own wants for the better, the good. And so you can have these situations. It's essentially why what's it called? Harems exist. Why does Waco happen where, you have 50 women in this bunker with, a bunch of guys? Because no one woman, wants to, rock the boat. And so you could make the idea then that there is an issue of, are you consenting if you're doing it because you just don't want to upset two people?
Mm-hmm.
But, most people I don't think would make that argument. Polygamy.
We're kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Kind of all over the place, but we're talking just about, like, my kind of last thing that I was saying was that I noticed that a lot of liberals are like fit within this like very acceptable range of like what are the thoughts that a liberal is allowed to have, and they don't rock the boat. And I think what he's saying is that they don't want to rock the boat because they don't want to create a problem.
Yeah, I guess.
Is that right? Is that a good way of, did I summarize you the wrong way, or?
I feel like they don't rock the boat because if they actually cared to learn about politics and become a part of it, they would rock the boat. But they're not becoming part of it because they're disenfranchised from it. And then that's why people don't actually care to look into, that Hillary Clinton supported the Iraq War. Hillary Clinton, gets paid out a lot by the freaking banks. Hillary Clinton has, voted. I'm not saying that it's wrong to change your ideas on things, but I do think that it's a little bit weird when you change your ideas on things, when different businesses fund you.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, there we go. Actually, they say that getting money out of politics has a pretty broad consensus amongst the left and the right, but neither of them are going to support it because they get money from it. So it's like everyone is against that, but nobody is actually. Once you're in the office, like, all of a sudden you get a stream of money from Wells Fargo, and you're like, screw it, I'm keeping this money.
I wish there was more activism towards getting it's not resolutions, when the people essentially vote on the law instead of the legislature. The only problem with that is that when that happens, like usually it's with gay marriage or legalizing marijuana. The problem with that is that usually the people in the legislature have to call it into a people's vote. Well, I mean, it's like when your parents, when you're a kid, they go, "Oh, what restaurant do you want to go to?" And you say, and you go, "Well, not that one. Choose a different one." Well, not that one. Choose a different one. It's a false way of giving choice, because if they don't want you to take a vote on whether there should be money in politics, you don't get one. But yeah, no, I completely agree with what you're saying. It's just I would see it with libertarians too, and I would see it with conservatives. You have neocons going, the government does things wrong, and we can't trust it, but we need to increase military spending because, when you don't have someone you can trust, and that messes up a lot, you give them, nuclear arms and more tanks.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's what they do. They say one thing and they do another kind of deal.
Yeah.
Can I ask what your political leanings are overall, if you don't mind disclosing?
Me?
Yeah.
I'd say it's complicated. I've been told that I'm more liberal. I'm affiliated, independent, although I'm changing to vote for Bernie Sanders. Although, I mean, he was independent. He's just running Democratic because he's not going into the wacko Republican GOP. We're going to have 50 people in the primaries car. However, I accept the term progressive sometimes. So, I mean, it's kind of... I don't have a label for myself, and I'm not going to be one of those people that go, oh, well, I'm a free spirit, and no one can, label my views. It's just, I don't know what you would, on one hand...
Yeah, I can respect that.
Yeah, on one hand, I understand that, we are people, and we should be treated as free-thinking individuals. But on the other hand, I do see it that, we are countries. We're essentially this ship on a sea, and we need to continue. And, have you ever watched the show Battlestar Galactica?
I have not, no.
You haven't?
I heard a lot about it.
You have, William? So
yes.
Yeah, so essentially it's this show where, it's in space, and, essentially all of humanity is destroyed, and so you have this, 50,000 people that this crew needs to take care of to get to this, new place where they can finally, settle. And so you see these decisions be made where, should we just tell people we're going to ration their food and, take away all their food and say, you get what we give you? On one part, I go, well, fuck, they're human beings. But on the other hand, I go, what is the point in maintaining and saying, at least we were free if, then you just die in a Holocaust from it?
Are you actually my mic cut out or my audio cut out for a second? Are you saying that the show is basically they're on a ship and they're in space floating around and they don't know where to go, or there's no refuge for them?
They're being hunted and they're trying to find this planet that they can settle on and not be attacked anymore. But it's essentially all of humanity is wiped out and whatever. And so you see these decisions which are they send this one guy into the brig, the prison, because he's causing an uproar. Well, that's against freedom of speech, but on the other hand, if someone is literally breaking apart the fabric of, your society and causing an uproar, do you want to punish that? And I go, well, if it's a whistleblower, no. But if it's someone shouting fire in a library, gunmen in a school, yeah, you can't have that. And so I do understand where conservatives are coming from. And, I would say that I have sympathies with conservatives which rein back how liberal I would be willing to go. I guess that would be a good way to say. I'm not reined back in my liberalism from my feelings or, because I just haven't thought of how much more liberal to get. It's from I understand the need for practicality, pragmatism, and, getting through shit. Because, if you're in a ship, if you are a nation, and you're just like any other ship on the sea, it doesn't matter, how good your free speech was if, another ship comes over and just blasts you out of the water because you didn't feel like it was right to, have military spending.
I don't think America's at risk of getting attacked anytime soon, at least from a nation-state actor.
Anytime soon because of a large amount, but also, the thing is that the nuclear deterrent doesn't actually work anymore, because you're not deterring nation-states, you're deterring terrorist groups, and terrorist groups you can't nuke.
But they're gonna do that anyways, though. They're almost irrational in their behavior, because a nation-state. They're just not going to give an F. They're just going to do it anyways.
We're also getting propped because we have I think defense pacts with Japan, maybe England, and then probably maybe a couple other ones. I understand. Oh God, remind no. And so do we have an obligation to go, if we have a defensive pact and they don't have that strong of a military, we're just going to, rank ours down because, if I was a nation, I saw, the ally who's, in a defense pact with me essentially just, completely lower themselves being attacked, I'm going to go, why the hell are you doing that? I'm not taking all this burden. And granted, we're on the side that has all the burden, but we're also the country that calls the shots. And so, I understand where people go and they say, we shouldn't be in all these international affairs. But on the other hand, we can get a lot of shit done in the UN because countries like us defending them. I'm not at all scared of, ISIS is gonna invade us somehow, or Obama and Emerald Helm or Jade Helm or whatever is going to attack Texas, which it already owns. But I understand that in 50 years' time, maybe, I don't know. If I could predict when we're gonna be attacked, I'd be getting the fucking highest salary in this fucking nation.
ISIS is gonna be destroyed by themselves. They won't even be destroyed by external parties in like a couple of years. Don't quote me on that, but I'm positive.
Terrorist groups can't. Right. Once you get a terrorist group and they actually get power away from whoever it is, they always want to split the power. Or what happens is that they either want to split the power, or once everything starts going good, the people of that place just start going, well, fuck you. We can do this on our own now. But the problem with that is it's cyclical. So.
Yeah, but the way ISIS is going, the local countries are going to wipe them out. They don't need our assistance. In 10 years, I'm basically agreeing with Farhan here. In 10 years, we're probably going to, thanks to short attention span theater, have forgotten all about ISIS.
Oh, yeah.
ISIS will be just be a little memory.
Well, I don't think that means that I don't think that necessarily says that they're not a problem. Like we forget that we threw Japanese in internment camps, but I don't think that that necessarily means that therefore it's an okay thing to do.
Well, we're already doing the same thing anyway with Gitmo.
True.
So yes, that lesson has been forgotten.
No, and this is where my conservativeness comes out. And there are certainly people in Gitmo who, I would say trial them, but, the idea that, we have people who didn't go through the process because, they went through a military tribunal anyways. Look at Tsarnaev or whatever, the Boston bomber.
Dzhokhar Tsarnaev.
There we go. Can anyone even tell me when the Boston bombing happened? What year?
It was during the Boston Marathon in
2 years ago.
2013, was it?
13? Yeah. Already we're kind of just like, eh.
No, but the thing is, due process of law was followed in that case.
Yeah. Well,
there may be detainees in Gitmo where they have gone through due process of law, but there's a bunch of them who have not had any kind of contact with anybody.
But do you get due process for enemy combatants is the thing?
Yeah, there is. The United States is a signatory of both the Geneva Convention and Hague. So in a traditional war, we have to treat prisoners of war according to certain standards.
I feel like the way they loop that out is that I'm pretty sure there is basically a secret court of I think it's like 3 judges or whatever, and they decide. Which and that is the point when Rand Paul filibustered the Patriot a day or two ago. He goes, we shouldn't, we should be giving people trials for this instead, and we shouldn't be doing it, just to everyone, wholesale.
The Patriot Act needs to go away.
Yeah, but the problem is that he's forgiven the part where there is actually trials for a lot of these, and so I'm wondering, is he wording this so that he can cover his ass and go, well, I didn't say that it wasn't bad if a secret jury of 3 judges decides that all of your information be tapped to see if you're an enemy combatant or if you're treasonous.
Yeah, well, I haven't read the entire Patriot Act because, quite frankly, it's so long.
Neither did the people who voted for it.
Exactly. It's so big that in the time that it was promulgated and passed into law, there's really no way that any one human being could have read the whole damn thing. I just don't believe it. But, I mean, it had some good things in it. For example, it extended unemployment benefits for airline employees. Okay, fine. Yeah, that was a good thing there. But, we don't really need that anymore. But it did other things. For example, it strengthened FISA, which is the secret, FISA and FICA, they kind of go together. I forget exactly what the initials stand for, but those are the secret courts that deal with, terrorists and such. Those have been around before the Patriot Act. Patriot Act also created Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm. Did it really? Was that the Patriot Act?
I think so.
DHS was... I didn't know that. I thought the DHS was like a separate thing that Bush made.
That might have been done as a separate act. I don't... my memory is lagging there.
If it wasn't, I'm pretty sure it was small, and they just probably had, actual Homeland Security and not, Homeland Security in the other person's yard.
Yeah. Prior to the Patriot Act, I can definitely say there was no Department of Homeland Security. It did not exist.
I mean, I guess this is the part where I disagree a lot with... I find that a lot of libertarians, when you condense it down, just seem to be Confederalists, or Confederates, basically. I do think there's actually a lot of good that can come from, when the federal government can execute Osama bin Laden, without having to go to Congress for it. It's pretty helpful. When we don't have to, say that we're going to all of a sudden conduct airstrikes on Libya, it really helps with surprise. It really helps if, we don't have these huge holding cells of, terrorists and stuff that we have to pay for in jails, so that they can go through a process that will take years, and, people are going to have defense courts for them constantly, and it's going to take, 2, 3, 4, 5 years for all these people. I do think there is benefit in federal oversight going, we're going to take the reins of this because Congress is too fucking slow.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, Congress is federal, but I don't know the details of all of
executive. My bad. Yeah.
But I can say that a lot of the military action that we've been taking, for example, in Afghanistan and Iraq, was signed off by Congress because it all falls under the War Powers Act from the Reagan era. So it's not like the president has carte blanche to wield the military however he wishes, and so he has a limited ability to do that for a few days, but there's a certain amount of time. I don't know the actual amount of time required, where he's basically got to go to Congress and ask them, for approval and money.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing where, a lot of people like to go, the big government can, or the executive branch can, do whatever it wants, and, declare war, Obama could just declare war on anyone he wants. No, he can't.
No, only Congress has the ability to declare war. And
well, you can, like, go places.
In Iraq, believe it or not, there was no official declaration of war. The last official declaration of war was World War II.
Yeah. But, then again, when you think of it, it does make sense for a lot of the wars we've been in, right? When we were in, Vietnam, we weren't really fighting North Vietnam. We were fighting against the Viet Cong and protecting South Korea. You know, is it a war if you're is it a war if you're in a place and defending it from anything which is attacking you?
Yeah, basically, all right, the French were in Vietnam, the French were there, and finally gave up on South Vietnam and left. And we had CIA advisors over there, and things just sort of slowly grew and grew and grew until it might as well have been a war.
Yeah.
Korea, on the other hand, was a UN-sanctioned police action.
Yeah.
So even though technically there was no declaration of war, it was a UN-sanctioned action. Now, the only reason that got pulled off is because the Russians negated their ability to vote in the Security Council. That is, the Russians did not cast a veto vote.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't they? I forget. I feel like I knew the reason a while ago, but I forget it now.
I don't remember why either.
I'm not sure I think it may have even been a technicality.
They basically walked out, and then the vote was held without them, so it was unanimous, no nay, because it only takes one veto.
Yeah, and China wasn't in yet.
Now, and for Vietnam, you know, there was no chance of a Security Council intervention then, because the Russians would definitely have been there.
Yeah.
After learning their lesson from Korea, and cast a no vote.
But for instance, like, I would be completely in favor if CIA, even with some military forces, helped incite a coup or some way to destabilize North Korean government.
Personally, I don't think the CIA has any right or authority to carry on any kind of clandestine missions of that sort. They should be strictly an intelligence gathering agency.
That's where espionage comes from, though.
Well, that's also where the CIA are ordering drone strikes. That's the job of the military.
Right, yeah.
That kind, because that's military action. That belongs to the military, not to the fucking CIA.
But if the CIA, you know, is, you know, getting spies in North Korea, if it is, you know, having satellite data, you know, collected over North Korea, so that then we can, you know.
Well, yeah, that's.
Hey, somehow there's a mysterious, mysteriously one of the battleships, you know, off the North Korean coast, you know, just all of a sudden exploded. I'd be completely in favor of that if the CIA was helping the military do that without congressional oversight.
Well, the CIA, in my opinion, should be strictly for the purpose of, like I said, gathering intelligence, using human elements or otherwise. We already have the NSA for signal intelligence, which is one of their mandates. But it should be for the purpose of advising the Joint Chiefs and the President in the executive branch. If the executive branch decides to initiate a military action like blowing up a ship or attacking some spot, then that's on the President of the United States to do that, not on the CIA. Because, you know, potentially with the CIA running amok, potentially they're doing things that, and have done things that are technically acts of war. I mean, even again, I mean, we're not at war with Pakistan, but we have carried out military strikes in their western territory, or is it the eastern territory?
I think it was western.
Western.
I'm talking about Osama
the border
bin
of Afghanistan and Pakistan, in
Yeah.
that area.
It wasn't against Pakistan, though. I mean, Osama bin Laden was the
Well,
one.
what happens is the terrorists run into Pakistan.
Yeah.
Our drones follow them in and bomb the shit out of them, but they also kill a lot of Pakistani innocents. And technically, we're violating Pakistan's sovereignty when we do that. We did the same thing when we got Osama bin Laden. We violated Pakistan. We didn't even tell Pakistan, which is the only reason I think we actually got him. Because if we told Pakistan that we were going in, Osama would have vacated before we got there. Because somebody in the Pakistani government was definitely
a mole.
In giving Osama bin Laden all the intel that was shared with Pakistan.
I understand the need people have for saying, you know, the federal government or the executive government should not be able to just throw our military weight around without our essentially consent, our voting consent. But on the other hand, I also understand the difference between if we're going to kill a war criminal secretly, that's a bit different from declaring war and saying we're going to start conscription or wholesale attacking a people.
Well, yeah, small military actions. I don't know where the legality falls under, whatever alleged international laws there may be. I mean, technically, I think a number of the things we have done have been acts of war. But, I mean, on the other hand, sometimes, unfortunately, they may be necessary. But, prudence is clearly required. And it's not like we can just suddenly invade a country without permission of Congress. That is, President cannot just suddenly say, you know what, I feel like invading Syria, and just send the entire military into Syria.
Any time the representatives or the House essentially can defund them because they're the purse. Or Congress can just pass a law and say, you're getting out of there now.
Yeah, they throw the War Powers Act at the president saying, no, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Only Congress has the ability to declare war. That's in the Constitution.
Yeah, but then when people go, Obama can't, lift a finger without congressional oversight, it's like, people forget that the only nationally elected representative of the people is the president. There is no other national election that ever happens.
He's actually elected by the Electoral College, but the Electoral College generally goes along with the votes of the state population.
Yeah. Which I have a slight problem with.
Each state has its own set of rules.
Yeah. The Electoral College, I feel, should essentially just be an automatic process. It really shouldn't be. The fact that sometimes the Electoral College has voted against the will of the people seems to me to be the largest detriment ever to anything democratic or republican.
It's exceedingly rare, but yes, some electors have actually gone against the will of the state.
And I understand the reason why it's in there, because, on the same token of, they were scared that, there was going to be a big government, just like England.
But
they
we
were also
are
scared
a
of,
republic.
and that's why, because we were also scared of, if you can't have this mob rule, that the whole entire point of the Supreme Court is essentially take power away from the people. Have these people who don't have to at all listen to what the people say, so that, we don't become a mob rule.
Yeah,
whether that's bad or good, I don't know.
It's supposed to be apolitical.
Yeah.
It's the Supreme Court of the United States' job is basically to rule on the constitutionality of laws.
Yeah. And if they, we could all be saying, gay marriage is okay, and they can, as long as they have the majority and they say, nope, you're not allowed to do that, it's against what the people think, but it is completely what is expected out of the Constitution.
Yeah. Well, the U.S. Constitution was set up the way it was, not simply to have, if we were a democracy, it would be mob rule.
Yeah. It'd be
the idea is to protect the rights of the minority as well as the rights of the majority.
Yeah.
So that we don't have mob rule.
And I don't even agree with these people who say, if it's not in the Constitution, it's not allowed. It shouldn't be. If it's not in the Constitution, it's not a rule. Apparently.
Well, I have a stricter definition of what's the federal government should be allowed to do. That is, there should be a constitutional basis for it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's this thing called the Interstate Commerce Clause, which can be really widely interpreted in the most liberal sense to give the federal government power over literally everything.
It gives them a carrot and a stick.
The Interstate Commerce Clause is just a huge source of power for the federal government.
Yeah. But there's a lot of arguments to be made for why, they should have it, because, there's a reason why the Articles of Confederation didn't work out.
Right, yeah. Articles of Confederation were a complete failure.
Yeah.
So yeah, Federation didn't work.
Yeah.
Republic, on the other hand, has been working reasonably well for the most part.
Yeah. It's just now it's become almost feudalistic and corporatized.
Yeah, currently we have a problem that we are a plutocracy now instead of a proper republic, and we need to fix that. That doesn't mean tearing down the entire Constitution or anything like that. It just means, applying some statutory powers and such, which unfortunately are difficult because the people who have to pass those statutes are the ones that are benefiting from all the money that's corrupting the system.
Yeah.
So it's a catch-22 there.
That is the point where, there should have been something in the Constitution saying, people can somehow call a resolution vote or whatever. But I mean, I hate the people who think that, the Constitution is just this thing that's, apparently is, really, really obvious to certain libertarians. Apparently they can interpret it precisely how it was written, but the way I see it is the Constitution wasn't meant to outline exactly what they wanted. It was there so a debate could happen. It was there so it was flexible on either side that it needed to. I mean, that's the whole entire point that we have amendments.
Yeah, it's a basic framework, and it's one that, it references in the writ of habeas corpus, but which is obviously a writ I have not read. That goes back to Magna Carta days.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, though, it's a good document. I mean, it's relatively brief, so it doesn't take too long to read through the important parts. There's an amendment process so that it can be modified. It is possible to have a constitutional convention that throws the whole thing out and redraws the Constitution. I believe that's done under the same rules as the amendment process. Not quite clear on that. But in the general case, I think it's a good way to run a government. It's and of course it specifically says in the Constitution that the Senate will set up the rules of how they operate, and the House would set up the rules for how they operate.
Yeah.
Which is why, under the Senate you can have a filibuster, and under Congress you get 2 minutes or whatever it is to get your say, and then you're either done, or if you have time remaining you could yield it to someone else, or you can just say you yield back the remainder of your time. If you've watched C-SPAN, there's discussions going on.
If you watch C-SPAN because you had literally nothing else to do in the day.
Well, seeing how things are actually done is an educational experience. I think it's worth. I think C-SPAN is worth the small amount of money that goes into it because you get to actually see what's going on the House floor.
Oh yeah.
The Senate floor.
Yeah, no, I would be completely pissed if we didn't have a C-SPAN because, it's essentially, here is what is happening in the government. There's no, we're going to turn off the cameras now for the next vote. That doesn't happen.
In fact, one of the things I like is, typically they do the votes, yay or nay, and someone will say, and then the House, you'll hear yay and a few nays, and then the House Speaker will say the nays have it.
Yeah.
And someone goes like, I call for make a procedural call for voting by electronic device.
Yeah.
That actually happened with the whole Israel-Palestine thing. There was a thing with the Democrats where they were like, we're going to reaffirm that America will bend over backwards for Israel, and the Democrats were split, and there were like a lot of people who were like, no, we don't support this, and then they basically were just like, yeah, we're just going to go with they support it. Because a lot of people
saw that. I thought it actually came from like the GOP or something where like they did the voice call and they did it like 3 times and they're like, the yays have it maybe.
Yeah.
No, that was definitely the Republicans they don't really like America, they like Israel, but the Democrats they still support Israel pretty much. I'm sorry, I keep on ranting about this because I feel so passionate about it. But
that's understandable.
The Democrats they themselves are also pretty in the pockets of Israel.
Oh yeah.
But when they go
vice versa.
actual, vote by, it's now vote by electronic means, but I mean, it used to be, I guess they would have to write it down on a piece of paper or whatever. But essentially, it means you know how your guy voted for that a particular bill because it gets recorded into the Library of Congress.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to sit down sometimes and just look at C-SPAN and go, okay, this is how parliamentary procedure works. This is how this is, because I would love to just ask millennials, like, what actually happens on the Senate floor? Like, do you have any idea? I mean, I was watching C-SPAN the other day to watch, I'm forgetting what vote it was, because usually what happens is people just look at highlights from C-SPAN. People usually, here is the C-SPAN video for, this vote, and you can watch it from that. Usually no one just turns on C-SPAN and just watches it all day, but I was watching this live because I didn't have anything else to do. And, my brother walks in and goes, "What's a cloture vote?" I go, "You don't know what cloture is? Welcome to Congress half the time. Let's agree to stop talking and do something now." Okay.
Yeah. Well, they needed it because, before that, a filibuster could go on for essentially forever.
It's amazing though. I love the history of the filibuster just because it's like when they're talking about Rand Paul with his latest one, which wasn't even really a filibuster. They're like, if he talks, he might have the longest filibuster in history. It's possible. And then, it usually links to was it Sturman or something, like the KKK guy who got elected to the Senate and talked for basically a day. And it's like, I would not want to take that dude's record for anything.
Well, the beauty of a filibuster also is you do not have to be talking about the legislation in question.
Oh, yeah.
All you have to do is be able to talk.
That's the part where I'm just like, ugh.
How is that a legal process? Like that, I've realized that was stupid. Like even when I was a kid, like I think it was like elementary school, I was like, wait, this is real? And then it seems like that should not be allowed.
I understand the point of it. It's like, oh, you're gonna talk through it so the whole entire democratic process is overruled. And it's like, yeah, it really sounds good to anyone who at that time has power in the Senate. To anyone else, it sounds like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
You shouldn't be able to go nada 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 and then not a vote be called.
Yeah, well, the Senate adopted a rule that there were no time limits on the debates, whereas Congress, considering there's a hell of a lot more people in Congress, decided, all right, you get X number of minutes to have your say, and then you're done.
How is that? That's such ridiculous. It's like an embarrassment to our country.
Yeah. But then again, you've also got the fact that the Speaker of the House is the guy who solely is in charge, or gal, is solely in charge of which bills come to the floor for vote. That makes that person every bit as powerful legislative-wise as the President of the United States, because unless that bill is voted on, it never goes to the President's desk.
Yeah, but people don't like talking about that part because he's a Republican. And,
well,
the veto power is too strong, even though the Speaker basically has the same thing.
The Speaker of the House is also the third heartbeat away from the President.
Yeah.
If the President gets knocked off and the Vice President gets knocked off, Speaker of House is third in line.
The Speaker of the House is also orange.
Yeah, I believe that is defined in the 26th Amendment. I may have the number wrong though.
I think it outlines I feel like there was a vote sometime during the Cold War scare, where essentially they listed every single office possible.
Yeah, I believe it's the 26th Amendment. It basically outlines the line of succession. Way down the line. And of course there was the interesting situation when Madeleine Albright was Secretary of State under Clinton. She is not eligible to be President of the United States because she was not born a U.S. citizen.
In all honesty, I don't even feel like that. I feel like I would completely be okay with an amendment to say, take that one off the book. I honestly don't think there should be any at all barment from presidency.
Well, there's a reason for it. and I kind of support it. But at the same time, you know how there was that big birther nonsense around Obama.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, Obama was born to an American citizen, and also on top of that, I mean, he's already qualified being born as an American citizen since his mother was an American citizen. He was born in the state of Hawaii, for real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not a faked birth certificate, even though it is, you know, the long form that was given out was, you know, a copy.
Yeah.
It's not a fake deal. I mean, he really, really, really was born in Hawaii when Hawaii was a state.
Yeah.
And an American mother. So he was born as a U.S. citizen. The whole birther thing, it was just a lot of noise to try and find a technicality to keep him out. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a fan of Obama or anything, but in that particular case, you know, Obama is fully qualified to be president of the United States.
Yeah, people should actually knock Obama for the stuff he's doing, not for the stuff
the United States.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if he wasn't, I would literally just not care at all. Yeah. And I don't see why. Like, I understand why people would, but I don't.
The problem with Obama is he's from Chicago. Chicago politics.
Oh, what amendment did you think it was?
All the time.
What amendment did you think it is?
The 26th Amendment, I believe, is the one.
So close. 25th.
25th?
That is so close.
Off by one. You know, I'm often off by one. But whatever.
You're a programming error.
Yeah, it's a common programming error, off by one.
Actually, the name of it, the oboe error.
Yeah. But, and that means I don't know what the 26th is about. And the 27th, I think, was one that had been sitting around for nearly 200 years before finally being ratified. Because a lot of amendments nowadays, when they're passed as bills, they say, you know, shall be, like the ERA, for example. It was in the bill for the Equal Rights Amendment, said that it should be ratified within 7 years of passage, or it would be null and void.
Mm-hmm.
But there was an amendment in the Constitution, I think it was the 27th, which did not have that clause, and therefore it sat around for, you know, the better part of the lifespan of the United States.
It was submitted by...
And finally the three-quarters state ratified it, and boom, it became an amendment to the Constitution.
It's about prohibiting laws that increase or decrease the salary of Congress members until it's, you know, the next set of terms. It was submitted by Congress to the states for ratification on September 25th, 1789. The amendment became part of the United States Constitution on May 7th, 1992, following a record-setting ratification period of 202 years, 7 months, and 12 days.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Unratified amendments looks like an interesting Wikipedia section.
Yeah, I don't know how many of the others of those are, you know, sitting around, you know, like nuclear submarines ready to launch their missiles at any time just because a state decides, oh, look, there's an amendment here that has not yet been voted on. Let's have a vote on it. All right, we ratify it. Boom. Suddenly, they become the tipping point state, if they're the one, and then bang, all of a sudden an amendment appears in the Constitution that everyone forgot about.
I feel like I would just really want a president who just like almost just cleans things up and, you know, goes, okay, you know, what are we doing with Guam, American Samoa, Washington, D.C.? What are we doing with all these things? You know, are you, you know, it's, you know, become a state or whatever, or leave the nation, you know, don't do this weird thing where, like, some of them, you know, can get federal aid, but they don't pay federal taxes. What the fuck?
Well, they are territories, and they are subject to the U.S. Constitution and constitutional law.
Except they're not citizens.
They're not citizens?
Not citizens, right.
Well, to an extent,
Puerto
Rico is a commonwealth of the United States. It's not a state that.
Right. Yeah, but they can't vote.
They can vote for president, but they cannot vote for anyone else.
People who are born in Guam are not
They can
citizens?
vote for president.
I'm pretty sure Guam can't vote for presidency.
So basically,
or American
like,
Samoa.
are they? Can they? So they're not citizens then? I was thinking like, wow, that's like worth moving to because like, if you get all the benefits and you have the economic and the currency of America,
they're quasi.
Well, the reason that they don't.
Citizens, like in the U.S. Virgin Islands, for example, you're a U.S. citizen, but the U.S. Virgin Islands doesn't have representation.
Yeah. And in all seriousness, though, the reason why they don't get voted on is because they actually have really shitty economies, right? Because if you have an economy where you can take in federal aid but don't need to pay taxes for it, if you look at Puerto Rico, it doesn't actually have that much economic infrastructure, and so a lot of the people are actually just getting a lot of amount of federal aid. So if you take them as a state, you have to handle with the GDP of the country going wicked low.
Yeah, really, Puerto Rico votes the way it does every time it comes up for whether to join the union or not. They keep voting for the status quo because it's better for Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
To do so, and there are a lot of big U.S. corporations like Pepsi and Coca-Cola and others that have large, like not their headquarters, but large offices in Puerto Rico for tax benefit reasons. And so
that's like precisely the reason why we should just vote on it and simplify the system. We should simplify the system. We should, the Espionage Act of like 1918 or the Sedition Act, whatever. Can we get a fucking vote on that? I don't understand how we have this thing where current bills more and more again these like time expiration dates. The Patriot needs to be repeatedly voted on.
Well, I like some bills that have sunsets. For example, the Brady bill had a sunset on the assault weapon ban.
Yeah, but then you have these things from like 100 years ago, and you go, really? You expect every American to understand the whole entirety of the law, and then you have a Supreme Court case where they say, it's okay if cops don't actually understand the law, they can't be persecuted on it, but whatever.
Yeah. There does need to be some cleanup. I mean, I wish there was garbage collection built into the legal system.
Mm-hmm. You just can't expect to know all that crap. You can't.
In fact, they should probably. I mean, you can't easily fix it. It's never. I mean,
yeah.
If you look at the law as being the human analog of a computer program,
oh my.
In a way, it is. You could, for example, patch it by passing a law that basically says any law that has not been voted on in the past, say, 5 years
and used
is.
I feel like that should
is void.
Yeah.
Basically, scrubbed from, it is no longer up for vote. It can never be up for vote. It basically disappears. Boom, gone.
Yeah.
You'd have to basically recreate the law if you still want it. And
I do like that idea.
There are laws that are obviously obsolete. They need to go away.
Yeah.
There's and then there are laws that were badly thought out, like the CFAA. That needs to either be heavily modified or just go away.
What's the CFAA?
Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Oh, okay.
That was just really simple. Okay.
Well, I'm thinking of Aaron Swartz here. I mean, CFAA is something that is, because of what I do, kind of an important thing to know about. It was inspired by the movie War Games, of all things.
Noises.
Yeah, Hermine loves to keep her mic alive no matter what she's doing.
But I mean, yeah, no, I do like the idea of not even just because if you had this idea of like, oh, every 10 years, the things need to be voted on, that just adds a hunk of time to everything, and we can't get shit done already. I would love a freaking amendment just saying, here's the required amount of days, congressmen actually need to be in fucking Congress, and except for extenuating circumstances, if you don't do, whatever amount of days within this year, you're just kicked out. We can do another re-election for you.
Yeah, I would love there to be term limits for senators and congressmen because they become career, and that.
The problem is you can also
face the reality of the laws they're passing.
The problem is you can also kick out good senators with that idea.
Oh, no.
It does kind of override a little bit on the idea that...
Yeah, you might kick out both the good senators.
Yeah, and so my solution to that would be that have state amendments that say...
And the 3 good congressmen.
Yeah. My idea to solve that would just be give people, a certain amount of $100 to give to a federal campaign, or, if you, win a primary for whatever, officially recognized party, or, something like that, or, if you get a certain amount of signatories, you're given a minimum campaign raising money. And that way, it's not that only rich people can run, and it's also not that, people don't have an interest in the system anymore because, they can actually participate in it.
Well, it's actually very complicated to run for office. You got a lot of work you have to do. So there are a lot of bars to be cleared, and typically they're done by people who do have an extreme interest in running things.
Yeah,
and
that's why.
Those are the people who should not be allowed to run.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people running on the GOP aren't actually legally candidates because they don't file for it because they can just take as much money as they want until then. Because the FEC is not that good of a system. In fact, I think the FEC should probably be voted on a national election.
I don't know the rules governing the FEC or their regulatory authority, so I can't comment there.
I'm pretty sure they're appointed by it's either going to be appointed by Congress or the presidency.
I have noticed though that election commercials and such, it'll say, this ad paid for by the committee to elect so and so, and so may come on and say, I approve of this message or not, but he's not a member of the committee. The committee is an entirely separate entity, unrelated legally, and it's just a way of, working, it's a way of gaming the system.
Well, I mean, I feel like it helps for people who want to help with the campaign, but, it would be just too burdensome to have, one campaign where they have to overlook all these people who want to volunteer and all these people who want to help fundraise. I see the good side to a lot of these things. It's just, corporations shouldn't have unlimited freaking donation powers. Like, it's not that complicated. There's a lot of other things you can do to make it a bit more fair, but, simply put, this is the big elephant in the room. Corporations, super PACs, can fund anything they want.
Now, I would basically say a corporation should not be allowed to donate at all.
Yeah.
Because corporations are legal entities for the purpose of entering into contracts. They are not supposed to be legal entities for running the government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they shouldn't have the ability to affect policy.
If you look at the freaking...
they already have more rights than people do, technically. You cannot throw IBM into jail, for example.
I've never had my name on a bill, but whatever the Koch brothers, their little super PAC company did, they have their letterhead on some of the legislation that gets passed. They don't even delete it off of it. They just give these senators, here, represent, give this bill to committee and get it through. They don't even look at it. But I mean, you look at the cap of what the a regular private citizen, the cap on what they're allowed to donate is, I'm pretty sure, $2,200. You look at corporations, you look at super PACs, infinite. What?
It was raised. Yeah, it was. The cap was eliminated, wasn't it?
Not on individual people, on super PACs it was.
Oh.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. And so I mean,
really, what you need to do, since the super PAC is an organization, is basically say, all right, the super PAC itself is not allowed to donate any money whatsoever. Only the members of the PAC, that is, the natural human being members of the
every donation should come with a fucking birth name.
Yeah. Well, if not a birth name, the current legal name of the individual.
Yeah.
And maybe a social security number even, assuming it's legal to use the social security number for that particular purpose. Because technically that's a tax ID only used for tax purposes, but in reality it is getting much broader use than I think it's legally entitled to.
I don't even understand, I'm pretty sure there should be a federal, I guess, system set up to where it handles all the donations, and that, the federal candidates should have to go through that, because I know when I donate to Bernie Sanders, there isn't an infrastructure for that. So I actually have to pay 10% extra because whatever the company he uses takes a little bit off. Which is weird. I mean, you could just have it simplified like that, and then that way, it will, every single donation will go through this system, and they can validate all of it.
The UK has a rather different system of campaign financing, but I don't remember the details of it. They can't even shorter campaigning period.
I was going to say, is that by law or is it just by tradition?
I honestly don't know. I think the campaign time is probably by law, but I can't say for certainty there either. But it's a much, much shorter period of time, so you're not bombarded with ads 2 years in advance.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else I was...
Because, I mean, we're already arguing about the 2016 presidential election, and 2015 is just barely into summer.
Yeah, I keep seeing comments going, Rand Paul's going to win. I'm like, are you fucking... It's literally a year and a half away.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know how the hell New Hampshire is going to go.
Yeah. There has literally not even been a debate.
I really wish Pennsylvania would hold its primaries earlier, because by the time the primaries roll around, all the candidates that I'm interested in have been eliminated from the ballot.
Yeah, I do hate that a bit. I feel like there should almost be an amendment of when primaries are held. I really actually kind of wish it was a national-wide thing instead of this person actually didn't get the vote now, basically, on who they want.
Well, it's just the fact that the states choose when they have their primaries. I mean, it's a states issue, not a federal issue. So
I guess
Pennsylvania could easily decide, you know what, we're going to hold our primaries in April instead of waiting until, I don't know, August or October or whenever, by the time, it's pretty much candidates you're interested in have been weaned out by the other states.
Yeah, I need to freaking apply for that. Still, I need to change my party affiliation so I can actually vote on it. I don't even really like the whole entire... okay.
That's the other thing. You have to be... You're only allowed... In the primaries, obviously, you're only allowed to vote for the candidates you're interested in running the general election in your party.
I mean, if first off, I did see that there's something weird where they have Democratic, Republican, but they also have the Liberty Party and then the other box. I'm like, I don't know how they decide what parties are actually allowed to be represented.
You need a certain number of signatures or something to get onto the ballot. And the rules may vary from state to state too.
No, not even ballot, like voter registration form.
Oh, the voter registration, that's a different thing entirely.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a certain percentage. But...
Once you're a registered voter, it doesn't matter. You stay registered.
Oh yeah, but you have to. I don't know why it's not
until
that
you move.
Fucking change it online yet. The fact that I have to mail in.
Here, let me have your view.
Or even like I don't even understand why was it? I forgot the freaking name. Vote by post basically. Where you send in your ballot. Why that isn't streamlined through a government website where you have to just enter in all your information.
Early voting. Oh, I'll tell you why they're not doing it by the website yet. They do not have the competence to verify who you physically are over the internet.
If they can have FAFSA do that though, right? Like like put in your legal birth name, put in your social security, put in your date of birth. If they don't address even maybe.
I think what you would need to do is find a way of having a digital signature that is absolutely hack-proof.
I'd be okay with that, and just maybe say, give libraries, signature stations that are pretty cheap enough, or even just say that you can scan your driver's license onto it.
Actually, biometric scanning would be very useful. I mean, a
Not
lot
at home, though.
a lot of computers have cameras built into them, right?
Yeah.
So, a picture of your face being submitted with the all the information necessary to. I mean, because when you go to the polling place, I mean, you show a photo ID, assuming it's a big polling station. Where I go to, it's like such a small place. I mean, they know who I am. They don't even ask me for ID. I just say my name, and I sign my name in the book, and then I go vote, and then I'm out of there.
I mean,
but my name does have to be in the book, so they have to find my actual record of being registered.
I feel like there is a certain point that, I mean, like, we are really scared irrationally of people cheating the system when there's like less than a dozen cases of it every year. And if it makes it more convenient for people to vote, if it helps our actual voter participation, is it okay if, one person goes, hey, are you not going to vote this year? And they go, no. And then somehow steal all their information to just vote themselves, which, I mean, they could just tell that person to vote one way or the other anyways. Are we okay risking that? Because I would feel I'm okay with risking that.
Yeah, the current level of security is sufficiently low that it's easily defeated. I mean, a lot of dead people vote in Chicago quite frequently, for example.
Is that true?
You can Snopes it if you like.
You can what?
Snopes. Are you familiar with that website?
Snopes.
Snopes. S-N-O-P-E.
Is it really Snopes?
Yeah, Snopes specializes in debunking internet myths.
So totally random.
There's a saying in Chicago: vote early, vote often.
That was actually a statement for like a while. I forgot what it's called. Before we had like digital voting systems.
Oh, you're okay. There's like 1.8 million dead people still registered to vote. So they're registered, but it doesn't appear that I'm finding any sources that are saying like there are people voting with them.
Yeah, the voter fraud is probably overblown.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it does happen, but
how do you get
probably
unregistered
not
to
to a
vote?
large enough extent to swing any real election unless it's super, super close. In which case, there's going to be a recount anyway.
How do you get unregistered to vote?
We all know those crazies in Florida. Always keep it close locked.
That whole entire ordeal, I sort of, like, old people.
Yeah, it would be interesting if they somehow put in an age limit for voting.
I don't know. Can people who have dementia or Alzheimer's vote?
Good night, Faye.
As far as I know, as long as you are in the voting rolls and you present your ID and everything, you can vote.
I feel like I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that risk.
Wait, I have a quick question. You guys can hear my noise?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're just really, really slow.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you put your phone in your purse or whatever when you're on Google Hangouts and you go wandering around. We hear you all the time.
Yeah, I hear you walking around.
And then you get offended when we move you.
Yeah, I hear you all the time. But I wrote you a postcard, and it just is like, congratulations on your daughter's graduation.
Thank you.
It's just a whole postcard. But, like, I thought it was sent last week, and it's still sitting there, so I was upset it doesn't go.
Today is perfect, because today is the day she actually graduated.
Oh, well, I'm just really proud. Like, I didn't graduate, and I feel like, you know, it's hard because I'm an extreme student. I jumped a lot of grades, and it's more that I didn't fit into that graduation criteria. It wasn't that I didn't pass my GED when I felt like taking the test. I never sat down. But I graduated when I was 15 years old in grade 12. So I was just like I was a little bit out of my league. And I kind of wish it was nice and stable, like how you see, you know. I think you're a great mom. And it takes a lot of work to be that kind of mom. I've never known that.
No.
So, yeah, I'm not going to cry, but yeah, I appreciate your assistance because it makes me realize I learn the way I want to learn, and what I need is a person that just supports how I learn. And I think that's what a real mother does, is understands how their child learns, doesn't force them. So I know that you're a good mother.
Thank you.
So I really congratulate you a lot. That's a lot of hard work. So it's not just your daughter's graduation, it's your graduation. So I appreciate that influence. I wish I had that. But that just, like, I don't wish I was your daughter. I'm happy to be who I am, but I'm happy to have the mom I have. But I'm losing my mom right now, too, from cancer. So it's just like icing on my cake, right? So I have to eat what I'm dealt. I know life's not easy, but I can do it. And if I didn't have a lot of strong people around me, like you guys, I don't know how I would tread this long. So I know I don't always get along with everybody, but I really appreciate it. And I'm really sober. See, this is the person I am when I'm really sober. And I don't really like it. I'm not comfortable being sober. It's easier for me when I can dilute my emotions and pretend like, oh, I'll get through the day. So never mind me, but I really appreciate it, and I'm always outside listening, so even though I might not always be here, you guys know I'm here. Thanks.
On the topic of moms, totally random, but my mom pretty frequently, like every couple of months, freaks out about finding some financial paper, some tax paper, or some bill or something like that, and it becomes like this huge issue. Like, oh my God, where's this paper? I know I put it in this, like, boxes that she has of paperwork, and I always end up helping her find it. And so what I'm doing now is I'm scanning everything, and we have a scanner. I'm scanning everything, and I'm going to make it a lot easier for her to access these things. Just have it all digital. Now, in order to do this, I have to buy some big hard drives that I'm going to use as like a family network attached storage device, like basically like huge hard drives that are just like on the network. I'm thinking like 4 gigs or 4 terabytes. I don't know if that's too much though.
Get a proper NAS.
I was thinking about making my own because it might be cheaper.
You can certainly do that. I mean, a relatively inexpensive Linux box with a large RAID array of disks would certainly do the job.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And just hooking up to like our home network, putting it in the basement, and just leaving it there forever, and just having it run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And as long as it doesn't consume too much power, we won't have a problem.
Yeah, that's the one problem with tower computers is, you know, if they have a 450 watt power supply, you can pretty much assume that they're consuming 450 watts.
So another option would be to kind of do this ghetto and use a Raspberry Pi.
Well, Raspberry Pi, that has a USB port, right?
It does. It's not USB 3, but it does have USB.
Well, it doesn't have to be USB 3. I mean, USB 2 is decent enough. I mean, you're not going to be streaming video off of the thing, and actually USB 2 is capable of streaming video anyway. But yeah, you could, yeah, Raspberry Pi and hook up to just daisy chain a bunch of book drives together. That's pretty ghetto. But on the other hand, be pretty cheap.
We'll see. I'm going to plan this out. I'm going to see if I can do this with my family because I don't want to pay. You can buy like just, as you mentioned, a proper NAS for like $200. I don't know if I want to do that though. I spent a lot of money today. I spent like $150, like just on stupid crap. Well, I mean it was legit stuff, but I don't know. And I feel like I'm spending too much money lately.
Every time I spend money, I feel like I'm spending too much money. But mainly that's because it puts me deeper in debt.
Are you in debt?
Yeah, kinda.
Aren't we all? Oops. In debt.
I have a very good fortune of not being in debt.
Oh, so envious.
Yeah.
You don't even have student loans?
No. I for my undergrad, we initially paid for it, like my family, and then after that, I paid for it, and then for grad school, I just saved up and went to school. And so we have house debts, and I contribute to that. So I guess I do have a debt, kind of, in that I pay for it, like this house that we own. My goal is to have my mom quit working and just pay for everything.
Yeah, my mom is retired, but she is currently getting cataracts in both eyes.
Wow.
And I'm rather worried about that.
Oh, it's nothing to worry about. It's an easy surgery.
Have you had it done?
Yeah, I had it done on one eye. We'll wait and see another maybe 5 to 10 years to see if I have it done on the other.
Are they able to laser the cataracts out, or do they have to like open up the eyeball, rip out the lens, and replace it?
Wow. Okay, I gotta mute myself.
Nothing like that. It's totally laser, and they can put a bifocal in anymore. It's just, it's all dependent on your insurance and what you want your options to be. So.
I had a dentist who explained to me the process of getting a bone graft, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I want to record that and watch that. And what you just described about cataracts was like, oh my god, I can't hear that. like rip open the eyeball. My God, that's terrible.
Oh.
That just freaked me out. I'm sorry. That was too much for me.
Yeah, I was thinking there might be a laser procedure. It'd be nice.
It's totally laser. Don't worry about it at all.
Well, my mom is apparently at the eye doctor yesterday, or rather, I should say Thursday, I think it was, or was it Friday? I don't remember. I think it was Friday. But anyway, I don't know what her prospects are for dealing with them yet, but it would absolutely suck if she was going to get cursed with blindness from it. Or require, like, real eye surgery.
Yeah, if you don't take care of it, if you don't get the surgery, that's when you get some permanent damage. But
well, she does her regular doctor's visits and stuff because back in the 90s she had cancer.
Oh, wow.
And that led to her losing essentially everything.
Yeah.
And,
What kind of cancer was it?
well, I'd prefer not to disclose that level of medical information.
I can respect that.
But let's just say it was sufficient that she had to go through surgery, chemo, and because of all of that, she lost her job, and that, of course, meant losing health insurance, and then, of course, that ate into all the retirement savings that she had.
Yeah.
And then, of course, she was out of the market, and this, she had, because she was for a while married and not working, it was difficult to get back, get into an IT market again, and then getting hit by the cancer knocked her right back out. So, and then she got, after all that, managed to get back in, and then that company decided to get rid of its IT department. So, and then...
What year did it do that?
So, it's all rather unfortunate how it all turns out.
My father had he had lung cancer. He was a smoker, but he was a smoker before people knew. I mean, I guess people knew, but it was well known that smoking was bad. So he was a smoker, and he tried to quit several times, and it just, in the end didn't happen. But he had squamous cell lung cancer, which metastasized and spread to his liver, or rather kidneys. No, actually it spread all over, but so he first had a lobectomy where you remove, I think it was his right lower part of his lung, and we were like, oh, it's great, cancer's over, whatever. And then they, a couple of months later, we were taking him to the hospital, or I was taking him actually to, because he had blood in his urine, and the doctor misdiagnosed that as an infection, and it turns out that the cancer had spread to his kidneys, where it was basically like, because cancer is very vascular, it's a lot of blood tissue.
Oh yeah.
And so it basically
once it's metastasized, I mean, the cancer cells are now everywhere in your body.
Yeah, once they hit the highway.
Yeah, it's not really.
Go ahead.
It's not something to laugh about at all.
Yeah, definitely not. No.
Because what they go for so much pain. Actually, it's not really funny. It's not funny at all. I'm gonna say.
During chemo, even though there was, my mom did get onto a trial of a new drug at the time called Neupogen, which is supposed to reduce the nausea effects of the chemo and other side effects, but in spite of that, she was still sick as hell for like 2 years.
Yeah, I remember that like a lot of my father's symptoms came from the chemotherapy. Like I actually to some degree feel like the chemotherapy made things worse. I don't know like if that's just me being naive, but man, chemo sucks.
It really does.
Yeah.
I think the only essentially you're taking poison.
Yeah, you are exactly. Yeah, it's poison.
But the idea is that the cancer cells have a higher metabolic rate than your regular cells.
Right.
So they absorb more of the poison, and therefore, hopefully, it kills them.
Right.
I think that's the theory behind it, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
But of course, obviously, since you're taking poison, it's not exactly doing you any good.
Yeah, it sucks. But I mean, you know, he's obviously like he was very content with it, held it, or did a very good job. Like he never complained. I never once heard him. Literally, I'm thinking like I never once heard him complain. And I don't know. So I think I'd be complaining left and right. I mean, I complain about stuff that bothers me nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know how I would deal.
I just found all my Hudge pictures. Oh, this is wonderful. I went to Hudge about 2 years ago, and I just found all the pictures.
It's actually one of the reasons why and I'm referencing a conversation that I no longer wish to continue, but it's one of the major reasons I'm so against property taxes, because at the time, we were living with my grandmother in a house that had been paid off before I was even born. The way it was paid off, I mean, it was a loan with a balloon payment, but what the maternal grandfather did, I never knew him, he died before I was born, but to pay off the loan, because the property values increased, he sold off 10 acres and used that to pay off the mortgage. And then at that point, the house was free and clear. And for a while, things were great, apparently, but in the last 5 or so years of me living there, what had happened was the school taxes started going up precipitously because of people moving in and the school having to grow and all that. And that kind of forced the value of the property up. So taxes went up to the point where it was no longer possible with the combined income of my grandmother's Social Security, what my mom was able to bring in, and what I was able to bring in, with the combined income, was insufficient to cover the combination of repairs required for upkeep and the taxes. Ultimately, the property had to be sold.
That's like criminal.
It is. I mean, and it was a place that I had always assumed that I would live my life out in, a nice property, nothing spectacular, nothing ridiculously huge, not one of your fancy McMansions or anything, but, it was old, it was a Victorian, and, those things require a lot of maintenance, and there's not a lot of people who can even deal with that kind of construction anymore. I mean, call in a contractor to replace the roof, he looks at it and he's like, I'll get back to you, and he never does. So, shit just fell apart. Just had to unload the property at probably below market value. Actually, the timing was kind of accidentally okay because it was right before the housing bubble burst. And also the township was doing had set aside a budget for open space because what they wanted to do was keep contractors, property building contractors out from building developments because there simply was not sufficient infrastructure for the rate of growth of population. They could not afford to widen roads or anything like that. So they were basically any property above a certain size, they were willing to pay fair market value for to prevent the contractors from coming in and building developments. And we kind of got lucky because a large portion of that property is actually wetland. But anyway, it was heart-wrenching to give it up.
That sucks, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. I can't. The house I live in right now, I can't imagine losing it.
Yeah, the one thing I'm glad of is that my grandmother passed before it had to be, before that issue really came to a head.
Yeah.
But it's just something that I will always be pissed off about because if it wasn't for the extreme rate of the school tax, keeping the property maintained was quite doable.
Right.
It's just that it was property tax or repairs. And if you don't pay the property tax, house goes up for sheriff's sale and you lose it anyway.
A lot of police, what they do is they go to places where, like they basically, it's like legalized theft. Like there's a way for the police to basically seize your land or your property or what have you.
Well, that's exactly what they do. Under court order, they seize the property and sell it at auction.
Yeah. And there's ways like they can literally just like see you driving your car, stop you and be like, I suspect this car was involved in drugs, and just take your car.
Yes, the forfeiture laws.
Yeah.
Those are, and they're not even going through due process to do that.
Yeah.
They're just taking it immediately, and whenever you eventually do get to court, it's too late to get it back because they've already auctioned it off.
Yeah. There's a lot of crap like that. There's things where like police will stop you and basically be like, are you carrying any large sums of money? And if you are, they'll just take it because they'll be like, I have no reason to believe this. It was involved in the drug trade, but they just take it anyways.
Yeah, and yes, that does happen.
So much weight. Wow, I found a picture of myself from a couple of years ago. Not even a couple, like 1 or 2 years ago, and I look so much skinnier now. I look like chubby back then. I've lost a significant amount of weight.
Either you're doing something right, or you've got cancer.
No, I'm just not eating. I'm just completely honest with you. Like, I'll just be like, I'm just not gonna eat today.
I can't go 24 hours without eating, but
I mean, not literally.
I'm quite typically 1 meal a day, sometimes 2.
I mean, not literally, not like I'm literally not going to eat at all, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, it's not like I make a conscious decision to not eat that day either. I mean, sometimes it just, or, I mean, if I was able to maintain a healthy lifestyle the way I would be doing it, I'd eat 5 or 6 small meals a day, spread out evenly so that I could maintain a more constant metabolism and such, maybe concentrate better. I got various things of my own that basically I decided long ago never to procreate because I didn't want to curse anyone with my bad genetic crap shot.
What's wrong with your genetic? whatever.
No.
Or never mind, that's a personal question. Sorry.
Yeah, that's also a bit personal. I mean, I have spoken of it before, but not something I like to harp on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I can respect that.
But yeah, it's.
So do you guys want to see my Hajj pictures?
You shot them before, didn't you? You in a toga or something?
No, I'm wearing I wouldn't say toga. It's like two cloths basically. But that, I mean, you don't really see me in them in this.
But you got to go to Saudi Arabia and all.
I did, yeah. You have to go to Saudi.
And Mecca and whatnot, yeah. Where us, kafir. Yeah, us kafir are not allowed.
You can always go. You just have to convert.
Right. How am I going to convince them of that? I mean, because I would literally have to lie. And quite frankly, I'm a terrible liar. Because lying is not something I do often.
This is at you at the airport or something?
Yeah, that was the airport. Let me open this up in a program that's a little better, because that program is kind of ghetto.
Yeah.
It was just such a beautiful. Pardon? It was such an amazing experience. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
I said, wouldn't I be killed on sight?
No, man. Why do you have to stop these stereotypes, man? People are like cool.
You'd be arrested first.
No, nobody would even care. They would just be like, "That's really weird," and they would just move on. Like, no, that's all that would happen. It's not like people are out there like. I'll tell you, I never.
That was a Saudi Arabian law.
I mean, okay, like Saudi Arabia has a lot of laws that piss me off, but you got to realize, like, it's not like that crazy. Like, you know, I don't know how to phrase it, but like, you can walk around and it's totally normal. Like, no one will say anything, no one will do it, and people won't even notice. Like, they'll just be like, okay, well, whatever. They might point and stare, or they might think it's weird, but now it might be different if you were a what's the word? You're an American, so you're fine. But if you were from like another country, you would be like, "What the hell?" And there'd be some repercussions then. But yeah, like generally speaking, like you'll be fine in Saudi Arabia. Like if you just walk around, no one says anything, no one does anything. It's like a normal country. Now it's not if you're like an immigrant worker, but it is if you're an American.
Wouldn't they see someone like me as I don't know.
What is that place?
Jerusalem? Yeah, excuse me.
So this was
wouldn't they see someone like Shin and I mean, be commanded by their hadith or whatever to instantly kill me?
Probably not, Nadia. I don't think anyone would notice or care. Like, you have to understand, like, it's a big country and there's a lot of people that are there.
So what's this place at?
Okay, so this is just the airport. I just took a picture of some random group of people from West Africa.
Oh, West Africa. Oh, okay.
So this is the Smirnoff Ice that I saw in Dubai. So immediately after landing in Dubai, I started crying like uncontrollably, and actually I tried to stop because I was embarrassed and I couldn't. And then I saw, because I was like, oh, I finally made it, and I was in Dubai, I was in Saudi, and then I saw a Smirnoff Ice store. It was literally not even the second; it was the first thing that I saw in the airport. Just more random.
Oh, that's pretty cool. A bunch of stores in there. That's pretty.
Yeah. Well, this is Dubai. So I saw McDonald's. That actually says McDonald's, and I hadn't eaten a Big Mac in maybe 10 years now, and so when I saw it, I definitely jumped in.
So this is in South America. South Africa, correct?
No, this is actually Dubai, but I was on the way to Saudi. So the airport in Saudi, the ghetto airport in Medina, looked like this. This was the ghetto airport.
Where's the Bia at? I mean, the place you're talking about. Well, the place we were, where is it located at?
This was, okay, so this pictures now are from Saudi Arabia.
Alright, so you're in Saudi Arabia right now. Or the other place you was at.
I'm in America right now, but I'm saying these pictures are from Saudi.
Oh, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. And so this was like the landing airport. I'm just remembering all these beautiful pictures, beautiful moments. Honestly, it was such a nice experience. Like, everything about it was just amazing. I'll tell you, you feel like a human being when you're there. Like, you won't feel like you belong anywhere. You'll feel like you're just a human being. You're not an American, you're not a German, you're not an Irish, you're not a South American, you're not a whatever. You're just a human being. This was amazing. So it's really hot, and the sun beats down, so they have these umbrellas that turn up like at certain times of the day, and that protect you from the sun. And they're also very lovely to look at.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this guy was from our group here. And like every country under the sun. Now you can tell he's wearing like an American style like backpack. But there were other people. It was funny actually, in this courtyard here, I was once walking and I saw some guy and I was like, that guy's wearing a sweater from my college. What the hell? So I ran up to him and it turned out it was someone that I knew. I was like,
oh.
I was like, this guy went to the same school as me. So
that's cool.
So I saw this H&M like literally across the street from like Islam's second holiest location, which was really bizarre to me.
Well, wait a minute. What's this Holy Land Park?
I'm talking about the city of Medina. It's a holy city for Muslims.
Oh, okay. I thought you was in Israel.
No. I'm not talking Israel. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No worries. That's some desert area.
Oh, wow.
No, Nadia, you would not be killed on sight. People wouldn't even know. Now, if you were, like I said, you're an American, so you have different rights. But I'm saying, for the most part, unless you're flagrantly doing something that's like in people's faces, like no one really cares. Here, this is a picture I took from my hotel room. Like, I took this picture.
I can be told. People can tell what I am easily enough.
I don't know, but I mean, what I'm saying is, unless you're flagrantly out there like doing stuff, no one will care. That's what I'm saying. There's a picture of my friend's wife that I don't want to put up. It's hilarious because she's sleeping in a really weird place and she's just exhausted. All right, let me find a picture of
something private for you.
Yeah, that's me, and that's the Kaaba in the background.
Yeah, I saw on the History Channel that thing. Yeah, that's the there's like a rock or something they actually worship, actually, if I remember.
No, we don't worship the rock, but it's acknowledged as something like that our prophet used to acknowledge as special, and so that's about all we do. But no, we don't worship.
Okay. Well, I saw the it was on YouTube video or something. I just remember it. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not. Yeah.
That's me looking like a typical American tourist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's funny. It was such a. There was a moment. I'm sorry, I'm dominating the conversation. I apologize if it comes off that way. There's a moment where I was talking about feeling like a human being. You have to understand, there's people from everywhere here, like every corner of the earth. Like there are people there, and your national identity, you can tell who's from where, who's from on this. Okay, no, not. You can tell where people are from, kind of based on their clothes. But there's a part where you change out of your clothes, your regular clothes, and you wear, for men at least, you wear two white cloths that wrap around you, and they're unstitched. unstitched, so they're not like a shirt. It's like literally like a very big towel. And when you do that, there's a moment where you stop being from anywhere and you're just a human being, and like everyone is just a person. It's such an amazing part of the whole thing. I had a great time doing that. This
what
was
is the Arabic word for?
Pardon?
What is the Arabic word for what I am?
I don't know.
That's what people will scream at me instantly.
Insan, a person.
Is it like Lucky, insane or something?
Pardon? I'm sorry, say that again?
Is it Lucky Ginsane?
Is it what? I can't understand what you're saying.
It's expensive to live there.
I don't know actually. I don't know. I don't know.
Is it Lucky? Is it Lucky Ginsane?
Can you type that out, Nadia? I'm sorry, I can't. Lucky Insane?
What?
So there's people here 24. Lucky Ginsane.
Those are Arabic words.
I don't know what lucky means. Ginsane, the two gins? I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
Okay, so the ain ending means two. Ginsane, gin. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry.
Four candles.
Palm Jam. Can you help us here?
Are there any Christians in the room right now?
I'm actually Catholic.
Are you Catholic? So in the Bible,
I'll sleep.
So in the Bible, it talks about how there's a part where Hagar takes Ishmael into the desert, and she's looking for water, and she's running between two hills, and it says in the Bible that I have to find the verse. Even in English, it's very nice to read, but it basically says that she ran between two mountains, and those mountains were the distance of an arrow shot. So let me just Google it really quickly. Hagar arrow shot. I use DuckDuckGo, not Google. So the Lord said to Sarah, actually that's not it. The child grew and weaned, and then the day Isaac was born. Anyway, okay, I'm not going to find it. It'd take me too long. But basically, Hagar is running between two mountains looking for water for her son, and she's like going to basically die. And they say in the Bible it says like it's a distance of like an arrow shot or something like that. And she's searching, and finally she finds water in this spring, and that spring is where like she establishes like a community in there, and Ishmael grows up there. And in Islamic tradition, that mountain that she ran back and forth between are called the hills of Safa and Marwa. Yeah, Safa and Marwa, and the Muslims believe that these mountains, like this is the actual mountain. Like this is a picture.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like, I don't know which one's which. Go ahead.
It's that the son was actually born at. The woman went to these mountains to try and find water. She found water, stayed there until he was born, or something like that.
So she was looking for water in the desert, and so she runs between two mountain hills, or whatever you want to call it, mountain hills, whatever, and she's climbing up them, looking for water, like looking to see if there's anyone there, like climbing up them to see, kind of getting a high vantage point. And she just keeps running back, and I think she's like does it like 7 times, I don't remember, and eventually she finds water, and she saves her son. And in Islamic tradition, it's called our tradition is that the mountains hills are called Safa and Marwa, and so this is the actual location. It's now like there's like layers above it, so you can go on the top floor, the bottom floor. It's been
that's pretty.
Yeah. So like this
okay.
is actually,
Okay. Okay,
that's
I
my
understand what you're saying now. So, so she went on top of the hill to look.
look for water.
Sorry. You had to look for water. She came back down, back and forth, about 7 times, and she found water.
Mhm.
And there's a happy ending to it.
Yeah. And
wait a
the
minute.
idea is that that mountain that she ran back and forth on is.
Hold on. Fortune Max has said something. Alright, this is what God, Geo, and happens. Homosexuality is one of the most disgusting sins and the greatest crimes. It is the foul religion that goes against sound nature and one of the most corrupting and heinous sins. The punishment of homosexuality is that both active and passive persons are killed whether or not they personally had sexual intercourse in the course of legal marriage. Some of the prophet saw that the pastor is to be burned with fire, and it's also been said that he will be stoned or thrown from the high place, straight from the dawn book. Damn.
What is that from? Because that doesn't sound right for a very clear reason in that. Where did you get
I'm
that
trying
from?
to read. Fortune actually has it.
No, but what pot? Where did you get that from? One of the most disgusting. Let's see if I can find it on Google. Yeah, that doesn't sound right, and I'll tell you why it doesn't sound right. Because burning by fire is definitely prohibited in Islam, to burn somebody alive. And I mean, Saudi Arabia is an extreme country, undeniably. That they're probably just whack. But no, homosexuality, if you do it openly, it's considered a crime. But if you're like in your house, it's like whatever. I think the idea is that once the sin enters the public sphere, then it becomes a problem. But if it's kept like behind closed doors, the authorities don't really have any right to say or do anything. That's kind of the idea.
Wait a minute. So they don't mind that you can do it in the house, but not outside where people see it, correct?
That's with pretty much all social crimes. The idea is that like if you do your social crime, like it's not a good thing, obviously, but like if you're doing it behind closed doors, that's your right. You do whichever you want to do. The government cannot intervene in your. Now it's a crime with God, but the idea is that like the moment you step out and you start to like spread your ideas, then it becomes a problem. That's the general idea.
But being
That's
gay
the thing.
is
I'm a woman. I am a woman 24/7.
Okay, then you're a woman.
Except, of course, they wouldn't beat me one.
Look,
Right?
honestly, I don't know, and I
They would. Oh,
I have no idea.
and, well, there's the privacy behind closed doors out the window. Go ahead.
I said I don't know, Nadia. I don't know the specific details of Saudi Arabian law. I'm not Saudi, and I don't live there. I mean, why? Okay. If they do, they do. You live here. You don't live there. I don't know if you have any plans on go visiting Saudi. I don't know if that's on your.
No. I planned, rather specifically avoiding the Middle East altogether. If it's an Islamic Republic, I won't set foot in it.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, they have this divine command that I should be tortured and executed. So, yeah, I'm not setting foot in a single one. Yeah, 30 Christians I'm trying to one right now. By the way, any viewers, I'm very interested in immigrating to Western Europe or Scandinavia. Any help along those fronts would be very much appreciated. Western Europe or Scandinavia.
Well, Germany and England, Ireland. That's the only places I really know.
Man, I really miss.
There are very few countries in the world with progressive attitudes toward what I am.
Nadia, your concern is not homosexuality. Your concern is financial. Or not homosexuality, transgender.
No.
Transgender.
Yes.
Yeah, excuse me.
Transgender, yes.
Excuse me, but yeah, that's your issue. Your issue is not, or that sounds condescending. Your concern, rather, is not attitudes towards like transgender people. It's financial. Would you disagree? Don't tell me I'm wrong.
No.
Right?
There are a combination of both. The attitudes toward transgender people have a rather strong impact on finances. So, they are not separate concerns. For instance, getting a job so I don't die on the street is a matter of the attitudes toward transgender people. Beyond that, transsexuality is rather often conflated with homosexuality. And various conservative places like Saudi Arabia, well, deem me essentially homosexual.
Yeah, you would be
as
seen
well
as
as much of the United States.
Well, with the exception of Iran, did you know that
I'm sorry?
Did you know that in Iran you can have legal like gender reassignment surgery? Like, I think even the government will pay for it. I'm completely serious. Like, you can actually, like, you're not considered like what you were born. You're considered having transition. Like, it's a thing in Iran.
Mostly around major urban centers like Tehran. But at the same time, fuck it. If, you know, frankly, with where things are going, I would take Tehran.
Nadia,
That said,
sorry.
Tehran, not most of the rest of Iran. Go ahead.
Are you drunk, Nadia?
I've been drinking. Sorry if it's
Yeah, you're acting very
a little bit hard to understand.
It says, as of 2008, Iran carries out more sex change operations than any other nation in the world, except for Thailand. The government provides up to half the costs for those needing financial assistance. And yeah, except for Thailand. And a sex change is considered reconsigned on the birth certificate. Wow, that's wild to me. That is wild. I can't. Wow, I did not expect that.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Send me to Tehran. But like I said, not the outlying areas. It really is rather what is it? Strongly concentrated in that. Well, really almost single urban area. Go ahead.
Nadia, don't make assumptions about, like, I don't know how familiar you are with Iran, but one thing I would say is don't make assumptions about what it's like there. because the attitudes of people are sometimes not that simplistic. Like, people can be against it, but be like indifferent to it. If that makes sense. Like honestly, I really don't care about like gay marriage. Honestly, like it's like the last thing on my mind. I'm basically indifferent to it. And I think a lot of people.
Neither do most gay people.
Yeah.
Well,
actually,
neither do most gay people. I mean, very few actually marry, like less than a third. And of course, trans people don't really fall under that whole thing at all.
Yeah.
Like, by and large, when trans people end up in, I guess, what are deemed by some same-sex marriages, it's essentially by, pre-existing marriages prior to transition not being annulled, right? Or if transition was ongoing, the particular legal changes involved were delayed in order to keep the marriage alive, or at least in the legal sense. Go ahead.
No, I have nothing to say. I really don't know much about transgendered issues. Honestly, I've never really looked into it. I know jack about it.
Well, we're not that much harder to figure out than the rest of humanity as a whole.
Fair enough.
I mean, if you had some kind of congenital disfigurement or deformity,
right?
Well, wouldn't you want it corrected? Yeah. Oh, it's that area of the body. Well, it's not that hard to work through either. Well, I guess when it comes to that area of the body, acting on ways the rest of the body that are, well, improper. Now you can see knock-on deformities and disfigurements happening even still, right? So, I mean, it all doesn't really... Straight heterosexual people, cisgender people understand this pretty often. It's not a big mystery. Palm, you've had mods.
You have had the mods.
Well, of course, you've... Yeah. Well, he's had them, and actually just used them, so... His request, I guess you realized, had been honored prior to us even requesting. I mean, let's talk to some white Anglo-Saxon Protestant heterosexual males. Okay, Star. I mean, if you had something wrong with what's downstairs, okay, wouldn't you want your health insurance policy to cover getting it fixed?
Can I tell the response to that?
Sure.
The response is, there's nothing wrong downstairs. There's nothing wrong in the mind. I'm not saying, by the way, I agree with that.
Okay.
No. I'm not saying I agree with that or disagree with that. I'm just saying that's the argument. I don't know enough about it to comment, and I'm not qualified. But I'm just saying that's what they'll say. It's a mental issue. It's not a physical issue.
All right, Palm. I'll put the cameraman on.
I'm not even saying that like to be a jerk. I'm just telling you that's what they would say.
Yeah, I've gone up against it, and by and large, I don't have answers for the superior longitudinal fasciculus, or the hypothalamus, or the right medial forceps, or anything else actually being physical either.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. What about these things being physical?
It's the parts of the brain observed specifically different in trans women.
Oh, you're saying that there's something different in the brain.
Different in the sense that they are aligned with the feminine formations.
I think what would be said there is then that part of the brain needs to be fixed.
I don't see what is right. Wait. Well, assuming this is true, and this is usually how I like going about arguments. Assuming that is true, what is easier to do? Figure out a whole entire new way of neurochemistry, or just changing the sex?
I don't see why that's even relevant.
Well, no, because like if you're saying there's a problem with the mind. It's not actually the body. Except for all the evidence, which is anecdotal, but I mean it's anecdotal, but it matters because it's how people are. When people are post-op, they are happier. They are more on the whole,
right.
They are better with their situation then. So what are you gonna do first? Are you gonna just try and drug people up with cocktails and until they just stop feeling this problem, which is apparently in their head, or just
started to nod off?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I honestly don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I would also point out that psychiatric medication is known to be ineffective for anything of this kind.
All I can say in this regard is that based on my personal judgment, Nadia exhibits strong feminine characteristics in her actions and the way her body language. I mean, everything about her essentially suggests she's feminine. So. And I've also said before, I would, in spite of the odds, I would not be surprised if she had XX chromosomes rather than XY, and something just happened during development that went wrong.
Yeah. I'll give other people a chance to chime in, then I'll filibuster a bit. Okay, time to filibuster. Okay, first off, although I'm not genetically tested, the strongest suspect from various kind of non-chemical medical evidence suggests what's called Kalman syndrome, which would be an XY chromosome affair that involves a certain kind of hormonal disruption, which of course can manifest early enough in development to cause neurological effects. Second is that to the extent there is a maybe large cluster of feminine characteristics, this kind of external evaluation shouldn't really be the basis. Rather, the I guess lack of congruency between, well, the, who knows what to call it, I dare not say ego because I'm limited materialist. That discord between, I guess, one's perceptive systems and one's actual body, one's social role, and so on, are perhaps the most compelling ethical mandate to go about the procedures involved with gender transition. One not be, some kind of like, total mimic of a female brain on an fMRI scan to merit gender transition. Okay, so there we go.
Nadia yields the floor.
Pretty much.
I yield back the remaining of eternity.
What?
He made a funny.
It was just a little joke there. Apparently not a very good one.
I get fought a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, so the trouble is kind of an ever-receding sort of domain of validity. Trans women are, given some kind of providence, right? Where, if we're not passable enough, if we're not, passing some kind of psychological test to be feminine enough, and so on and so forth, we don't actually qualify. It really should be down to, what alleviates suffering the most. And maybe secondarily what enhances happiness the most for those who, I don't know, I guess to get some kind of reward for it. I don't get that, but maybe it exists.
I can get behind that.
This might be the wrong answer, but I think what alleviates suffering the fastest is a bullet through the medulla.
That escalated quickly.
It switches you off like a light.
Let's not say that.
It's not really a solution.
That's not a solution, no. It just alleviates suffering the fastest in an individual.
Okay, technically true. Technically cannot falsify
I didn't
that.
say fastest. I said... I didn't say fastest. I said vastest or something like that.
Oh.
The next
Someone's
thing is,
drunk.
there's an actual cost-benefit analysis involving psychiatry for both suicide and genital self-mutilation attempts. Right? Like 90+% of genital self-mutilation tests and successes are trans, not psychotic. Okay. The remainder are almost entirely psychotic. Right?
Yeah. Well, obviously the most
Well, what do you do, right? Healthcare costs anyway. You're having hospitalizations, and if they don't have insurance, well, public first pays for it. If they do, well, your insurance policy pays for it. Because covering a large enough swath of your state is basically a matter of public policy, right?
Yeah.
So, either way, you're speaking of, a fully general public concern, right? One cert stops every subsequent psychiatric hospitalization for general self-mutilation or attempted suicide.
Well, obviously the most.
Or at least, if not every, then 41% before and 6% after, right? Cutting that down by 35%.
Obviously, the most desirable solution in your case is to complete the surgeries. I don't know. Let's eliminate for now the financial issues. How does your type 1 and other endocrinological issues complicate that, finishing that procedure?
In some ways badly, in some ways it's one-dimensional. So the one-dimensional way is that there's only one number I really have to meet the target of to get the eligibility despite having type 1. The good news is that the kind of social acceptance loss and disruption and so on, well, has a pretty strong correlation effect and so on how much I can actually adjust that number. All right, the farther off, the worse off you get in terms of socioeconomic status, the less able you are to exert any control or go about reducing that number, that hemoglobin A1C. Which, in the case of type 1s, has to be 6.5 or below, not just below 7. And that's a lot harder than 7.
Yeah. What's that number?
A lot harder than 7. The percentage of hemoglobin that is hemoglobin A1C instead of normal hemoglobin. That is glycohemoglobin.
Okay, so that's the number that you have to have a target value for in order for doctors to be willingly to proceed with completing your surgeries.
Right. In fact, any doctor to put a scalpel on me, period. Any doctor to put a scalpel on me, period, pretty much means that hemoglobin A1C number.
Okay, so obviously then your first medical goal is to achieve that numerical value.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And you know it's done?
Now, if the relocation,
it's done the same way you lose weight. It's done the same way you lose weight. You starve.
Ugh.
You maintain persistent blood glucose. You maintain persistent blood glucose that's low in order to achieve that hemoglobin A1C number that's low also. The hemoglobin A1C is something of a 90-day average of blood glucose.
Oh, if we can successfully get you to your employment opportunity and that is, well, getting you there is one thing. It's a stable housing situation, obviously, that's the big challenge.
Right.
That can be achieved.
Yeah, the credit checks are. Well, the credit checks are the showstopper for anything with lower overhead than a motel.
Well, if Michael Ann, sorry, didn't mean to mention a name. If somebody,
well, I mean, she's open.
Yeah, if somebody co-signed for you, and my credit sucks, so it can't be me. But if you had a co-signer, that would obviously alleviate the credit issues.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a question of a willing.
They are in general not forthcoming. They are in general not forthcoming.
No, they're not, because a co-signer takes all the risk with no benefit. But if you could get over that hump, and I admit it's a pretty big hump, it would really, I think your situation could really be on a major uptick here. That is, it's pretty much worth your effort.
Well, the major thing is to survive long enough and get across the pond to where society is less transphobic.
Right, but in order to achieve that goal, it's incumbent for you to get over to this area and, do whatever is necessary it takes to get housing within walking distance of a SEPTA bus route that can get you to a job and obtain food and whatnot, because once you've got that, you've actually got a lot of support available to you in addition to an income, because once you've got a fixed address, the passport will be no issue whatsoever. You'll be able to get it because you'll be within
motels don't count fixed addresses, and a fixed address isn't possible to get without either credit or cosigner. So the point is to tread water long enough that something like grad school in Finland might come through.
Right. Well, here's the thing. It's possible to pull off a little chicanery. That is basically have somebody, like, even if you're bouncing around from motel to motel, if you go up to New York, you get your paperwork, you go to Philadelphia, you go to their passport center at the, into media to get their go to their passport center. You get the application done. As long as there's a proper address to send it to, which is definitely arrangeable, then you can get the passport book, because the passport book does not contain your address. The address is only for the purposes of getting it to you through
motel.
Yes.
Motel don't count as permanent addresses to get passport books sent through. Roommates can, because they're indistinguishable by various means from residential.
Actually,
but,
the thing is,
well, you don't even need a roommate.
No.
What I'm saying.
Fud, the thing is
they're
that
a place of business. And go ahead.
I was gonna say, Nadia, and Fud, Nadia, you're gonna shoot down any idea Fud gives. So Fud, there's really no point in suggesting one. I think Nadia would have to think of one herself.
Well, I was just going to say it's actually pretty trivial to have someone stand in as a proxy for a mailing address, a residential mailing address.
Perhaps, but what I'm saying is that you have Nadia, you're going to have to think of these ideas yourself, because I think you're going to shoot down any ideas that come to you. So you have to think of it by yourself and see what actually you feel is going to work.
Yeah. Well, I don't know the solution to the housing issue. I mean, it comes down to playing roulette and hopefully throwing a winning, or playing craps and hopefully winning one of the with sufficient throws of the dice, getting the right numbers.
Maybe. I'm not gonna. I mean, perhaps. But do you see what I'm saying, though?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm familiar. But in terms of an address for getting the passport book, that's arrangeable. That can be done quite easily. I'm not going to elaborate on air, but it can be done quite easily. The real challenge is stable housing so that Nadia can build up a savings. In fact, that's the only challenge, really, is building up the savings.
Not just stable. It's not just stable housing, but low overhead enough housing relative to what the pay is.
Right. Yeah. Well,
a pay being both hours. But the pay being hours times wages.
Right. I understand, and obviously that's a prerequisite to you being able to build up a savings.
Right.
But just simply getting over into the area and so that you can do the work to make the money and hopefully in a reasonable time get the low overhead housing. That puts you into a situation where you can start setting aside money for going abroad. The passport will be trivial.
Going abroad is contingent on the expiring sponsor meeting.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last.
I said the going abroad at all is contingent upon getting the treatments so that I'm socially acceptable enough to be accepted for employment for the sponsorship to go abroad.
Okay. And by the way, the problem was not with the rate that you were speaking or your pronunciation. The problem was a network glitch. But yeah, you're right. I mean,
that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay. So step one is you get over here. Step two is locate low overhead housing. And concurrently with step two, obtain the required medication you need to be in a healthy state, which I think your employer would be able to assist you with a great deal. The passport thing is going to be no problem at all whatsoever. I mean, there will be a way to get you to the appropriate courthouse to show up in person to get the necessary documentation, and there will be a way to get you to a passport center in Media with an address that your passport can be sent to. That won't be a problem either. And those suckers last 2 years.
Well, as hopeful as that all sounds, the assistance able to be rendered with the medications and such is not so great. Much of it has to do with insurance policy, not even insurance, what is it called, practice. So, when it comes to that insurance policy, there is no real recourse back.
Oh, I'll have to see what the exchange...
All you can really do... hang on! Stop. All you can really do is have money to, well, buy your way out of it despite the denial.
Well, under the ACA, you cannot be denied for pre-existing conditions. It's just a question of finding an affordable policy that gives you the necessary coverage.
Well, for various of the things involved, that either doesn't truly exist, or is there in... Oh wow, that's a really big bug. Or is there only in a way that still requires coughing up a shitload of money because they only cover some percent?
I honestly don't know. Michael will probably know better in that area, since she is an RN in the medical field. I mean, there are several hospitals in the area that will be reachable to you by public transportation, and doctors and what have you. So as far as the insurance is concerned, that's a question mark. Thing is you don't want to jump all your hurdles simultaneously. Just jump them one at a time.
What does that even mean?
What it means is if you try to jump them all at once, they're stacked up. You're not going to clear them. If you do one at a time, then each one you clear.
That's the opposite of what you say. It's the exact opposite of what you say. If you're pinned down by some collection of factors, right? That collection of factors doesn't go away by only doing one.
Well, no, but you don't have to do all of them simultaneously. You do one at a time until they're all done.
It's the exact opposite. You precisely have to do all of them simultaneously, because without doing so, you never get off the ground.
Well,
you do one at a time, and, well, guess what? The other 5 doesn't get you down.
Well, let's look at it this way. You can get your paperwork from New York by showing up at the courthouse in person. Easy peasy. Number 2, the passport. It's about $133. All you need
That's
is
a lot of money.
Again, easy peasy, no problem. Stable housing, a bit more difficult. That may take a while.
That's a renewal fee. That's a renewal fee. That's a renewal fee. It's the full 180 plus for me.
No. $133 is for a whole brand new passport from scratch. I know that. I did it this January.
You have to check it again.
Well, unless they raised the price since the beginning of this year. That's a brand new passport from scratch. Because that's what you got to get.
Well, yeah. But the $50 isn't that much difference.
But I mean, it's not like you're going to get it's not like you are getting an expedited passport. There's no point. You just pay the $20 or whatever it is application fee at the passport center at the media courthouse, and
I'm not eligible for an expedited passport anyway.
Yeah, you don't need an well,
identity change knocks you out of the expedition process.
Okay, so that's a moot issue anyway. And it was moot issue anyway before because you don't have the financial means to go over to Europe anyway. Point is
the plane ticket is not the obstacle.
Well, no.
The plane ticket to Europe is not the obstacle. The plane ticket to Europe is not the obstacle.
I've got
the plane ticket to Europe is the obstacle. The plane ticket to Europe is not the obstacle.
I've got.
It's having anywhere to go once I'm there.
Right, I understand that.
You have a place for me to stay once I'm there?
I'm talking about here in this area where your job is available. I'm not talking about Europe. Europe is in the distant future. if at all.
There is no distant future.
Shouldn't rush. Oh, come on, give me a break.
The point is, the passport process is doable. I mean, right. New York, get your paperwork. Back to media, go to the passport center, fill out the application, you pay a fee, you need a check for the U.S. Department of State, and you need, or State Department, whatever, and a local processing fee. They'll take your picture right then and there. And
So how is she going to get to the passporting center?
If she has to, I'll drive her.
How are you going to get there?
It depends on where Nadia is, but I mean,
How is she going to get to where you are?
Okay. You familiar with Michael Ann?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a serious problem.
Yeah.
There's one in Philly. It doesn't matter. Take the blue line up to West of Philly.
Yeah. Well, the point is the transportation is not an issue. It's available, and a place to mail the passport is also available. So those requirements are all met. Once.
You also forget another thing. What about transferring the money to Europe, wherever she's going to?
New York is not that far away.
No, I'm saying.
No, New York.
Transport. No. I'm saying transport.
New York
the
isn't
money.
where. Immigration. Okay, first off, the immigration. What is done with employment? Employer generally puts up the money in escrow. Second, the money for retrieving the documentation is not significant. It's only a few $100. That's including transportation, and most of it's transportation. It's only $6.50 a copy.
Right. So pick up several copies if you have to. In fact,
no,
pick up
no
5
problem.
copies. Just to be sure.
10. It
Or
doesn't
10.
matter. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, $65 worth of copies, 10 copies. Yeah, pick up 10. You're guaranteed to be sure. But the reason to do the application at the media courthouse is because I know they've got a passport center there. I've been there. I know their hours. It's simple, and it's easy, and it's easy enough to provide a address for them to mail it to. Because
yeah, Amtrak from Philly to Penn Station, plus the 65 for 10 copies, is barely gonna break like $200. And just to be sure, we call it 500. Just to be sure, we called it 500, right?
yeah, well, forget that. We've got a much, much cheaper way to go, and that is for someone to chauffeur you in their personal vehicle to the appropriate location in New York, maybe do a little tourism, and then bring you back.
What it would take for an Amtrak ticket is to park.
Park Yeah, how difficult is parking in New York?
Very
About,
difficult.
I don't know, $35 an hour. I said $35 an hour.
That's an expensive parking. Okay, I'll stop the block a number of times. I'll just drive round and round and round. Seriously, if you put it on the gas.
Oh, we gotta run out of gas. How are we gonna get to the gas station? You have to walk to the next gas station. We don't know where the next gas station is gonna be at. You'll be so damn tired.
Oh, come on. There's got to be gas stations in New York City. And even if there aren't,
I've never seen a single gas station in the entire borough of Manhattan.
Oh no! Oh my God! Dude, you are messed up.
Doesn't matter. Before we go into Manhattan, top up the tank. I'm pretty sure that driving there is going to be cheaper than Amtrak.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah. I've been to Amtrak. I love Amtrak. Yeah.
By the way,
I've been to
Amtrak uses QR codes that are not encrypted, and you can easily fake them. And the only problem is that you have to show your ticket at some point. And yeah, so anyone can ride Amtrak, although no one knows this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can easily
boy.
generate a fake ticket.
Well, hell, if you know what the message is for the QR code, I can whip it right up.
Yeah, it's very easy. I mean, I've never done it because it's stealing, but it's a security flaw they have.
Well, you see my icon. It's a QR code.
Yeah. I don't know how you made that, by the way, because it has like a picture in it. How did you do that?
Oh, and yet it's scannable.
Yeah, how did you do that?
It's very simple. QR codes have error correction levels.
Oh, yeah.
That one I generated at the maximum error correction level. So the picture in the middle of it does not do sufficient damage to destroy the information in it.
Yeah, you know it's funny because I was looking to make my PGP key in QR format, and I was looking because it's like pretty long, and the only reason I didn't do it is because I would basically get rid of all error correction. And it wasn't big enough anyways, but
if you're going with the 4096-bit, what is that divided by 8?
Well, I think a QR code's like in bits. It's not in bytes.
No, it's like 2039. Oh shit, I forget the number. It's a little less than 2,400 bytes in binary data.
So it can store? Because I've tried many times and I can't store my public key.
Well, your public key is probably...
Your public key is more than just like the actual key. It's also like, because I signed my key, so it's assigning authority in it. There's a lot involved.
Okay. So the amount of data exceeds what fits into a QR code.
Yeah. PGP is like really simple, the concept, but there's actually a lot around it that if you want to make it good, the implementation.
Like Amtrak, this is a bit of a derailment.
Yeah, well, the only thing that you could do, the only way they can catch you is like during the train ride, people come around and they ask you questions, like they ask you like show your ticket, and if you're not, I mean you're basically a stowaway. It's pretty easy to do. You could just, it's like they literally just ask you like the color of like the ticket for the day or some crap like that.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Driving to New York City is not a huge deal if it's done.
If I didn't want to go to hell, I would probably do that for real. Like, be a stowaway. I'm serious, I really would. I would do that. But it's probably not a good thing.
How y'all doing?
Hi, Sugar.
Oh, good.
Farhan was talking about the hunger. Yeah, I think Farhan let's talk about the Hajj earlier. And I guess now we're talking about my vegan passport.
Yeah, she gotta get a passport to go to Europe.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I need to get mine updated myself because I think mine's expired.
I really miss Hajj.
Hey, Sugar, this is something I want to say. Are you from Europe?
No, baby. I'm American. I've always been here.
Okay. You ever been to Europe?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I've been to
Okay.
London.
Let me ask you this question: do they use pounds instead of dollars?
Well, when I was there, I don't think they changed over to the euro yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but I don't think the British ever did change over, did they?
No, the British still use pounds.
Yeah. But I don't think they had yet.
Good for them for doing that. The euro is a piece of crap. It's basically every country's in debt. It's just such a garbage currency, you know.
Really?
That's what happens when you have like this ridiculous over government spending.
Well, Great Britain is doing a lot.
Well, we can talk about that next after we get the NATO part done.
The euro's not garbage, you're saying?
No, I'm saying we can talk about it after we get the after we help NATO out.
That's not what happens when you get government spending. It's what happens when you get jackasses like Merkel, Sarkozy, and Cameron.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, them too. They also caused the problems. I agree.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There's somebody who was saying that Scandinavia, like what, Norway and Sweden, don't they have to reassess their money every 10 years or something because it becomes overvalued?
Really?
Insane. Yeah, apparently Norway's loaning us money at this point.
Damn, I didn't
Really?
Everyone is loaning us money at this point.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well,
damn, I didn't know that. Well, thanks for telling me.
The
Very
next,
something.
the next of the U.S. debt is in U.S. Treasury bonds that are auctioned every month. They can be purchased by both U.S. citizens, corporations, financial institutions, and foreign citizens, corporations, and financial institutions. So they are traded worldwide.
And sovereign wealth funds. And sovereign wealth funds.
At some point, what's going to happen is that we're going to renege on our debt, and we're going to say it's to protect our national security, and other countries are going to be like, "What the f?" And we're just going to say no, and eventually, like that'll make our currency be worthless, and that'll happen.
No, we're not going to renege on that because a lot of it is still held by U.S. citizens. That is, we're holding our own debt.
Doesn't matter.
Well, that includes retirement funds and such, including retirement funds that members of Congress are invested in.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll still happen. It might be an
A government with the right of seniorage can pay off its debts instantly. Simply by writing checks and bringing the money into existence to pay those debts off.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, those are
no. The U.S. is not going. The U.S. is not going into debt anytime soon, or rather, not having debt problems anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, they're 30-year bonds. So, I mean, every month a portion of the debt gets paid off, and if they have to, they can just auction off more bonds to cover that month's payment. I mean,
what if nobody takes those bonds anymore, though?
Well, it basically means that the interest rate on the bond jumps, and suddenly they become a valuable instrument.
No, what I'm saying is, if nobody chooses to purchase our debt, nobody wants our bonds anymore.
Nobody?
Or significantly reduced. I mean, technically, it's forever. I'm sure somebody will want them, but it's the demand for them drops to like 1/8 of what it used to be.
Well, okay. I mean, if it drops to 1, then you're going to start seeing those 20% interest rates again.
Yeah, then you'll see massive sudden interest rates. Assalamualaikum Sufis, how you doing? Then you'll see sudden interest rate rises, and I think that is a distinct possibility at some point.
Yeah, that can actually happen.
Yeah, but the way it works is those 30-year bonds are redeemable at some particular face value. I don't know what it is. I don't remember the number. And when they're auctioned, they're sold for a amount of money that is below that face value. So the interest is obviously the difference, and it's fixed. That is, the payment on that bond is fixed from, when it was auctioned off. So.
Do you think that it's possible that they could just renege and not pay? Because there have been countries that have done that, who have said, you know what, we are free from our national debt.
Well, Iceland did it.
They really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Turkey paid back all of its debt.
Who's Jeffrey Smith?
That question revolves around the right of seigniorage, which the U.S. for the foreseeable future likely has.
Yeah, okay. So one of the Nadia points out, one of the bullets here is that our country is not a normal country. Its currency is not normal. It's actually something. There's something special about our currency.
You mean that it doesn't really exist?
Oh, that it's demanded in a different kind of way. Like other currencies are not demanded the same way the American dollar is, and it has to do a lot with oil, honestly. So the demand for U.S. dollars is pretty much always high, and that makes that its value a lot higher. And it's not a conspiratorial thing. This is real. It's the whole petrodollar thing.
No, I know. I still can't figure out why we have to pay to live on this planet, but I know there's a lot I don't understand.
You don't have to pay on this planet. There are people who live.
No, you're right. You're very right. I hadn't even thought about that. I mean, I realized that was the truth, but I hadn't thought about the option.
It's just really
I'd never survive. I would never.
Yeah, same here. I would die very quickly.
But you give that if you give that much thought, it can really mess with your head. You're like, oh.
You just have to live your life a very radically different way. But I mean, basically, you just not be living in the construct of the modern world. But was that a problem?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there are certain aspects of our society I'd like to see go back 150 years at least, but not all of it. That's for sure. But I don't know if I could live like that. I have a lot of lofty ideas, but don't push me out in the real world. I might freak out.
I mean, if you move to Central Asia, you could live off the grid, and it would be normal. And it wouldn't even be out of the ordinary. I mean, the only thing that might be out of the ordinary is that you're not ethnically of those people. But if you learn the language after a couple of years, no one will care.
It's really funny. It's really funny how you said delivered for FedEx.
Green.
What?
John.
What did you say?
What?
Green.
She's yelling green.
I love when she smiles. I love when she smiles.
That's awesome.
I delivered for FedEx for a little while in a mountain route, really, kind of remote houses. These people would, they wouldn't mark their streets. You couldn't find their houses. It was just a real pain if you'd never been there before. And you talk to them and say, hey, how can we do this? They go, well, we're living off the grid. And I look at them and go, well, let me tell you something. You just ordered from Walmart, and they tell everybody where you're at. So, they'll find you one way or another. So you ain't really off the grid. That's funny. I don't reckon that off-the-grid people really use delivery like that. Would you think? What was that?
Norwegian pride. Welcome, Baltasar. I said Norwegian pride. Welcome, Baltasar.
It's embarrassing.
I don't get it. It's a football game?
Sugar, I watched you.
No, I'm just trying to be friendly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. No. I watched you at deeper than Dogma. That was funny.
Deeper than Dogma. Which one was that one? That was.
They were trying to get you into a box. What you were? They didn't try, but you discussed your unwillingness to put a label on yourself.
Oh yes. That's right.
That was a good hangout.
I do have a label though now.
Really? That's sad.
Yeah, yesterday. Well, I know I was going to give. I was going to hold out, but things happened yesterday that kind of changed my mind about the way I'm going to handle myself from now on around here.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was
let me give you a label real quick now.
I
Let
think.
me give you a label real quick now. I'm gonna call you LGBT affirming, and at that point, I'm all happy.
Oh,
yay!
Someone has to write that. Somebody has to write that for me because I didn't hear her. The whole thing went wonky. What did she say?
Me too. I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Nadia, tell me what you said again because I didn't hear it.
Go to the group chat and type it in.
Write it in group chat. Anybody hear it?
I heard something.
It was.
Nadia, you are totally wasted.
No, I'm not. I am drunk, but I am not totally wasted.
Well, tell me what you said, honey.
There's a difference between wasted and drunk, huh?
The main thing is, I will give you a label. The label is LGBT affirming. And because of that, I'll say, go sugar! Yeah. Well,
alright.
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you. Oh, it's very,
I
very
got a
sweet.
shock. I thought Farhan was very drunk. He wrote it, and I thought he had got drunk and what?
No, I don't drink.
Which one did you think was very drunk?
Me.
No, Farhan. I just saw his wrote very drunk, and I didn't get it that Nadia was drunk before.
Oh.
So I thought, oh shit, something happened.
No, that would be a story if I was drunk.
Well, I think Farhan will be spiritually intoxicated. There you go.
Nadia is mildly 4 sheets to the wind.
I am far from spiritually intoxicated.
It's not like,
Yeah.
hey, it's not like there's no outward sign, but at the same time, I don't make that big an asset of myself.
Did you say acid?
It could be.
Oh, okay.
So I think.
To the ass of herself.
Okay, I got you.
Gosh, if I had one drink, you'd hear me snoring on this side. I just do not drink well.
Really?
Okay. I cut my bandwidth again. I said, it's not as if there is no outward sign, but at the same point, it's not like I make an ass out of myself. Or,
okay.
or, so I hope.
So, Balthazar, how did they get you into a box, or they tried to get you into a box?
No, me they didn't try. I have a box.
Oh, you have a box. Oh, okay. I'll
Well,
try
I
to.
can drink a couple bottles of vodka. That'll be alright.
Yeah, I don't know that my name is, or my label is very accurate, but it doesn't matter. I am, it is what it is. I just wish I could remember it. I don't even remember what we talked about, really.
I can remember how they labeled you.
Who was in there? No, I remember what the label was.
Ozzy the Great, he's a prominent. He's the hero of all atheists, and
I don't See, I don't know everybody by labels because I don't associate with people by labels because I check everybody out. I mean, I want to, you know. So I don't know.
No, they called you. He was suggesting naturalist pantheist.
Yes, yes, and we've I think we've extended it even more than that now, and it's which, you know what, I don't know what any of this stuff really means, so it doesn't mean anything to me, but I guess
but
it's
it was funny. Sorry.
Well, go ahead.
No, it was funny when you said pantheist, and you said.
I thought that was shampoo.
Yes.
Because I thought he was saying Pantene. I knew he said pantheist, but I was, cracking wise, as they say. So I think we've brought it out to quasi-abstract naturalistic pantheist. I can't ever get that out. So, and I don't.
That sounds like a math problem.
Yeah, it sounds like a real big math problem.
But you did a very good figure there, I think. Very refreshing.
I'm sorry?
Okay. I think you did a very good figure there. I mean, it was very refreshing.
Good.
They are mostly very serious about their all this philosophical terminology that they use.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay, now I just clicked. It all clicked into line. All right, I remember that one now. Because it's still so new for me that they're all kind of mashing together, unless they were really significant. And that now I got it. Yeah, that one was fun, so that's probably why I didn't really remember it, because there was nothing traumatizing. Well, not that it was really traumatizing, but yeah. Yeah. See, and I don't know what to expect from these people or most people. Because when I go into new ones, I go in just to listen. I don't have an agenda. I'm not there to debate anybody or challenge anybody ever. And, because if I want to debate somebody, I will say, hey, so-and-so, I would like to debate you on this. I let it be known that that's what I want. But the whole getting ambushed thing is just beyond me. I mean, I thought I was just... I don't know.
I'm totally with you on that. The whole ambush thing is stupid. It's like people have this feeling of like they need to prove the other person wrong and be right, and the other person has to be wrong. And it's like, why can't we just share ideas and see where it goes?
Yeah, because I think a lot more can get done that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
of course.
Yeah, it's not
Stop
like
blaming each other, work each other, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I know. See, I'm glad you know. We got to, make sure everybody knows. And I don't want anybody to stop, vigorous debate. I mean, of course, it feeds the mind. It's great. But, if you're doing it, let somebody know you're doing it. Prepare your mind for it because, now I got to walk around with my shields up, half up all the time.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It's really not good for the mind, body, or soul. You need a little time to relax once in a while and, but that's just the way of the world, I guess.
I think a lot of people, I don't know what it is, but I guess everyone seems to think that they're right, they understand, they have some type of truth. And I see it amongst people of every faith, every tradition, every view. And it's rare that you come across people who are like, I could be wrong, and let me hear what you have to say about this. It's not. And everyone thinks that they're open-minded. Everyone thinks they're open-minded, but very few people exhibit true open-mindedness.
Right, and they go right for my jugular when I do things like that. When I say, I'd like to learn more about you, or if they say that, like you said, you're wrong, and I go, yeah, okay, maybe. They take it as a sign of weakness. And see, I don't think it's a sign of weakness at all. I don't feel weak, and I know I'm not weak. Actually, I know I'm stronger for being able to see their side and still maintain my own beliefs.
Right, exactly. That's an extremely rare characteristic that you're exhibiting.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
It's very rare. It's like, how many people do you know that actually think that way?
I know.
I have no idea.
I see it.
That's the entire point of my being here. Okay, conservative Christians, why did you do this to me? And, well, I guess I have, various kinds of answers, but, and otherwise, go about venting my grievances.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You should become a Jesuit, Nadja. That's your domination. denomination. If you ever
say it again.
You should join the Jesuits. There you have outspoken transgender people. You have communists. All kind of what fits into your.
I will be an outspoken transgender communist Jesuit. There you go.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
That will be right.
Yeah, I didn't realize that I was like this and that it was that rare until I started talking to people, and then I realized they would look at me either like I was crazy or an alien, or they would say, "Wow, I don't know anybody who thinks like that." That wasn't very refreshing, but that was kind of why I'm here too, because I thought, well, I wonder if there are more people out there that feel that way. And do you think it's something that could be taught?
I thought what you told when you came into the Hangout was very clear and very very fresh, and yeah, I understood it what you was talking about, and I think everyone else was also positively surprised of what you said. And then you started, yeah, you had no label, and then everyone wanted to talk.
Yeah.
Actually, Sugar?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I interrupted Balthazar, sorry.
No, I have a feeling.
I was saying, one of the things I notice about work is that I don't talk politics at work, but only because you're not supposed to do that. But to be completely honest, I would feel completely fine talking about politics at work and not letting it affect my work, because I don't see it as like you are wrong and I am right. It's more like, let me see where you're coming from. Let me understand your position more. And I think most people, they see it as an argument, and they don't think that they're just trying to understand a perspective.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you. Wait, my sound is lagging. Am I walking on somebody?
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm muting people, but I'm getting a lot of static or something from a radio. I'm not sure.
Yeah, mine's lagging for some reason. I didn't know if I was walking on somebody.
It was extremely loud, so I muted Balthazar and Nadia. My apologies, but I just didn't know where the sound was coming from.
All right.
That's okay.
We good?
Yeah. All right, cool. Now I don't hear it
No,
now for some.
I was wondering how many areas that is in our life, because I feel like that's the thing. How do you teach people to? It's that thing of, and I think I said it the other day. Let me give it a half a second. Get to the point where I know my beliefs. I'm firm with my beliefs, and I don't mess with you, and you don't mess with you. But I'll still come to your defense if necessary. And I mean, is that even possible? Because I've had people say, "Oh, that's utopia," so lofty, this idealistic zealot you are, and it amazes me how many people will push back on the idea of happiness or working together. And I'm like, really? You guys don't want to be happy? You don't want to do this and still maintain your own beliefs? It's really not appealing to you?
The only way to teach that is to force, or not force, but have people spend time with people they don't agree with for long periods of time, not like on a weekend or or not. I mean, maybe just a weekend, but like not like once or twice or like anecdotally, but and then understand where they're coming from and understand who they are as people and humanize them, as opposed to just like, you're that crazy conservative Christian guy. I don't know.
Well, beforehand, you're talking about aversive therapy. That's what.
Yeah. I know what he's saying. Yeah, aversion therapy, where you get immersed into what you're afraid of.
Yeah, because you get these feelings. It first comes with the feelings of uneasiness, then you react to it by being defensive.
People have phobias.
Yeah, so it's something that takes time to develop. And through time and experience, and I think a lot of it has to do with being self-aware of your own behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because you can't look at anybody else if you're in denial, if you don't know your own limitations and what your own. Yeah, just exactly that. I don't know. I just wanted to save the world, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it.
I don't think saving the world is a solution to the thing.
No, I know. That was my big joke. People are like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Hey, I'm going to save the world. You just leave me alone." But I noticed that when you noticed my avatar's down today, and I guess it's not an avatar if it really looks like you, huh? And I normally never have mine down, but I thought I'd give it a try and see what it's like. To always have it down, because when I first got here, I was like, oh, I want to see everybody because I'm so social, And what I realized was I was missing seeing micro expressions and stuff like that I took as cues, when I see somebody. And I didn't realize I depended on them so much.
I'm sorry, you said social? You've been...
Social cues, when you're talking to somebody face to face, there's expressions that they make. Oh, sorry, Nadia.
You said something?
I thought I talked over.
I was going to check. Seems I was echoing at the time. I'll hold off a bit further.
Yeah, they're little. When you watch somebody talk, how their face, they'll have little micro expressions that maybe you don't always notice, or there might be quirks about them that they say when they're maybe lying, or maybe they don't know, or maybe they're trying to pretend like they're one way. And yeah, I'm at a real disadvantage with all of these, avatars down.
Oh, you're gonna run into a brick wall if you start doing that.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, it's. I know what you're saying, and sometimes there are some that are highly sensitive to social cues, and they emphasize too much on it, and then let the mind wander. Yeah, so it's ineffective in a sense of doing things like that.
Well, it's ineffective in this sense, but it's extremely effective in the real world for me to gauge people. I mean, along with any kind of, now here's where I get weird, but it's not too weird, empathetic, like energy, and I don't, it doesn't say anything, I can't do anything, I can't read minds or anything like that, so don't get it wrong. It's just a feeling that I get when I'm around people that I don't get when I'm not around people as much, and I don't know if it's the same thing everybody else feels or what, but being in that personal space with somebody and then being able to see their face. I mean, the job that I did, I really needed to be able to assess the situation and know those things. It's not needed here as much, or maybe just people don't use it, but I am at a disadvantage, and it's not necessary here. I can see that.
And one thing that makes me very sad, is that I feel like sometimes I don't fit in anywhere.
Yeah.
Misfit, and the reason why is because I see things from different perspectives, like legitimately.
Yeah.
And people don't get that. Like they want to label me this or that, and they don't
you
get
be
it.
yourself.
I am
In other
myself.
words, yes, that's what I'm saying. Be yourself. Who gives a shit what people say? Who gives
I know,
a
but
shit?
not everybody isn't as confident as you, and I hear exactly what he's saying because I feel the same way. People in my own house look at me like I am, like I'm a freak, and I feel so alone sometimes.
Oh,
It's
I'm not
amazing.
saying like I don't do my own thing. I definitely do. I'm like, screw it, I'll just do whatever. Like that's definitely my attitude. But like it's more like I don't know. It'd be nice to have someone who would get these things.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, just meeting all of you. I mean, there's so many more people that are like-minded like me, and I felt like, oh my gosh, this is so wonderful. There are people here that think and explore, and I know not everybody does, and some people are, there's no absolutes, but it is comforting, I think, too, when you meet a kindred spirit or something like that. You're getting me all sappy now.
Well, there's a famous saying, find me a normal person and I will cure him.
Oh, I like that.
That's interesting. Well, thanks.
Well, somebody has to be normal, honey, so you just may have to deal with it. Yeah, well.
I am the alien.
You're dealing? I don't know what's wrong with the connection.
I said I am the alien.
Okay. Well, we've got one normal, one alien.
I have no idea.
I may as well be from another world.
What the fuck is that?
You're out of this world, girl. You're out of this world. I'm just happy she's smiling.
Well, not entirely. I mean, ultimately, it's explicable in terms of the kinds of minorities I belong to and how, I guess, their internal dynamics isolate me from each.
Well put, well put.
Well put.
Okay, this is getting more interesting. I mean,
well, not that interesting. I mean, who ever has much of an idea of what I'm really saying? I mean, in some respects, I'm almost speaking another language. And
are you trying?
So even though in the Hangouts we have here can appreciate the kind of distance I have from everyone. Go ahead.
I have no idea what you just said.
I think she's trying to say that we're from another planet. That's the closest thing I could actually think. I'm not doing my best. Oh God, this is getting more stressing.
Well,
you go.
Same kind of issue in general. Yes, that's the same kind of issue that comes up in general.
So you're saying that
almost a very there's almost a very linguistic barrier that comes about on a different level from the language itself. Go ahead.
I understand you better when you're drunk. I don't know why. When you're not drunk, I have more problems to understand you.
Oh, hey, TG, how you doing? Guess what's drunk? Hello, TT. TT. Hi, TT. Oh, please, hi, TT.
Welcome, Deidre.
Hi, TJ. I'm sorry.
Hey, Deidre.
I'm sorry. It probably is the camera.
Nadia, you're muted.
Yes, you're muted. Oh, I did not do that to her. Oh.
Excuse me. Unfortunately, Deidre, control room doesn't seem to be responding either.
I got it.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Yeah, it just took me a little bit. For some reason, it was like lagging behind or something.
Hey,
Anyway,
what's going on with your...
Sorry about that.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
Welcome to the party.
I think I'm not epoxy.
William, are you?
Hold on, Oh, let me refresh. Hold on.
In various respects, these isolating factors apply to, well, each of us, but at the same time, there is a distinction between how extremely the individual ones act. Go ahead.
Am I echoing again?
Let me test it. Nope.
Alright, good. And what's going on with this damn internet? I couldn't really hear her saying sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's not so really difficult to comprehend. I mean, the various factors themselves only thin down by so much individually, right? So when one goes about a sort of isolating assessment, one can say, okay, well, these factors each only thin down things by some percent each. And, these other factors along the same axes, isolate by, say, some larger or lesser percentage. Go ahead.
You guys are killing me. You know I can't answer these questions.
If somebody can answer that question, I'll be very impressed.
Well, I kind of get it. But I don't know if I get it enough.
That wasn't a question.
Oh, it was a statement?
I told you I didn't get it enough.
It was a statement.
When rhetorical questions go over her head.
Was my audio breaking up?
Actually, now you sound clear.
Yeah, it sounds better now.
Was it breaking up before?
Maybe that's what it was, yeah.
No.
I was saying that the various factors that isolate us can be of varying strengths. Some might be narrowing us down to a greater or smaller percentage than various other of our isolating factors.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, I got it.
I got 3/4 of it, actually. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I got it now. That's what I thought she was saying, but I wasn't sure. But I thought it was a question.
Is my audio bad?
No, but somebody's echoing.
No.
Around.
I'm hearing it.
That's good.
Well, who knows? There maybe could be something to it. I mean, for instance, when various kinds of, dare I say, political campaigns, when they go on, they exploit these and use these to the extent they have a real effect on our societies. And there's a bit of feedback, of course, because, from that top-down perspective, there's also bit of influence they have? Go ahead.
Anyone?
I have
no
idea.
I know that they do slant stuff for us based on who they want to reach out to, or what they think we will respond to or not respond to. I mean, could we say the same thing about the media? I mean, they know what we'll watch and what we won't watch, and what
of course.
And
yes,
what we'll
riot
over and everything.
Of course, yeah, the media will be watching us. We go riots and they get in their business and they, videotape us. Here they are doing a riot. Watch the news. Guess what? They're doing a riot. They're killing people. Watch the news.
I think they just need to be a lot fairer. I mean, I find it really funny that certain people consider their news fair and balanced. But I think, it could be better a lot. You guys know that that silence is like my biggest freak out, right? Is that why you're doing this?
That is not good. You have to.
It's not silent now.
We're gonna have to aversive therapy. Everybody has to be silent now because we need to feel comfortable being silent.
I know, and that's why I sat there and took it for a while. I knew I was, doing something good for myself.
Everybody just
Was that you, Deidre?
Yeah, you're a pro. I'm pro at Darth Vader.
Love it.
Were you on air at the time where I had a little bit to drink and I started to talk to Commando? But I was talking out of a peanut can, so I had this weird voice.
I didn't see that part.
I find you like a freak disturbing.
Nadia, I'm actually getting nervous by watching you. You're like spinning around the room, like whoa.
Yeah, making me dizzy.
And I'm expecting her to do like the Hills Are Alive spin, like with her hands out.
Yeah. Reminds me of some music video I used to watch. What's that?
Yeah, 90s videos or 80s video.
Everybody was drunk on the 90s video. Everybody was just moving around.
Man, I wish I had my vodka. Damn it. It'd be more fun.
Earlier tonight, we took this in this other hangout. We took a personality test. It was really funny, and it was so accurate. It was ridiculous.
Was it Myers-Briggs?
I don't know the name of it. I'll find it and I'll post it for you.
Who shared it?
Well, somebody, I think it was, what's his name, that was talking about it, and I found the link for it. I can't remember his name. Hold on, let me find it for you. It's one of those ones that
made everybody do Myers-Briggs recently.
It was
really funny.
I think it is that one. It's because I came out NFP or NF something. Yeah, let me find.
I'm an ENFP. I'm an ENFP.
Yes, no, I am an ENFPA. I think it is.
Yeah, ENFPT.
Oh.
Yeah, so the personality test, I want to know who shared it because that's the one I've been sharing. I want to know how far this is shared.
Well, he didn't share this particular test. He just shared what he learned from it, and I found the test. And I want to say it was Sty, I think.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and then, sorry, go ahead.
Sty gave it?
No, he didn't give it. No, I found it. I gave it to him because I had taken it once before. And a bunch of us took it, and then we started reading them off, and they were so close. And Styes, of course, came out. He called him the debater, which was just all he needed.
You know who else is a debater? Is Sean. Sean's a debater too.
And is he really like that?
Yeah, he comes off as sweet as pie, but you get him going, and he's like, Deidre, I gotta call you to account for some things. Let me bring you up to the table. But
you should read mine. Mine is just freaky.
Like Christian Anarchist is an INTJ, and he took the test, and yep, yeah, matches the INTJ, and I'm an ENFP. I match the ENFP.
That's
yeah,
amazing.
Sean G. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's really interesting. Now there are some people that end up borderline. I think B Fuddled is borderline. Borderline between like an ENFP and an INFP.
Yeah, I'm looking for it because this one was pretty. It's pretty quick. It was shorter than the one I'd taken before, just slightly, or at least I thought it was. I'm not sure that it really was.
Yeah, Sean's freaking out because I can remember everybody, and I said it's just because I've made so many people. My entire guild on WoW took this test too. Nadia hates it. Nadia hates Myers-Briggs. She'll always tell you she hates it. She thinks it's inaccurate. It's not scientific enough. I think it's interesting. I mean, I think you can look into it too much, like astrology or something bizarre. But I mean, as far as just like as far as just sort of what I say, introspection. If you want to look at it as introspection and thinking about other people and how they operate, it's very interesting because the way you operate and see things, you know, and the way I operate and see things might not match or it might jive. But then we might run into somebody that's just completely different. Like, I tend to fight with everybody that comes out as a SJ. Anybody that's an SJ, because I'm an NF, sometimes I bump heads with these SJs, and we need SJs in the world to keep things running. But SJs are cop-like, you know, in my mind. You know, like they're very rules-oriented. I like to sometimes color outside the lines.
We were talking about variables, that if you took the test again, maybe in a month or two, and you may not have remembered it, if they would come out the same based on a different mood or something.
Yeah, I always come out ENFP every time.
That's good to know. Yeah, we went over all kinds of variables.
Don't have that consistent of results, but the past, I don't know how long, I've come out ESFP. Which I don't know.
Interesting.
How you feel about, or what its funny name is.
ESP.
Offhand, I don't remember. I have to go look them up.
Why can't I find it? I know I found it last time. Oh, I know what I looked under.
Well, it's 16personalities.com is probably where you found it.
You know
Does anyone know Ralph here?
No.
No.
Hey, Ralph, what's going on?
Oh, I'm greeted. That is surprising. Hello. I'm fine.
Hi.
I haven't seen anybody of this group in ages, I believe. So thank you for the welcome.
So it's
well, hey, can you get me to Germany? Ich Jahre in im Universität studiert. Sorry.
Ich weiß.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Was it this one?
Yeah, it's funny. I just did that. It's so funny.
It's on YouTube.
Es gibt 15 Jahren seit ich habe Deutsch studiert.
Ja, toll, dass du noch was im Kopf hast von der Zeit, Nadja.
Ja, es war
It must have been a tough time of your life.
It was very.
See, was it worth it?
Well, fingers crossed. I might be able to lighten things up a bit. Which getting to Germany would actually help quite a bit with. I think there's quite a bit greater social acceptance there?
Depends on the city where you are in, I believe.
I'm shooting for Berlin.
Oh yeah, Berlin is so liberal, man. Just have to be cheeky and rude, then you're welcome. Oh, everybody goes to Berlin now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Young. These are all like kind of connected. Myers-Briggs, Young, and Kiersey. They're all kind of interconnected. Sorry, we're having a side chat over here.
Yeah, ESFP or whatever. It doesn't matter. The things don't have valid statistics behind them.
I thought that, you know what, I read mine, it was really spooky accurate.
Well,
I don't normally go in for that stuff, but it was very accurate.
It's not that it does nothing, it's that the real kinds of tests of whether it works come with comparisons between people, not just an individual person. Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm afraid if I took
I'm
one of those,
sorry,
I'd be a
but
psychopath.
I've had a lot of people. Oh my gosh, there's so much echoing. When this is stop talk.
It's probably me.
You need some headphones, Nadia.
What were you saying, Deirdre?
I was gonna say I've known a lot of people that have taken this, and if you are honest when you take it,
yes, yeah.
And you're not in some like deep depression, or you don't have schizophrenia, or you don't have, I think if you have schizophrenia or bipolar, it might throw it off. You know, some certain things, or maybe even Asperger's might throw it off. But I mean, for the most part, like a lot of people take this, they go, oh, BS. They take it blind, not knowing what these things are, and then they read it and they go, well, this is spooky. And you look at your strengths and your weaknesses, and it's right on. And then so they go, well, BS, and they start clicking on the other ones, and they'll find out like they're not matching really with the other ones. And a lot of times, you know, I don't know. I mean, Christian Anarchist is an INTJ. He really fits that, you know. I'm an ENFP. I fit that. I'm the campaigner, you know.
That's me. That's exactly what I am, as the campaigner.
Yeah.
That is wonderful. I knew some of these things about me, but I'd never seen them laid out like that. And it actually kind of made me say, I think I should have more confidence in myself.
Yeah. And you know, these are my strengths, and yeah, except I don't know if I consider myself popular, but I'm friendly.
No.
And unfortunately, unfortunately, my weaknesses are grossly accurate.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the emotional and yeah.
But yeah, I tend to get into fights with certain ones too, like almost inevitably ESTJs. They're freaking bossy. Who's another one that I fight with? Sometimes. I mean, ESTJs is probably the one that's hardest for me. Maybe the next one might be ESFJ. So SJs are tough. For
SJs. Me. I think we should have any new people take this test so we know who they are right off the bat.
I already took this test dozens of times.
And what are you?
What are you?
I'm actually a behaviorist, and we don't believe in stuff like this, but, you know, go ahead.
All right.
It's okay, it's all right, you know, have fun.
Play along.
But you linked Young, and you are into the Youngs and the dream stuff.
Yes, I am.
Which a lot of people don't believe in.
It's very artistic. I believe it's very creative. I do like it. But as far as my profession and the way I go about things, my foundation is, you know, behaviorism.
What do they call ESFP?
ESFP. Okay, you're down here. ESFP. Of course, it's yellow, so it's hard to read. Oh, you're the entertainer. You and Michael Ann are ESFPs.
Yeah.
Except, you don't seem like
How
an
am I
ESFP.
an entertainer?
I don't think you're an ESFP.
There's no way.
I don't think you're an ESFP. Yeah, I think you missed
Seriously?
that. I think you missed that. Yeah, I don't think she's an ESFP. Yeah, I don't think she's an ESFP. I don't know.
Well, actually, showmanship, no. The rest.
Conflicted verse, I would say.
Yes. Yeah, conflict averse.
I've never met an ESFP.
That's definitely their category. Oh, say it again?
I haven't met an ESFP like you. Let's put it that way.
And you guys think that we never switch groups during our lifetime, or just stay in the same group?
Nadia, you're echoing bad.
ESFPs I've known have been kind of emotional, and you're not very emotional. That's why I'm kind of taken aback.
I think you would have to change groups based on when you change. I mean, I know I wasn't this way when I was younger. I would think it would have to change. I don't know.
See, I don't think I've changed a whole lot in that way. At least core personality.
I don't know.
I don't know, Nadia. ESFPs that I know are kind of out there. I mean, look at Michael Ann's ESFP. My husband's an ESFP. Both kind of are emotional when you confront them. Both are kind of loud. Without, you know what I mean? Like they're just kind of booming, a little more booming. I don't know. That's interesting. Nadia's breaking the test. Nadia.
I come out as borderline on almost all the aspects except introversion and extroversion. So, yes, it's all pretty fuzzy, apart from being easy up front.
Well, there you go. Nadia's the maverick here.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Maverick.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It's okay, sugar. If you're an ENFP and I'm an ENFP, we'll be the glue.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? But you know what I liked? I thought, well, it's a good thing you and I don't use our powers for evil. We use them for good and not evil, because we can get people to see our side very easily.
Well,
At least
not
that's
just
what it
that.
says.
I know how to push everybody's buttons. I observe people so much that I quickly can access whose buttons are where, and I'm like, oh, should I do that? Should I do that? Okay, I'll hold back because that's kind of evil.
I was just saying that. I was saying that with everybody's avatars down, because I normally have mine up, and without being within somebody's close proximal space, I feel like I'm blind. I can't see micro expressions. I can't see any of that stuff. It's just disadvantage.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to Bob why sometimes I get all hostile.
You scratch my button.
Because he yells, but he doesn't mean to yell, because he yells because he's on the phone and he's in his big truck. Yeah. And usually he gets mad at something religious, and he's like, yeah, and he comes out, and immediately I'm like, hostility. All I hear is sort of wah, 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 like insert atheist meme here. And I was trying to explain to him like why. He's like, you don't even listen to anything I say, do you? And I said, not really. and here's why. And I tried to explain to him that he sounds like he's yelling, and on the top of it he's hostile. And I think some of it is we hear each other's voice, and we're so limited. We don't know what people's faces are. We don't know, all those little things that help us read through the lines, like probably what you and I are used to doing. We kind of suck in this information, those little drops in the smile when you see when someone's lying to you and they're actually sad, or, you don't have that.
Oh my gosh, that's so refreshing to hear that. I said it earlier. I'm not sure whether it's this one or the other chat, and I don't know that they actually thought that was important or not. I can't remember, but.
Good morning, campers.
Hey.
Good morning.
I just mentioned you. I said that you were ESFP on your test and that you were kind of booming. You're a little more of a, I don't know, a big personality. And Nadia came out as ESFP too, and so I think Nadia broke our test. That's what I'm convinced. Nadia broke it. She broke it.
What does the tell me about her category.
That's your category. The same one.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but I don't see it though. I don't see it, and so I don't know if Nadia is like just kind of in a funk or like if she broke the test.
She broke it. That's why we can't have nice things, because she breaks the test.
Broke it. Broke it.
What's so contradictory to it? You see.
Okay. Well, all right. So let's go to strengths and weaknesses. Contradictory. What do I see? I'd say you're original. Absolutely. Aesthetics and showmanship. Not exactly. I mean, in the sense that you keep the hangout open, yes, but showmanship, I don't know.
And let's see showmanship.
Practical, yes and no. Yes and no on that. Excellent people skills, yes and no. I'd say you're tolerant, absolutely tolerant.
Yeah, I need some of that.
But it says your weakness. It says you're sensitive. I don't see you as a sensitive. I don't see Nadia as somebody that I'm going to make cry and fall apart. You know?
No, I honestly, I think she is sensitive. You just don't get to have that.
Yeah, maybe she's hiding it really well. I haven't met an ESFP that's able to hide it though. Like when we offend you, Michael Ann, you show it, and when we offend my husband, he shows it. So I don't know.
I learned a long time ago not to harbor that shit. So if anybody tags me, I tag right back.
Who's my husband? I'm married to a man named Scott, but he doesn't do this. He's like, he listens in and he shakes his head and goes, "Ain't nobody got time for this."
Ain't nobody got time for this. No, I think I hear injustice. I tag it instantaneously. I don't wait 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Same thing with abuse. If I think I'm hearing abuse or getting abuse, gone. Gone. I don't do it.
Sugar and I keep in the same category. We're in the same category.
Yeah, we're exactly the same. Hey, Mikey.
We're soul sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mikey, I had that opportunity come up today to change my approach, or my reaction, I should say.
So good.
Yeah, and I nipped it right in the bud, and it felt real good. And it really shaped the shit up immediately.
Well, I felt the need to weigh in yesterday to the crowd on all of the garbage that went on, because again I had to run into stupid Seth and listen to his crap, and then my new favorite buddy Star. I mean, where do they find these people? Seriously.
Oh, Star/Chrono, the guy that's all loud.
Oh,
was Star one of them that was there?
Yep, Star. I tossed them both out.
Well, who was he in my little fiasco? Or does he have an avatar? Or
he does. It's the stars that are spinning. I don't know if you had a run-in with him, but a few people have.
No, I think it was Seth and Jeff were my two.
Jeff Keller? That Jeff?
He's got brown hair and he didn't have his avatar, so and it's the first time I saw him, but
I don't think I know him then. It's not the Jeff I think I know.
Someone said he was a liberal, and that's all I know about him.
See, there's only one requirement. You just need to be a human being.
I know that.
And you're not allowed to, shit on another human being. How hard is that?
Well,
it's unbelievable. Some people just have the need to hurt, and that fascinates me.
But you know where that comes from.
Oh, sure, because that's the same amount of hurt that they are experiencing.
That's right.
But the other thing I find are people that are interested in debating are interested in being correct and changing your opinion, and if you don't change your opinion by the end of their sentence, it's an all-out brawl.
Well, it's ambush. It's ambush debating, and what he was doing was not debating me, because he was purposely changing my words and then going back and forth. And at first I thought.
And then everybody takes you literally. It's like they have no way to ease into a statement.
It's more than literal.
It's pain in the ass. Half these people probably don't even have friends because they can't have a conversation with them without pissing them off.
Well, proper debate, like I had said earlier, if I want to debate you, I will say, hey, so and so, I'd like to debate you on this subject if I come across something. And then there's some rules. If you don't understand something, you clarify. And the other thing is, you don't block people so much that, I mean, no proper debate has all that yelling, It's just, there's got to be some damn protocol.
Something? Did they miss something?
Some people want to, make them look like they're the smartest person on the planet, that they're, that they know everything, and this is how it is, and blah 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 blah. And the instant you chime in with either a personal experience or a story that happens to, waver a little because it didn't fit into their little story, forget it. You're wrong. You're this. You're that. You're everything else under the sun. Yesterday, now I'm trying to have a conversation with a knucklehead who read a paper, an article, and I'm trying to explain to him the 30 years of experience I have with a certain product, and he's just, you're intellectually dishonest. I'm like, what the hell is that? All I'm trying to do is tell you about 2 patients that I cared for and their experiences and why we use a certain product. That's all I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to make a blanket statement about everybody and a blanket cure for anything. I mean, they get a chokehold on an idea, they stuff your ass in it, and then they fry you up. It's like, a game for them.
I kind of live by that. Nobody cares how much you know till they know how much you care.
In medicine, we don't deal with personalities like this. You know what I mean?
I know.
Just as
I know.
I knew that the real world was like this, I don't think I'd have come out here.
That's exactly what I said. Somebody said, "Well, how are you adjusting to living in the real world?" And I said, "I'm a bit of a moron, and I'm really some of the simplest tasks I completely
for you and I, we only know what we know because we're trained to know that. But personality skill-wise, we're all over it. You know what I mean? We're able to have a conversation with anybody if we needed to. Some of these people can't do it. They can only debate. They don't know how to have human interaction, or conversation. Sometimes I feel like I should make my avatar say, I'm just here for the fun. I'm not interested in debating, and I don't care what you think about my opinion.
You know what? One thing I will say, in a positive sense, I don't know the last time I've been in a group of people where I felt there was so much intelligence. Knowledge. Let me say knowledge.
That's
so much knowledge, and that's really incredible.
That's why people are attracted to this room. There's a lot of shit that goes on, but if you can get beyond that, and with some really good, smart people, it's really awesome. In the beginning, like you, I used to come into the room. I like to pop in now and again at certain hours where I know certain people aren't going to challenge me. I'm not interested in being challenged. I just want to come in, say hello to my friends, and leave. Maybe the topic hits me, maybe it doesn't. I'm very limited on the topics that I'll speak about. But in the beginning, it was fun. You come, you hang out. It's like bellying up to the bar. Hey, how you doing? Have a cup of coffee, and that sort of thing. But because I'm not a debater and I don't do philosophy and any of that sort of stuff, I tend now to sit and listen because that's really why I'm there. I just want to learn. I don't have what it takes to have a conversation with Nadia when she starts getting into philosophy. It's above my head. Half the times, I once told her she's the only person I know that can speak for 25 minutes and I have no idea what she said. Not even a clue. I grasp. And, so it's really interesting when she's firing on all 6 cylinders and she has of like mind in the room. What goes on in this room is astounding. It's awesome. The stuff you learn, I don't do philosophy, so this is my only opportunity to really see philosophy in action, with people speaking.
Yeah, I go through all the different rooms.
To see, but as I said, you and I picked the wrong community. We didn't understand that these people are professional at this. They've been doing it for years. You know what I mean?
I enjoy visiting all the other rooms. I find that even if I don't get along with or don't see eye to eye with people, I still find a whole lot of knowledge, which
it's awesome.
I find impressive.
That's why when you're wandering around into these rooms, especially some of the atheist rooms, because they get to be a little brutal. And I'm only saying that from personal experience because other than Christian Hillbilly, I haven't had a problem with many of the theists, so I can't speak to that. I can only tell you of my own experience, which is very similar to yours.
Yesterday, I think I was in the room with a bunch of them, and I had a great time. I think it was Balthazar that just mentioned that he really liked it. I thought it was real smooth and real nice, but I can never, since I never ask anybody who they are. He was watching from the outside. He wasn't there. Since I never ask anybody what they are, I don't know who the groups of people are, but
yeah, I don't ask either.
Interesting.
Personally, I could care less, so it's not a question I ask. I have now decided that when somebody asks me what I am, I tell them that I am a conspiracy theist and a conglomeration of everything, and let them chew on that for 25 minutes. So you have to put yourself in a category they don't already have something for.
Well, my label, we did finally give me a label, and I'm not, I'm not married to it, but I thought it was nice. Kind of made me feel like one of the gang. I was never comfortable hiding that kind of stuff. I'm usually always very transparent, but I thought it was necessary.
I'm very transparent. I'm very honest, but I don't take shit, and I surely don't take shit from an asshole. I'm too damn old. You know what I mean? I am too damn old for this shit. Really.
Yeah. I just never walk into a room with an agenda. Never.
Well, see,
other than to learn.
That's the problem. The problem isn't you. The problem is those you run into the room with. So you have to be careful how you introduce yourself to people. You have to be careful what you say. These people are as catty as high schoolers. So if you don't want it put back in your face or repeated 1,000 times, the best part about all this is you get strangers that come up and tell you how bad you are.
Yeah, like I walked into this kind of purely by accident, so you have my name attached and everything, and you're just kind of like doop-a-doop-a-doop, and then you're like, should I stay? Because I went from 1,000 hits on my IG Plus to 40,000 within a month, and I'm like, holy crap, this is scary. This is a little bit scary, and then you're like, well, I'm out here now.
I hear you. I mean, you're on this place for a week. You've got about, 40 friends, and you've got 23,000 views.
And then you're like, what do I do?
Why do you get more views on your Google Plus?
Because you're female, probably. No other reason. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but if you're a girl, you're gonna get hit more than the guys usually, just by general.
Oh,
I don't know why. It's stupid.
I
got a ton for no reason.
Seth can't wait, although he's an equal opportunity offender.
But yeah, it is a little bit. It's intimidating. It's scary. I don't mind discussing. I'm more of a discusser. Formal debate isn't. I mean, I think you kind of need, in that personality test, you need to be one of the rationals up above. The NTs. Those are great debaters. Those are the Hitchens. Those are the C.S. Lewis's. I'm not either.
Yeah.
I'm like Hurley from Lost. I might once in a while have something profound to say, and then other times I'm just giving people a hug.
What's nice about you, Deirdre, is you are genuine, and your genuineness shows. You're not here to make yourself look, smart or, the best debater, or you don't have that. You know what I mean? You don't have that. Those that are professionally, wanting to debate, and then they get pissed off at you if you won't debate them. I'm like, dude, I'm not a debater.
Well, let's get real. A lot of the people in this room are not good debaters. I mean, the few that are, this is an informal format, and if you really wanted to get in debate, you would do something formal where one person gets to talk, another person gets to talk, and then there's a rebuttal, and yeah, that's how real debate is.
Yeah. If they followed a little better, just a little better protocol, I think I'd feel a lot better about it. But and then I wonder how much of it is
all you have to do is really yell at me and be nasty to me. When I sense that you don't have my best interest at heart, and you can be debating, and it wouldn't be that way. But when I get that sense that you're doing this personally,
it's like an episode of Mean Girls.
Yeah, yeah. You know what though, Sugar? I'm gonna warn you. You better gear up because I get little love notes. I get love notes from fundamentalists saying I'll drop kick you into the lake of fire. Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Let me tell you. let me tell you what I did, because I live the exact opposite life in the real world. I mean, if I were out at work or anything like that, I would have never put up with that. But I was in a different environment, like I said, dealing in this new environment, this new part of the world. I had to kind of figure it out. But somebody got snappy with me today, and I ripped him a new one very quickly, very concisely, and very to the point. So I'm not afraid. I just didn't know I had to use that skill here.
Yep. Yeah. I don't think I'm afraid either. The only thing I'm afraid of is me misspeaking and me getting enraged.
We'll all do that for you.
You shouldn't be afraid at all.
Yeah.
That's right, and there's nothing wrong with well-appropriated anger. And this is why people now know. If you're going to engage in Michael Ann, you got beware the topic because Mikey snaps back.
Yeah.
And
I grab Mikey by the horns.
I forgot who it was. I don't remember if it was I think it might have been an atheist that I really got upset at once and really let him have it. I forgot who it was. But only once I've ever gotten upset on this.
Yeah, you're so calm. I mean, you're extremely tolerant, Farhan. Like I said, you've been an awesome ambassador for Islam, because...
He's like a human Valium.
Oh, I love that. I'm like...
No, there's things that get me upset as well. I do get upset.
For a while there, I thought people were... I got called a Muslim sympathizer, and I said, yeah, you got a problem with that? I was like beside myself because I've been on this, hey, knock it off with the, I won't say, Muslim terrorist anymore. I'm not buying into that stuff.
You're not willing to paint everybody with the same brush, then?
No.
I actually don't have a problem with saying Muslim terrorist. I just don't like it's said with a certain anger. Because, frankly, they are Muslims and they are terrorists. But, I don't have an issue with that. It's just they say it with, an attitude of, oh, and we're going to say this word as well. That's the only thing I don't like.
As if they're the only ones. And if it applies to everybody, but there's Irish and everybody.
Yeah. But I'll just say one thing, not to take the topic on myself, but or about me, but if anyone thinks I'm like a product of my environment. That's what I don't know how to phrase that better. I'm only like this because of people that I'm around who influence me to be like this.
That's nice.
So you're saying that you had good, probably mentors and good people around you.
Yeah, I mean, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf in particular, really, you can Google him, he's pretty well known. He's very much he's broken me out of a mentality that I have to be my side versus their side mentality. He's really gotten me out of that. And once I got out of that, and that's it took me a long time to get out of that mentality, because everyone grows up and thinks their side of any topic, any discussion, your family's always right, your country's always right, your religion's always right. I don't mean theologically, because obviously I have to think that my religion's right theologically, but even in some political conflict or some issue of any sort, you have to, and once you get out of that mentality, and I think we've been talking about that pretty much the entire night, once you get out of that mentality of my side, right or wrong, you feel it's so liberating, and you start to see the humanity in the other people and in the other side, and it's a beautiful thing.
Isn't it? I think that's the subject where everything went squirrely yesterday. Was they asked me about the Muhammad drawing in Texas, and they said, "What do you think? Was that freedom of speech?" I said, "Well, if it is covered under freedom of speech, then yes, it is freedom of speech." But I ask you, I'm asking you, at what point did my freedom of speech have to get used to desecrate somebody else's doctrine? I said, because I don't agree with that. Just because I have the freedom of speech to say it doesn't mean I have the right to be rude, especially when it comes to somebody's doctrine.
You could rub the Holy Bible in feces. and you have that freedom to do that. But it's but are you a douchebag for doing it? Probably.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like it's like when if I run around and say every atheist.
I mean,
on
could you
Google
imagine?
Plus, what if I said every atheist is a scumbag and deserves to be killed? What if I said something really ridiculous like that? That would be hate speech, wouldn't it?
It's hate speech when you have somebody who comes on and screams and yells and does a character assassination.
Yep.
Every single time. I mean, seriously, this is the shit I reported Mark Yonoya about. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's Charlie Hebdo and he writes a stupid commercial or cartoon. Seriously, people need to get over themselves. People draw Christ on the cross upside down. People slaughter Jews. I mean, seriously. People need to get over themselves and not just be so hurt all the time.
Well, Raptor Jesus and stuff like that, or okay, so I try to be a good sport about Raptor Jesus or Befuddled. I always kind of laugh because Befuddled she's an atheist and she has not the Land Before Time, Never Ending Story dog, and Jesus is writing it, and it's cute. Yep. It's cute. It's a little bit of a jab, but it's still kind of endearing and cute at the same time, and I kind of nod and I laugh. But if you show Jesus effing Christ, and it's literally Jesus effing Christ, I'm gonna be offended.
I understand that, but I don't see you blowing up a city or doing anything crazy.
No. But I would say that's
offensive. So the thing is to try not to offend people, but some people go out of their way to do it. But, I think we all just need a tougher skin. Some of these things are so orchestrated to get us to hate different groups. It's stupid. How stupid is a whole Charlie Hebdo incident over a cartoon?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Do you honestly think that I believe that one cartoon set all this shit off?
But I think like the 2,000-year-old virgin thing, for instance, was offensive. I was offended by it. I think.
So here's the deal. I'm sure you were offended. But Deirdre, you were offended for maybe 10 minutes, and I'm sure you went on with your day.
I was offended for 10 minutes, and I said I'm not watching Family Guy anymore.
There you go.
Actually, I did the same exact thing. I stopped watching Family Guy because of that very reason, because I don't like them making fun of it.
Here's the deal, kids. Can I help you all out? Turn the goddamn TV off. You're not learning anything.
That's what I'm saying. I stopped watching.
Yeah, I don't watch that much TV anyway.
I'd be embarrassed
if I just watch
TV.
So what I was going to say was...
on YouTube.
I think it's more than just like the idea that they're drawing pictures. I think it's more than that. I think it's kind of like if you were to draw pictures of like black people with like overly artificial, exaggerated big lips, committing a crime with a whole bunch of like children. Every negative stereotype you think of black people, they would.
Or if you saw them hanging from a tree or whatever. I mean, I get all of that, but I don't know that it's enough to cause an international incident.
Oh no, I agree. I agree with you 100%. I think Muslims need to be smarter about their anger. I agree with that. What I'm saying though is that the free speech issue is kind of like it's like a cover, and especially people who say like, oh, these are brave people.
But you got to leave the sticks and stones part out. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's not even on the table of discussion. What I'm saying though is that like it's the equivalent of like taking a people who are poor, who are largely immigrant classes from like poorer countries, which were occupied by the French actually for a long time, North Africa. And then you're insulting like their most sacred aspect of who they are, and like you're insulting like them at like a visceral level.
Yeah.
And that's basically it's the equivalent of going to black people and insulting them and calling them slaves and like apes and that kind of stuff. It's the same exact thing. But I don't think our culture recognizes that or not our culture.
You're right.
Because we see it as it's just your religion. Who cares? Like it's not you. But it's like political satire is supposed to attack like
they've been attacking Christians from time immemorial. You just can't take it personally.
What I'm saying is that the political cartoons are supposed to punch up. They're supposed to attack like leaders, political like intellectual speakers. But what they attack nowadays are like the underclass of society. That's what's happening. That was what it was all about, I think.
Yeah, it's because we don't respect our own. We don't respect our own.
Like you wouldn't make a comic about like a homeless person in DC. You would make a comic about like the rich people and like how they're abusing their power or whatever. I think that's one of the aspects that people need to recognize or inject in the conversation. Like, yeah, it's free speech, but it's like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Right.
Yeah. But just because you have free speech doesn't mean you need to use it. It's used for your, like, it's almost like a get out of jail free card. If you have something to say that could land you in jail.
Well, you do what they normally do. You shun these people from society. Somebody comes into, on a micro level. Somebody comes into the room, someone like R1 has no problems being, bigoted and all sorts of things. I would let him come into the room, but the first word out of his mouth, he'd be tossed. You don't get the opportunity. Now, if you want to be a bigot and you want to be, prejudiced or you want to be whatever, go into your closet, sit on the floor, and be one all day long. But when you come out into public, you don't get to be one. And we get to police who those people are if you don't act properly. And they'll begin to learn, you know what? I'm an asshole, and I guess I can't say that anymore. And so I'm going to have to change my speech. If R1 wants to come into the room, he realizes he can't get away with the crap he can get away with in other rooms that agree with him. So that's the way you're going to tag them the instant they get out of line.
I would apply the same method that R1 is being problematic when he denies the Holocaust and he says, we're being effed by the Jews and all this awful hate speech.
I know, but I think
what would be similar is if somebody came in and said, "Oh, I praise the death of Matthew Shepard, and I think all gays should be tied up to a fence and killed." Like, we should probably run those people out too. I mean, at a certain point.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some people just want to come in, make a statement, so the room gets, into a tizzy. You know what I mean? There's some people that just do it because they can. But somebody like R1. This is ingrained in him. This is how he thinks. This is how he's going to continue to think. And so you therefore have to decide whether or not you're going to put up with it. There's no sense in lecturing him. I think when he speaks about the Holocaust and denies it, I don't think he denies that there were people that died. He just does not agree with the narrative. It's just like JFK and 9/11. Of course people died. We don't accept the narrative as to how and why.
You know how I disarmed him.
I think not accepting the narrative is pretty borderline.
Yeah. But here's the deal. It's not. You have to pick down and find out if you really want to know where the line for him is. We don't need to discuss him. He's clearly across the line. There's no doubt about it. But here's the deal. If you want to deny the Holocaust, knock yourself out. And you just make a mental note, this guy's out of his canoe. But that doesn't mean you get to slaughter him.
No. And I disarmed him with just kindness. Just, hey.
Say, dude, that's a pretty far-fetched idea. I agree with you, but I don't want to discuss it with you. And you shut him down.
You mean I don't disagree? I don't.
Yeah, I didn't agree. All I asked him for was for proof. I said, maybe you could get me that information because I've never heard that. I've actually heard the opposite.
See, I don't engage people. I don't have that. We're having that conversation the other day about anti-natalists. Now, as far as I'm aware, an anti-natalist just doesn't want to have children. From what I've come to understand, these people have a whole agenda I'm not even aware of.
Yeah, there's some of an agenda. Mm-hmm.
It's huge.
Why you can't label people because they don't have the understanding that you do when you yield the label.
Anti-natalist.
Yeah, it is a movement that is they think that people shouldn't be having children. Now, when you read the description, it's just very basic, not wanting to have children. But the man
but there's all sorts of reasons why somebody wouldn't want to have children, and some are valid.
But what had happened, what that thing was that the guy that came up with it, he had a very, very big vision, and it was about suffering, and that nobody has given rights for people to reproduce, and that they have no right because birth causes pain and suffering and all these crazy things.
Wait a minute.
But that's not an agenda.
Right.
It comes out of compassionate nihilism. It probably comes out of that.
You don't have the right to have children?
The question was posed. The question was posed. The question was posed to me. Yeah, what gave you the right to reproduce? And I said, well, I have a uterus. I was born that way.
Why would you even entertain somebody that would ask you that question?
Well, because I wanted to find out about this. I'd never heard about it before.
They're around.
The question alone would suggest that it's
part of my focus is making sure that I engage. When I engage people, look, I didn't expect to find that. When I engage people, I mean, I guess I do have an agenda. I'd like to be that person that they have an exchange with that they maybe never have before, because they like to get a rise out of people, and you don't get a rise. I do want to know what this is about, and I really was curious because I'd never heard of it before.
Well, the instant somebody would say to you, "Where do you get the right?" They've lost me altogether. Done.
Oh, yeah. Not only did they not accept when I said I have a uterus and I have a drive, and I said,
How did the knucklehead who asked you the question get on the planet? Cut me a break. Seriously.
That was the point. That was the point when I told her, well, what about, the fact that we have orgasm and it
ahead of time, we could have killed him off, right?
I think I know who you were engaging with now. I whittled it down.
Orgasm, and it caused, it feels good. And she said, listen to what she says to me. Or no, I think it was he said, it was sex first, and evolution tricked us and gave us orgasm, so we'll keep doing it. And I went,
what the heck?
Yeah. If I had not heard that with my own ears, I would have never believed it.
Is this idiot married and intending to procreate himself?
See, Michael, I didn't get that deep with him, because at that point I was like, I'm a little. I just really wanted to find out info. Sometimes I like to know how deep their crazy goes,
It's insanity,
ridiculous. There's, some people just need to get a life. Christ.
Well, I just want to point out that there is this thing called compassionate nihilism, and the ideal of it, if we can call this an ideal, but the idea is, and it's more than one person in this community that thinks this, that there's so much suffering and pain in the world right now, right? And there's no cure for it, and inevitably, whenever you have a child, you can't protect this child from the pain of life, and this life is so terrible that
maybe we should have a government agency for this.
And we are so hard on the earth, and we're damaging nature and stuff, that it would be better if we did not have children, and that we just decided to go basically extinct. That's where it comes from.
Yeah. Okay, well, here's what I would tell him. He goes first. And what the fuck is he still doing here?
It was like, I vote you off the island first.
And what the hell's he still doing here? He should have offed himself a while ago. What the hell?
There's one guy and one girl. And, I didn't, I tried to talk my children into not having kids. And I probably would not have had kids to begin with, but I didn't have any kind of crazy thoughts like this. It was just like, you know what? Everybody's having kids. You don't have to have kids. Right now, the world's kind of going in a weird direction, but I was misguided. But
I saw labor and delivery at the age of 17, and I said, hell, fucking no! This makes the case for adoption.
Yeah, definitely.
But then when I talked to them, I said, pain is part of life, and suffering is part of life, and you have the opportunity to break habits or the wrongs that are done to you by your parents. And I started asking them about their own hurt and what drives them, because it was very, very clear that this was driven by. She said, "Oh, my life is so bad. I don't want to be here anymore." And I said, "Well, your option is only one thing. To get out of it clearly." I said, "And I wouldn't recommend it." I said, "But what I would recommend is that you go get some perspective. So, like, maybe get off your island or your continent of Australia, where you have beautiful, beautiful scenery and life. And maybe you might want to go someplace where people really are suffering, and see if that gives you a little change."
Well, my only criteria, I was asked to be married 3 times by 3 different men. All 3 of them were physicians.
Really?
And I said to them, here's the deal. I'm interested in having children for you, but I will not work. If you want me to work, I'll work. If you want me to have children, I'll have children. I'm not doing both. Pick which one you want.
That's a hard one.
Both of them wanted me to work in their office and have children. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not a slave. I will do both, but I'm not doing both at the same time. You sit me on the bench, I'll have your children. But here's the deal. If I have your children, you're going to be 50% partake in their care and their life. I'm not having children for you to have a home and go off and be some king surgeon somewhere. I'm not doing all the work. If you're in, I'm in. You're not in, I'm out. And I walked all 3 times. They came up with the wrong answer.
Damn. That's a hard one for men today. I mean, hey, you don't want to do it, don't do it.
That's right. I watched too many of my girlfriends. It was the same thing for my mother. Very few men are interested in rearing children. They say they want to, but every time you tell them to take the kids for a Saturday, you get a puss on their face.
Yeah, they say, oh, I'm going to drink some beer. No, you're going to take your damn kids out.
That's right.
Like, the joy.
And, men call it babysitting. Well, it's not babysitting if they're your children, for Christ's sake.
Of course. They're your kids. You should love your kids. You should be with your kids.
That's right.
Sometimes the mother does not always want to do it. Give the mother a full rest, for Christ's sake. Come on.
Thank you, William. You got that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my mother, I watched my mother. She had 4 kids right in a row. She even had help, but it was a lot of work. My father was not there. He was out in the corporate world. And, weekends came, and he was in charge of us for the weekend. My mother said, here's the deal. Saturday morning, they're yours. I'm gone. And my father did it because that was the only time he was available to do it. He couldn't do it through Monday through Friday, but that was the part my mother could handle. When the weekend came, we were all his. He had to figure it out, and he had no clue. It was a riot.
Damn.
There's no worse than going around town with a clueless dad.
Can I say something? I'm as speaking of children and parents and so forth and so forth.
Good morning.
Hi. You know what I figured out. I had a child with a woman that told me she loved me, but she didn't. Whatever. Anyways, but through the birth of my child, instinctively, and I'm a guy, obviously, right? When she was born, I was against putting her in a crib. She slept with me every night. And the funny thing is, she never woke up, cried, or anything. I mean, there was not an issue. See, this is the thing that I don't know what happened to people where we decided as people is like, oh, okay, well you have a child, and the thing to do after you have a child is to stick this young infant inside of a crib, alone, without any parental anything, whether it's the father or the mother, I'm not being discriminating in that sense. And I don't know, in a weird way for me, when I had my daughter, and my old lady, whatever, my ex fucking wife, she was very cold and whatever, but for me, I always, my daughter slept with me, beside me every night. And she never woke up. She never cried and screamed and anything else, in the middle of the night, because children, when a child is born, you're not meant to put them in a fucking crib alone. They need that. I mean, animals don't do this. I mean, I don't understand how human beings got to this point where you look at animals. They don't fucking stick their children outside of themselves. I mean, okay, if they go out to, I mean, I'm not equating ourselves with animals necessarily, but I mean, they don't. It's like if birds have a nest and they, the baby birds are born. The parents, come and feed them and whatever. They're in that nest. They're not going to make a separate nest for the young, chicks or the birds, and they're going to put them there, and they're going to have a different nest for themselves. animals don't do this, but people do apparently, like because nowadays, well, if you have a child, if you have a newborn, well, what you do to a newborn, which the thing that they need the most is physical connection, affection, and so you need to stick them in a fucking crib, alone.
No. Well, actually, Arwen, doctors are now getting away from that. Did you know that? So they're realizing now that there's an importance for the bonding hormone that you have, like oxytocin, and stuff. So when you see the animals, like for instance, you look at the great apes and they're carrying, Ralph, I'm gonna mute you. Sorry. When you see the great apes and they're holding their young all close and stuff like that, and I guess that's who would be most similar to. Doctors are saying that these bonding hormones are so important that they're really encouraging skin-to-skin contact, and they'll say that you want to have your newborn like right on your chest, and even with dad, if mom's tired and mom's sleeping, dad's right on the chest, like all that. You're right. I hate to say it, like Arwen's right for once. Like the science is behind what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I felt that. Well, speaking outside of science, I mean, when I had my daughter, I mean, this is going back 15 years ago. My daughter is about like 16 now, but when she was born, I wasn't aware of any scientific studies or anything like that. It felt for me it was wrong to put her in a fucking crib or whatever, and and my ex-wife or whatever, she was kind of a cold person, whatever. She didn't really give a shit. But for me, it was like, I was like, no, I mean, I don't know, just instinctively I felt like this is my daughter. I don't want to put her in a crib.
I used to take all my nieces and nephews my favorite age is 0 to like 3. My best and favorite is newborn. And all of my sister-in-laws were clueless when they got married and had children. And so it was a pleasure for me because I could go and take the kids and bring them here, even at very tiny ages. Once she had them, well, neither one of them breastfed. So I was able to take these kids early. And I have no equipment in my home to take care of a child like they had. They had everything. These kids came home. They slept in the same bed with me. I used to, I do the old days where you can swaddle, like a piece of cloth and the baby lays in the cloth, and you just walk around and do what you do all day. And I would walk around and talk to them and sing while I did my chores or did my whatever. And it's amazing the bond that I have with them now. There's a song that I used to sing to them to either quiet or calm them, that I find now that even in their 20s, if I even start the song, my niece will start to go to sleep. My sister-in-law is like, what is with that stupid song? I did the same thing with my dogs. The instant I brought them home, if I could cuddle them and carry them, I would sing a song and I would rock them, and I could rock them right into sleep. And I do this to get them to learn that when the day I have to put them to sleep, God forbid, I sing the song, they'll not know it's a different day.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose what you're saying is it can apply to animals too, I suppose, because
absolutely, bonding is bonding.
Yeah,
and you can't do it 15 feet away as a newborn. So you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's the thing, and you know what? I've always heard obviously.
Most new mothers cheat though anyway. Most of us are putting our newborns up to 3 to 6 months in bed with us anyway. It's just easier because you're too damn tired to cross the room.
Well, yeah, I've not known many people. I mean, it's maybe some people do that.
Absolutely. Well, the men maybe not, but the women do because you're too exhausted.
Yeah, it's getting way more common now.
I'm just saying, is the media portrays it generally like, okay, like, when people are like the media. I'm saying.
I know nobody.
I'm not saying everybody buys into the media.
Nobody listens to the media.
Well, I think a lot of people still do. But the idea, in movies and everything else, is like, okay, well, new parents are expecting a child. Well, what do they have? Well, they have the baby's room, they have the crib, they have, they have all these,
It's just commerce.
It is commerce, but I mean, but I still think a lot of people do buy into that ideology. Obviously.
That's only if you have the money. Trust me, the poor people aren't going out and buying a fresh line of Graco products before the baby comes home. They're barely getting what they need. They can barely get diapers and milk.
Well, yeah, well, that's true enough. I'm just saying, is like anybody that sticks their newborn in a crib is a criminal, in my opinion. I think
I wouldn't go that far. I would say
I would go that far.
Well, they're not a criminal, but they certainly are losing out on a very precious time span in life for themselves and for their child. But criminal, I think you're above the.
So I would say I'm afraid of if I don't have a kid, but I would be afraid of just rolling on top of him and killing him. I'm completely serious. I would love to have a kid.
It would never happen.
No, you would never do that. Look, listen.
It would never happen.
Next to me, and I would.
No, it would never happen. I agree with. No, that would never happen. Look.
I was thinking that King Solomon situation where that girl rolls over the baby and he's like, oh, cut them in two. We always think of that, that weird exception.
No, what I'm saying is I would absolutely love to have a kid sleep on me, right? I've had that many times, my friends' kids or whatever. But what I'm saying is if
I have a tough time when women are still breastfeeding 5-year-olds.
If I was gonna have someone sleep in the same bed as me, I would really be afraid of accidentally pushing that kid or hitting him. Or something.
Look, no, listen. I'll tell you one thing. Okay, look, and I'm only speaking from my experience, so I can't speak for anyone else. But as far as I did sleep with my daughter all the time. I don't know. I just didn't have the heart to put her in a crib or anything else. I don't know, just instinctively. And I kind of thought about that too. Well, what if I just I fall asleep and I roll over, and I mean she's a baby, obviously she was a baby at the time, and what if I roll over and I smother her, or I mean theoretically there's a possibility of that happening, right? But